The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The Grand Chess Tour has returned to the U.S. capital of chess for the 2025 St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Levon Aronian arrived in peak form, handedly defeating the world champion and never looking back, winning his next two for clear first. Top seed Fabiano Caruana is hot on the leader's heels, defeating his nearest rival for sole claim to second place. Rapid victories mean double the points. Who can dominate the slower time control and bolster their score? Day 2 of fantastic chess. Coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to the day 2 of St. Louis Rapid Blitz. We are here in the paradise of all chess fans. We are in the Q Boutique shop where you can find anything from the chessboard to the chess books, and I can't wait to see what the chess players will bring to their boards today. So let's go to the studio and follow the action.
An exciting first day of Rapid Chess included some surprises and lots of decisive games. Day 2 of Rapid Blitz promises to be just as competitive. Grandchester action from St. Louis starts right now. Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with the legendary Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and Peter Svidler.
Peter, great to be with you both. I tell you, I had so much fun calling the action yesterday. Hello everyone and welcome to the show. The Grand Chess Tour has come to town and what a day 1 it was for the Rapid Blitz. Decisive games abounded. Can they keep up such a furious pace? Well, we're going to find out very, very shortly. Nasi, do the honors. Standings after crazy day 1.
Let's have a look. We have a sole leader, Levon Aronian, with a perfect score. In clear second is Fabiano Caruana, only 1 point behind Levon. And then sharing third are two players, the world champion Gukesh D and Wesley.
Nice. And tell us about the format for the Rapid Blitz.
Time control in Rapid is 25 plus 10. In Blitz, it will be 5 plus 2. Players are not allowed to offer any draws. In Rapid, they play single round robin, but they get 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In Blitz, they'll play double round robin with traditional scoring system.
Right, and the schedule for this event.
We're in day 2 of the Rapid portion. We'll see 3 rounds today, 3 more Rapid games tomorrow, and then we move on to the Blitz.
Wonderful. And Peter, again, the decisive rounds were crazy.
Yeah, day 1 was fantastic. There was a lot of very, very exciting chess, and arguably there could have been an even higher percentage of decisive games. And long may it continue, obviously, but statistically that was a very, very unlikely day and a very happy day for us and for everybody watching. Let's take a look at the numbers for a second. We began by having 3 out of 5 decisive games, all won by 1 in round 1, which would have been a very good round normally, but a very sedate round yesterday, actually, because it just continued improving. In round 2, black won 3, white won 1 for a total of 4 out of 5. And in round 3, no draws whatsoever,
wow.
with 3 wins for the white pieces and 2 for the black pieces, total of 12 out of 15, which is 80%. And as the progression continues, we're expecting 6 out of 5 in round 4, 7 out of 5 in round 5, and
impressive.
I'm very much looking forward to seeing how the players manage that. And on a more serious note, let's take a look at what's happening in the World Rapid Rankings currently. A list of the usual suspects led by Magnus Carlsen on above 2800, Ding Liren on 2770, not playing very much these days, but a very, very solid, very strong Rapid player. And the 2 players playing in this event right now are Fabiano Caruana at 6th and Levon Aronian in the 9th position. Another Grand Chess Tour winner, Vladimir Fedoseev, is in 7th. Wildcards are doing very well so far in Rapid Blitz events this year. Let's see if this continues in St. Louis. And on that note, what's going on?
Good catch on the ding. Misspelling. Nice. Thank you, Peter. And tell us about the pairings for round 4 coming up, Nazi.
Let's have a look what we have coming up.
Ooh, boy.
All-American matchups. We have Wesley facing Fabiano Caruana, then Leinier Dominguez against the tournament leader Levon Aronian. We have Nodirbek playing Grigoriy Oparin, MVL against Liem, and Shankland playing Gukesh D.
Those top 2 pairings are certainly going to be our marquee matchups. Tell us about the prize funds. The players are going to be fighting hard.
Right, they're fighting for a lot of money and Grand Chess Tour points. Total prize fund for this event is $175,000. First place winner gets $40,000, second place $30,000. Everybody gets prizes, but they're mostly fighting for those Grand Chess Tour points.
Right. The top 4 players get to go to the playoffs, and it will all be determined at the end by the Sinkfield Cup. I was at the tournament hall earlier before we started our show, and I got to tell you, the more I go there, more I visit, the more I like it. Seriously, it's so spacious. The players get to walk around and really feel our atmosphere.
There's our leader, Levon Aronian, enjoying his cup of coffee.
Right.
Yeah, it is really spacious. I enjoyed it too.
Exactly.
And players can look out the window and enjoy beautiful views of St. Louis.
Exactly. Bad news, and it was told to us yesterday by security. There was a family that have visited the tournament hall. They wanted to see Gukesh in particular. It was an Indian family, and they were told, sorry, there's no spectators. And they were like, oh, we were told we could come in. No, you can't. Sorry to say, as soon as the chess club, however, and the renovation is completed, we hope that we will be able to accommodate some spectators in the future. But unfortunately, we hope you just enjoy the video broadcast
for now.
Yeah, the world being what it is, and the very, very open plan playing hall that we have here, I think requires some security measures, and that's why the tour made the decision that it made. I think it's a regrettable decision, I think, for the players as well, because I think all of us as players love to have people watching.
A big live audience, you bet.
But it's a very understandable and I think a correct decision.
Exactly.
And it's hard for the arbiters to keep everyone quiet.
Sure.
Yeah, and as you can see, there is basically no separation between the playing area and the rest of the hall, which is, when the players are the only ones there, is not an issue at all, and is actually quite nice, but would present a problem.
And Sam Shankland, unfortunately, former U.S. champion, started out of 3.
And guess who he's playing next?
World champion.
Only the world champion.
But what a great time to turn your fortunes around. I mean, if there is a moment to do that, it's when you're playing the world champion. And I remember in London, I was going to this tournament hall to play Anatoly Karpov, then the world champion, and Boris Spassky said to me, Yasser, enjoy your day in the sun. I did. I beat him.
Nice.
Nice.
You truly enjoyed it.
I really enjoyed it. Fabiano in second. Wesley
Wesley and Fabi, they have played each other 500 times.
I know, it's crazy.
Wesley actually arrives by far, I think, the earliest of all the participants.
Yes.
He likes to get the feel for the venue and just kind of chill next to where he's going to be playing. So, and in the column of things that are only amusing to me, the standings are currently completely symmetrical. One person on +3, one person on -3, one person on +2, one person on -2, and the rest of the way
There
down.
you go.
It's a very, very nice coordinated picture, which is not going to stay the same.
No, we're going to have chaos.
Yeah, which is why, while I can still say this thing, I wanted to say it.
Look, there's some beautiful symmetry going on there.
Yeah.
For me, one of the most remarkable cross tables I've ever seen in my life, it was a Linares tournament. It was one of those double round robins.
I know which one you mean.
Yeah, Gary had won one game, drew everybody, and then everybody had the same score. It was pretty funny. As Nazi Levon, very lucky that game 3.
He was. We call that a winner's luck, right?
Winner's luck, yeah. And you need it sometimes. You need it always.
To win events, you always need that, at least in one game, right?
Yeah. But boy, did that put wind in the sails. Of course, we're talking about his game 3 against Nodirbek. And Levon played an awful game. He was a pawn down. He was getting outplayed. We thought he was losing. and then incredible things happening. Soon it was a draw.
In the space of about 5 moves, it went from completely lost for white to completely lost for black.
Exactly, exactly.
Which is not something you see at this level very often.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course, it's kind of a summer for Levon, as
yes.
he's having a wonderful, wonderful period over this last summer.
And they're off.
And let's start with Leinier.
Well, we have Wesley and Fabio already.
Okay.
Let's check their opening.
A Sicilian, yeah, very interesting. Wesley played d3 here against Sam Shankland yesterday. I don't know if he repeats that against Fabio, because I think that was an option specifically, perhaps tailored for a game against Sam to avoid. Sam is incredibly well booked up. It's not that Fabio isn't, but but versus Sam in particular, I think getting something that he hasn't prepared is of more value.
Picking up the gauntlet and playing an open.
We're going to see some Sveshnikov.
Well, there are options available. A3 in this position has become quite fashionable. I played a bunch of games recently myself, and other people also, I think, have begun playing A3 here.
If we take on C6 and play the E5 line, which is incredibly, incredibly topical, and, well, I want to say the theory just goes on endlessly. What is that line called?
We can ask, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's called, still says just says 4 knights variation, which seems anticlimactic somehow.
Yeah, very disappointing.
little bit.
Ooh,
The snake.
Twist.
That is a cobra. Yeah, I thought it was just called the snake, but it's a specific snake even. It's the cobra variation.
Cobra variation.
Which is supposed to be somewhat
suspicious.
Iffy, yeah. Specifically, I think because of bishop f4. I mean, to my eyes, a position like this, because what you get here is a kind of a position where both queen takes e7 and the queen could go back. But like these types of endgames, I'm not entirely sure why you're supposed to enjoy them with black. They're not as poor as they look, and they do look kind of poor because the bishop on c8 will take some time to re-emerge. We have some control over the d6 square. We're very harmoniously and well developed with white. But this is supposedly playable. But it's interesting to see Fabio's approach for this tournament. Seems to be that
to mix.
He is trying, I think, to get all of the semi-bluffs he has out of his system. Yeah? He did a very impressive semi-bluff against Leinier in round 3 yesterday, where he went for a line, which objectively, against somebody who is well prepared, you probably shouldn't play with white.
Right.
But which worked perfectly. He won in 17 moves against somebody who is a very, very strong player, because Leinier had to start thinking by move for 8 or 9, and didn't really manage to solve all of the issues. And the cobra, I guess, once again, we will see it this once, and we probably will not see it again.
Explain to our viewers why knight d6 check, king e7 is actually a line that favors black.
Well, not necessarily. This is also very, very sharp, and this is knight takes. If you take on c8, you are actually abandoning any kind of hope for an advantage. This is a very beautiful bishop, and black will play something like queen c7, rook hd8, and the king will walk back to
just
safety.
ahead in development, right?
Remarkable.
Yeah, but bishop f4, where you're kind of supposed to play e6, e5, and then you get those types of positions which are. Once again, this is extremely risky for black. I remember seeing some top games starting from here. If you don't know what you're doing here with black, you're probably lost by move 20. But obviously that doesn't really apply to Fabi. He chose this for today. He will know what he's doing. Right. So there is this complex of positions, a kind of a group of positions, and then there is, and I think they've actually progressed to
we're there.
Yeah.
You just as predicted.
So Wesley actually he must have looked at this at some point, because I don't think you enter this if you don't really know anything at all. Very curious to see how this goes. The engine seems to suggest bishop c4 is the most precise move. You could try something like knight e3 to take away the option of bishop takes f5 altogether. But I mean, unsurprisingly, this shouldn't equalize. Right. At least not. Immediately. It might be one of those positions where you begin by your computer telling you you're much worse, but if you play very, very precisely by move 25, perhaps white's advantage gets lowered to a point where you are supposed to save the game. But it's very sharp, it's very unusual, and you normally at least hope to completely surprise your opponent with it. I don't know if that actually worked with Wesley because he's playing quite fast so far.
I love the move bishop c4. You do too, Nazi? You want to just play bishop c4, you want a castle, and you say to yourself, look, it's your king on f8.
All of these
what is
things.
Black's compensation for having the king
Well,
on
you
f8?
probably play bishop b6 to begin with to try to at least contest some of these things. Because importantly, if you play knight d5, bishop a5 check is strong. I thought it was bishop takes f2, but bishop takes f2, while it quote-unquote works, is not that great because of king f1 and then bishop takes f6. But queen a5 check...
Where did that come from?
Yeah, but queen a5 check is actually much, much better for Black because e4 is hanging, and after bishop d2, we can actually do it now. And it's much stronger here with the knight not pinned on. Because we have queen c5 check, we have knight takes e4 check if you take, and if king f1, queen c5, white's position begins collapsing. So you can't actually play knight d5. Machine says queen e2, or perhaps bishop b3. And it does give white a solid advantage, unsurprisingly, once again. You shouldn't really be very shocked that the engine prefers white here. But the kinds of lines it shows, like for instance, if you play queen e2, you should be prepared to play something like king d1 or king d2 here. Machine goes king d2.
Wow.
Because otherwise, knight g, like if you take, obviously, just to show this on the board, if you take and allow knight g4 check and the bishop on g5 drops, Black is instantly completely fine.
King d2 looks so crazy. Everyone would play king f1.
Yeah,
I think most people play king f1 or king e2, but yeah, supposedly this is by far the strongest square. I really can't understand why. So yeah, once again, Fabio appears to be, and it's interesting that he's kind of expanding his repertoire in this direction, because I seem to remember in the previous tour, he did that with the Spanish, right?
Yeah.
Every time he played Black, he would play the Ruy Lopez, but he would play a separate small line in it. So that people couldn't prepare.
Yeah.
But now, and sample size is not huge, but he appears to be doing sort of a similar thing in the entirety of the corpus of human openings, you know? Just playing small ideas everywhere.
Pretty impressive.
Bishop c4 chosen by Wesley. I'm expecting Fabi kind of to reappear on our screen there and just blitz something out. I'm assuming bishop b6. There we go.
We have some really nice graphics of GCT tour results. 10 years worth in the case of Wesley So, right? Let's take a look at his decisive
And this is
results.
In all Grand Chess Tour events, but only rapid portions. He has won 30% of the time, lost only 12%, and draw, of course, is the favorite at 57.8.
Fabulous. That is just incredible.
Fantastic.
I am willing to bet that this number will not be bettered, the draw number.
That is just amazing.
I think for the people who have graphics for, 57.8 is probably going to be the highest number.
Yeah.
Well,
there you have it.
I mean, surprising. The loss is higher than the win, slightly.
I think in these rapids, people tended to really perform extremely well or extremely poorly, and you get those
you have just
extremes.
one bad event.
Whereas Wesley, what stands out for me is his just
always solid.
Yeah, he has that maintenance. As opposed to queen e2 and going into those lines.
Bishop b3 was chosen.
Bishop b3, very quickly h6, and it seems to me like Fabi is following theory or preparation.
Yeah, this is probably even still theory. Yeah, 10 games have reached this position. Bishop takes f6 is by far the best move. It's actually evenly split in terms of what people played, but as far as I can ascertain, you are supposed to do this, and then knight d5, the queen drops back to d8. And we get a kind of a strange position, which is, you wouldn't say it's a Sveshnikov, it's more a kind of a weird, you get the, because the bishop is on c5, exactly, I want to say it's maybe a Khan/Paulsen type position, where we played bishop c5 early, and then we managed to play d6 and d5. If Black had the pawn on h7 and castled, I would maybe be preferring Black. But because the king is on f8, that would be probably slightly overstating my predilection for these types of structures. I really like them with Black. I aimed for them with Black in my own practice. But because we had to, there's a bunch of things we had to do to get here. The queen had to waste some time shuffling back and forth. The king, as I mentioned, is not castled. Although g6, king g7 will happen. It's not really a big problem. I think this is entirely playable, even though the engine does give white a slight advantage. The engine goes queen d3, and then perhaps castles long.
Castles instead of knight d5, giving Fabi an option of winning a pawn, which he's captured.
This is still
theory.
Well, I mean, it's not theory; it's practice.
It's
right?
played.
It's really practice,
It's
not
been
theory.
played.
But it's been played, and now knight d5 followed by e5. I think you pretty much always throw this in, because I mean, the queen will be on f5, so why not have a knight on a better square?
Right.
And then, well, your compensation is very obvious. You have this beautiful knight on d5, the king is on f8, you have a very beautiful bishop on b3. So your plan has to be something like you probably throw in c2, c3 to preserve the bishop, to prevent knight d4, and then your plan has to be king h1, f4.
Right.
And black has to find a way to deal with it. Wesley appears to be very impressively booked up for this, actually. I am very, very...
This is a very interesting game to analyze. We should check some.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's go over to the leader. Let's see how Levon's doing against Leinier. I saw he played the French defense again.
Exactly.
He tried that yesterday very successfully against MVL.
And I think he just made at least my screen is telling me he just made a massive mistake. They played this very, very heavily theoretical line of the sort of the main line of the knight f6 French.
Yep.
These days. And this is what black does to make a kind of a forest draw. What you're trying to do here is to achieve pretty much a forest draw, if you remember everything precisely. But he's still blitzing everything out, but the last move the engine doesn't like. So I'm talking about this position where after knight f6, yesterday bishop g5 was chosen against Levon by MVL, and Levon ended up winning that game. e5 is by far the main move these days. Now f4, c5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3. And there are some incredibly interesting positions to look at after bishop e7 or a7, a6. But these days, a lot of people play the French with the intention of going here and making a draw. You probably have to grovel a little bit, but you end up making that draw more often than not in these types of positions where all of this is, I'm kind of blitzing past it because it's extremely well established. Rook b3 to keep the bishop, to keep the queen away. Black went queen h4 check, bishop f2, queen d8, bishop b6. All of this is very, very well established. Once again, I could try to explain the intricacies of this, but first of all, I'm slightly swimming in that material myself, and secondly, we don't have the time.
No.
This is still very, very theoretical. All of this is well known. Queen d4, bishop a3, f5, all played a bunch of times. 7 games up to here. This is also, importantly, this is a line that engines play a great deal. If you look at the practice of, let's say, the TCEC, the Computer Championships, and correspondence games and so on, this is a very popular line in those tournaments. And I think you're supposed to play rook c8 here. As far as I can remember, you're supposed to play rook c8, and then black seems to hold. Whereas after castles, at least initially, f6 seems to be very, very strong.
We already have a capture on f6.
Yeah, but Levon is blitzing, so maybe he knows exactly what he's doing. And currently, castles appears to be very strong. A very quirky move, knight b1, is suggested by the engine. I'm guessing with the idea of rook c3, g3. Ooh. Because you do have to remember that there is constantly some tempi that white can win by removing the rook and attacking the queen on d8.
So the obvious question is, if I take on f6, I'm
if you take on f6 and king h8, suddenly black is completely fine, because the rook will come out to g6. You never give mate this way.
Right.
The way you go about things here is you actually try to land the piece on f6, or you try to win time. Like if you castle, let's say if black plays f5, after rook f3, the threat of knight takes d5, and then simply rook takes a3 is so strong that it says it's completely dead.
+4.
Yeah, +4 on my screen. So it's clearly not f5, it's something else. The engine says maybe rook b8, but then after rook takes f6, this doesn't look attractive to me at all. And this is the risk of this line with black. If you mix something up, and Levon is on 23-41, I am reluctant to suggest he missed something, because he is still playing incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
But honestly, my screen is very heavily suggesting that some mix-up may have happened.
Went wrong.
And in these positions, as you can see, if you do go slightly wrong, you're running tremendous risks.
There's no coming back.
Yeah, like bishop e7, rook f3, you're not even a pawn up. And the position is sort of in ruins. Knight takes d5 is constantly being threatened with e6, look, rook g3 and e6 to follow on. And yes, this looks a bit weird and shaky, but there is no way to exploit it. There is nothing that can attack the rook on c7. And yeah, well, currently on my screen, if after castles...
Leinier was also playing really fast until that move castle, which is the question mark move. So
stopped.
maybe Leinier is aware that Levon mixed up some prep. And he can find all these best moves. I mean, castle is very natural.
It is very natural. You can also, as I mentioned, you can also start with knight b1 with the intention of, if bishop e7, rook c3 just wins the game on the spot, as mentioned, because now rook g3 and df will happen very, very quickly. So after knight b1, the machine suggests the only thing that doesn't lose immediately is the move rook bishop c1.
Wow.
And after castles, you can take, and play bishop h6.
How did that happen?
And
Such artificial
you're
chess.
still worse. But at least the bishop got to g7, and maybe you can sort of hang on because at least your king has some defenders. But castles appears to be much stronger, as long as it's not ef6, basically. As long as you don't play ef6,
and
you should
allow
be much
king
better
h8.
here.
Wow, thank you for that, Peter. That bishop c1, that is really.
What position we have?
How did that happen?
Incredible.
Let's go around the
Let's
stage.
check with
Where would you
the
like it
world
to
champion.
go?
Let's see how he's doing. He's currently sharing third place.
Against Sam Shankland.
Sam Shankland against Gukesh. We
This
also
looks
have
like a Philidor.
Oh yeah, it is Philidor with an early g4. Ambitious by Sam.
Well, rook g1. That is definitely off the beaten track. This looks like Sam Shankland home cooked meal coming up. c7, c6, g2, g4, h6, bishop e3, b5 in the Philidor. One of the great flexible points of the Philidor is our knight's not stuck on c6.
Yes.
It's defending on d7. There's no bishop b5, so we do get this flexible c6, b5 options. a3, I'm going to get Peter to jump in on this one because
This is
as
so
far
far
as I know,
fantastic for Sam.
Yeah.
Rook g1 is not new. It's kind of it's an evolution because obviously the main move in this position for, I'm guessing, centuries has been bishop c4. And then Alexei Shirov in particular introduced the idea of just giving it up with the move g4, which is not bad at all. But it's now very heavily theoretical. People understood you have to treat it with respect, and people sort of know how to react with black. And then sort of the final form of this idea was the move rook g1, saying, I am so far advanced in the center, like my control in the center is so great that I can actually prepare g4, g5 by playing rook g1 on move 5 in a seemingly completely normal opening. And if we get to the position we have on the screen right now, even a quiet f2, f3 is very strong, but f4 is crushing.
Crushing.
Because knight e4, knight takes e6, the engine thinks black is completely busted. It's maybe not immediately obvious just how bad the position is, but I don't think it's a surprise that it's bad in general. You're not even a pawn up. Your only real move is a7, a6. And okay, the engine says you can actually play bishop d4, queen takes e6, long castles, and white is winning because there's no saving this knight. And like, it just looks like a really horrible Sicilian, right?
Right.
Just look,
except
especially now. Yeah, but it's
it's a horrible.
Yeah, but honestly, even if I just play knight d4,
or knight,
this is +2 as well.
Yeah.
Now this is like a really horrible knight.
Yeah.
I will castle long next move.
Yeah,
so
you're missing
after
e6.
f4, you're kind of supposed to play knight c4.
However,
But then after bishop c4, bc4, and I mean, you can castle, you can play knight f5, you can play queen e2, you can play h3. I mean, g4 is sort of hanging. But white is just massively better because like we have everything
on the board.
Yeah.
F4 as you predicted. Peter.
So Sam is very close to actually doing what we were. I mean, we were not joking exactly, but it was slightly tongue-in-cheek. You know how great it would be to come back from none for 3 by beating the world champion.
Yeah.
But this is as good of a chance as he will get.
Yeah.
He is basically winning by move 11.
Yeah,
which is not something you get very often out of the opening.
Definitely not against the world champion. I'm just going to say that for Gukesh, with black, he did play the Caro-Kann. He was okay out of the Caro-Kann, but then he erred, right, with that move a7, a6, and it was downhill. Right now, it seems like he has not met rook g1 very well.
So in a way, is he taking same approach as Fabi, just trying all kinds of different openings that
mixing up his repertoire,
just to throw his opponents off.
You mixed up the repertoire so well, you get mixed up yourself.
Exactly. It can happen.
Yeah,
it can happen. Let's take a look at Gukesh's winning rate so far in the Grandchester events across all formats.
All right.
In Rapid, he's done very well. We saw in Croatia, he won like 7 out of 7, 38.9%.
But he slipped in the Blitz.
He did. In Blitz, it's 27.8. In Classical, not so great. It's, well, 7.4, a lot of draws.
Yeah, a lot of draws there. as we see. Those are on all the formats, and that's the Grand Chess Tour events only, as Gukesh is on the back foot after f4 because knight c4 just feels, what a
but everything else, other options are worse.
Yeah.
Knight c4 is an incredibly unattractive prospect to
exactly
to even think about, but you might have to.
What was his?
ED4 is a mistake.
Yeah,
you have to continue preserving the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, don't you in these positions usually play bishop b7, a7, a6?
Yeah.
Bishop e7.
I wouldn't say it's very attractive because g5 at some point will happen and the files will start getting opened up on the king side. But ed4 clearly was connected to a miscalculation, and he is now in trouble.
He must have felt that he was ready to play knight takes g4. Something got messed up in the files. Where
Yes,
are
sir,
we going?
you've played Pirk before. Have you ever played the Philidor?
Yes, I used to love to play the Philidor, but I never played it in these.
Didn't face g4?
Nobody played g4. Everybody played bishop c4 against me, and
classical
a4.
chess, right?
Yeah. And then what I was doing was again, they were not playing rook g1. We're playing bishop c4. So bishop c, all my games basically went somehow like this, and they would commit themselves early with castles. I would play c6, everybody would play a4, and then they would kind of go into some kind of a think around here, and they would play a move like rook e1.
You were...
Yes.
You were one of those people, yeah?
Yeah, I was one of the early Vladimir Kramnik adoptees. Boom! g5, and then knight f8, knight g6. And that was my routine, and it was remarkably effective.
I'm guessing for open tournaments, this score is 100%.
I know, it was just so great. It was just so great. People were playing a5, a6 against me because they just didn't even know what they were supposed to do anymore.
And shockingly, this is actually not that bad.
Yeah.
People have been doing this quite seriously these days, and I think it has a special name even. But,
But by the way, we do have knight c4, but Peter,
I wanted to move away because we still have some games we haven't really touched. This is a game between what we were billing as a kind of a hidden leader of the tour, MVL, who is on 20, but with an event to spare if you look at the GST standings. This is his game with white against Liem, which began its life as the 3 bishop c5 Spanish, a line which is not very popular. I think the critical response is the move c2, c3, where if you really want to go crazy, you're kind of supposed to play f5, but that is massively risky if you, not really recommended, I would say. Castles, though, does allow black to play knight d4, which leads to positions which you normally get from the anti-Berlins. Like if you play, how do we get here? Hang on a second. No, not castles, obviously. d3, bishop c5, castles, knight d4. So this is how you get this structure normally. The difference, of course, being that the pawn is on d2 here. So we get to play c3 and d4 in one tempo, not d3, of course. We play d4. This is still not panic stations, but it's an improvement for white compared, because the knight will go to f6 anyway. So compared to those anti-Berlin positions, we're just a full tempo up with white. Liem played c6, bishop e2, d6, knight a3, all very logical, knight f6, knight c4. In this position, you could maybe make an argument for bishop c7. What the engine really suggests you should play is knight takes e4. You will have to return it. Obviously, the white has a number of ways to win the pawn back. But the resulting positions are probably okay adjacent. Let's put it like this. Maybe not exactly okay, but okay adjacent. Instead, Liem played e takes d4. I'm guessing maybe missing the move bishop f3, because it's a very clever idea of recapturing on d4 without giving black a chance to win the pawn on d4 here. He castled, white took on b6, queen takes b6, c takes d4. This is obviously a very, very pleasant position for white, especially for us, two bishop aficionados. Yeah. And Liem tried to kind of immediately change the course of the game by playing d5, e5, knight e4, which is maybe understandable, but regrettably, F2, that didn't happen. Yeah. F3 is happening so quickly that the knight gets kicked away very, very fast. He played h6, MVL played f3, bishop knight g5. And here, b3 is being criticized by the engine. White is still better, but giving black time to play bishop f5 and knight e6 is maybe not ideal. The engine was suggesting simply playing f4, knight e4, and f5, and going kind of for mate. And I'm honestly kind of shocked MVL hasn't done this, because I think it's very much up his alley. Very direct play against the black king. It's also very, very strong. You don't even need to, we didn't even need to sacrifice anything for it. It's a massive advantage for white. Now after b3, if if Liem plays bishop f5 or even a7, a5. It's just that we slow down our own attack on the king side. And also, the reason, for instance, after a5, black is sort of surviving is our previous plan now allows knight c3.
Right.
Which wasn't an option at all previously. The square was completely unavailable to this knight. So b3 is a relief for Liem.
Thank you, Peter. Tell me, Nazi, how MVL does in his decisive across
He's also
all
played a lot of
formats.
Grand Tour events.
Yes, he has.
And no surprise, Blitz is his best at 42.1% success rate, Rapid 32.9, and Classical 15.9, which is also pretty high.
Very high, 42% in Blitz. I know he's done so well.
I want to update the audience. We need to go back to the leaders. I saw the Leinier took
he didn't
12-minute think, and then he played e takes f, the only move that was not giving him the advantage.
And the one that Peter warned us about, if we capture with the pawn, then after the move king h8, the king is actually remarkably safe on h8, the diagonal shut, and rook g8. Sorry.
No, I was waiting for the board to show up so we can.
Oh, because I was making these beautiful arrows. The first time I get them right.
I was enjoying them, but the
Thank you
audience
very
couldn't see it yet.
The point is now you'd almost like to take this pawn away from f6. The king on h8 is perfectly safe, and the rook is going to go to g8. Maybe this bishop even can come backwards to f8. In the meanwhile, Black has got the center, Black's got bishop, so nothing's.
I'm beginning to think this could be a
F6
continuation of what we saw yesterday, because, like, long term, if Leinier doesn't find a way to shake what's going on, what's happening on the boards in some way, strategically Black is now better. The two bishops, the rook on g8 and
g6,
eventually on g6, will cover the king side very, very sufficiently. The onion still sort of equalized by playing castles. Rook g8 now is... but yeah, the moves you have to make are very, very tricky now, because like allowing bishop d6 is going to be very risky. The engine says queen e5 might be the only way to play, just to stop the bishop from landing there, and perhaps trying to kind of unpin yourself to reconnect your pieces in a different way. And this is around equality. If you play rook b8, which I guess is aimed at stopping precisely that,
right.
White still sort of survives after rook f3 and rook g8, knight takes d5, and this somehow works out, because once again this tactic is pretty much always available. But yeah, ef6 is a massive miss, and I am very curious to talk to Levon about what happened there, because I really don't think my screen was lying to me, not in this particular instance.
And here's where these two are in the standings. As you can see, Levon is in the clear first with a perfect score. Leinier is sure in fifth. He's right in the middle.
Right.
At 50%.
Yeah.
Yes, he needs a win. I mean, Levon's happy with any result besides losing, but if he wins, he's really going to extend his lead even more.
Absolutely. The final game that we have not looked at is the game between Nodirbek and Grigoriy Oparin. Interesting, g2, g3. Who can we give the credit for this?
You're asking the wrong person. We have Peter here.
In this position, nobody, I would say. Like g3 in the four knights, with the inclusion of knight c3 and knight f6. Igor Glek, I think, was one of the early proponents of it. And then many people have kind of joined the fray. I mean, there was a period when Kramnik was playing it quite seriously, I think. The usual Kramnik mention early in the show. But g3 here, I'm guessing the intention is to play knight f6, d3, and play some sort of a King's Indian attack with colors reversed. But Grigoriy said, no, I'm not interested. And then we got, d4, e4, knight g7, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight e2. This is now basically a perk, right?
Yeah.
It pretty much is a pure perk where white played g3 systems against it. And we have a kind of a typical position on the board by move 13, where honestly, I'm not in love with what Nodirbek is doing, because compared to, not the perk in modern, right? Because the knight is not on f6, which is very relevant, because you do have play connected with f5 in some positions, which might be very useful to Black.
Yeah.
I think Black is completely fine, frankly, and perk players unite. I misspent my youth playing the opening, and if I got positions like this every day, I would still be playing it.
Show me a chess player who plays the perk very well, and I'll show you a misspent youth. Yes, but speaking of misspent youth, even though you're saying that you kind of think Grigoriy's done okay, the move rook b8,
Yeah, I don't
That's
know.
a mystifying move.
I'm not sure what. Actually, first line.
Really?
But connected with a different idea. The engine does try to play a6 and b5, which is very normal for these types of positions. Rook b8 connected with the idea of playing b6 and bishop b7. He should have been worse here, but the reaction by Nodirbek is not really that great. I think bishop b3, h3, and f4 belongs in a different position. Like the engine says, maybe even immediately knight g5 and put the knight on d4. You know,
Makes sense.
You have the rook lifts, you have rook e1, bishop g5 ideas.
Rook b8 being a top move.
No, rook b8 rook b8 being a top move I can understand because you do want b5 counterplay.
Right.
But rook b8 connected with b6 cannot really be the way to play this, I don't think.
Remarkable. I want to jump back to the game of Leinier for just a moment because I have been told
He's done
he is
his
gone.
last 5 minutes.
Oh my goodness. Now we know that Leinier is a thinker and it's not unusual for him to be in time trouble after only a dozen moves. But this is a little excessive because it's such a topical line.
It is, and all his time was spent on the last 2 moves, just e takes f and castle. Until then, he had 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Levon is still blitzing, so he has plenty of time. And as Peter already showed us, computer already doesn't like white's position so much. It says it's equal, but if white plays all the right moves.
That it's up to white suddenly to try to maintain an equality. And this idea of rook g8, just fortifying the black king, putting the rook in front of the king, rook to g6, maybe playing bishop to d6 is a sudden possibility. And again, from a strategic point of view, black does possess the center. So I kind of like, I prefer black, yeah.
Black's position just makes a little bit more sense right now because we have bishop on b6, rook on c7, and we can't use it.
Whoa, rook
What's the move?
c8.
And Levon played rook c8, a move
That's a surprise.
that wasn't really.
I was
Suggested.
thinking on rook a7, he wants to just go queen b6, right? And bishop c5. I think that's his idea.
Rook a7 with the
He's not going to
discovery.
play queen e8.
And
Yes.
a6 is hanging, but queen takes b6 is rather nice. And suddenly we win the queen back after bishop c5 check. And
The
wait a minute, just
c-file
a second.
control.
The reason I'm not completely running away, the problem is the pawn on f6 lives, which always means I have a checkmate. So for example,
still gonna
rook
go for it.
here, rook takes c2, rook takes f7 is a little bit awkward.
Very nice, yes.
Ooh,
King
this
should
isn't
be on
what
g8, right?
this isn't what you had bargained for when you went for this. So Peter, jump in on this one. Rook to c8. Good move?
Decent move, not
Decent.
really, yeah, not the best, not the worst move,
most
but
accurate.
on the same level as rook g8 and rook b8.
Okay.
The engine once again suggests queen e5.
Really?
I'm assuming the endgames we were just discussing are probably a draw with best play. The engine goes rook f3, rook d7, rook c3 doesn't like because obviously black is not obliged to blunder rook takes f7.
Right.
Something like h5 with king h7, king g6 coming out is horrendous for white apparently. Because your counterplay runs out and your queen side is extremely vulnerable, and f6 eventually, once the king gets to g6, this basically is doomed.
No, that's true of you.
Yeah, and shockingly, it's not even king g8. King g8 is strong, but king h7 is actually just winning.
Wow.
Because I get here, and then with the f-pawn
yeah.
fully
Taking all the
secured,
pawns.
I begin collecting everything on the other side of the board. But,
Wow.
but if you play rook f3 here, I think you're surviving probably.
Okay.
But it's not very enjoyable. And if you want to try and keep queens on the board, you have the option of queen e5 and then bishop c7. And then rook f3, let's say rook g8, and something like knight e2. But honestly, on 2 minutes, which it's not 2 yet, but it will in a moment. Knowing Leinier.
It will be 2.
Yeah, knowing Leinier, it will be 2 minutes in a moment. I think maybe you actually go for simplifications. Because you kind of mistrust your handling of the clock and the position here. Because here, once again, with the two bishops,
He's keeping the queens on the
there's
board.
no queen f4, which
No
is similar but
queen.
not queen e5. Yeah. And now rook g8 is very strong.
Now rook g8.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the difference is, but it really dislikes queen f4. It liked queen e5 much better.
I thought the queen e5, queen f4 actually was kind of nicely tricky.
Yes, it is, right?
It felt. The funny part is.
If you take on c7 right now, rook c7,
Okay, sorry, I'm going to go
you take
queen
bishop
f4.
takes c7, right? And then we kind of transpose into the position Peter was showing us.
How do we transpose?
Queen a8.
Yes. and then we were going to go...
The bishop even goes to e5. I think this is why he chose queen f4 over queen e5. He wanted to have the option of putting the bishop on a very beautiful square.
Something like this would be more or less the maximum white could achieve, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. But the issue, I think I figured out what the issue is.
Okay.
If you play rook g8 in this position,
Yep.
with the queen on e5, let's just look at this. I'll just say that with the queen on e5 here, white goes rook b7, and white is doing quite well.
It's because protecting the knight on
Yeah, because the knight is not hanging. And you get time to rework your pieces onto good squares. Whereas with the queen on e4, if you go rook b7 here, rook b7 here for one.
Yeah.
Queen e8, and the position starts collapsing because e6, e5 is now a threat. Your pieces are just not where they should be, and they're not going to get there, even more importantly. Bishop d4 loses to something. Let's check exactly.
Was played. Best move found by Levon very quickly as well, putting more pressure on Leinier's clock.
King h1. Quick answer by Leinier. King h1.
But now after rook takes c7, you're much worse.
Because?
Just rook c7, bishop c7, queen a8, and the threat of d5, d4 is already very unpleasant. Like, you're not going to be in time to block the central advances.
Strange, right? We have the pawn on f6. We should be the one threatening mates.
But we're
Why
not.
is black pawn attacking the king?
We absolutely are. And no, this is trouble for Leinier. So once again, I really don't know what happened there. Maybe it was a bluff. Maybe Levon mixed something up. But he is in a very good spot here to go 8 out of 8.
Yeah.
He really is, and time is ticking down also for Leinier. Should we check how world champion is doing, if Sam Shankland is maintaining his advantage?
When we left it, Sam, who had a terrible, rough day one, looks to snap back with a victory against the world champion. When we left it, he was in good shape. He played the move knight f5. That looks like a very good move. We're looking mainly, I think, at queen e2, which had a double purpose move. Defend g4, kind of intimate that c4 might be captured as well. But Sam jumped in, knight f5.
Knight f5 is one of the better moves in the position.
Also?
Bishop d4, black played bishop e6. Here the engine suggests instead of e4, e5, just simply going knight f5 with e3, and then pushing with f5, and the position collapses. It's horrible. It's horrible. It's like +2.5. But e5 is also pretty decent. e5 looks like it wins by force, but there is this nice geometrical idea of playing queen b6, hitting the rook on g1, which means that we're not winning just yet.
Right.
Bishop d4, queen a5. And I mean, it's time finally to play long castles, and it's once again +3. I don't know what happened there. After bishop d4, you were supposed to play c6, c5, the machine says, because at least now we're stopping the castling because b2 is hanging.
Right.
You're still in tremendous amount of trouble after rook d1, of course, which is no shock.
Yeah.
This is ruins, basically, like it's completely ruins. But queen a5, I'm assuming Sam castles now because bishop takes a3, like you need to make sure you don't blunder some mate, but after knight takes g7, the black position collapses much faster than the white position, even registers a threat.
Instead of bishop a3, is there rook b2 option?
Rook b2, I think we can... Yeah, but I'm kind of giving mate on the other side faster, yeah? The engine says you do this, and this attack is now gone, and I will play rook g1, f4, f5, I'm running out of words here to describe just how hopeless this is. You have this very cute move, rook b3, which only loses to like 3 things. Everything else probably loses. Everything else loses maybe to 5 things. It only loses to like 3 things. Knight b1 being one of them.
Knight b1
just don't allow the perpetual. But after knight b1, now there is no more checks, and I will go rook g1 next. And at the very least, I will win this bishop on a6 by playing f5. So if you don't play long castles, the game maybe slightly restarts. The second best move is rook g3. Which is honestly not that obvious. Not that obvious. Like it's not your first thought.
Right.
I mean, it does defend the third rank.
Yeah, it's a very useful move for the future. It doesn't throw anything away. But obviously, and Sam is on 8 minutes, which is quite a lot of time here. Basically, you know that the correct move probably is long castles, as long as it doesn't blunder some tactics on the queen side. So you absolutely begin by trying to calculate long castles. And the calculations there don't appear to be unmanageable. Okay. And Sam is really one of the cleanest calculators around. He's worked very, very hard on his sort of puzzle solving and just general calculating ability.
Absolutely, but the only thing is that because he started with 3 zeros...
there it is.
The confidence.
There
it is. Yeah, long castles played onto the board. Right. He should be good from here. Obviously, I don't want any jinx, but So far, this is a very nicely played game by Shankland.
I love your word ruins.
Let's look at bishop a3 again.
Yeah, well, I was thinking queen takes a3.
Sure.
I just wanted to say queen takes a3.
Knight takes g7, though.
Knight takes...
Oh, you lose the queen right away.
I mean, I had to show the checkmate, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you know, like, but...
Yeah, we begin by showing this, but then we show g7.
But then the bad news is the bishop's overworked. It needs to defend g7, but it also needs to protect our queen. If we step in front of the diagonal...
I can go ba3 here. I probably have mate in 3 with checks.
As well.
But I'm going ba3.
But, okay, we do have castles on the board. And sorry, you were about to say bishop a3.
Bishop a3, knight g7 was the move,
I guess you go king f8.
Yep.
But then simply I think knight e6, f6, and I will play knight b1.
Yes, that was the move
I think that's the
wanted
problem.
to say.
And
defending b2.
It's beautiful, right?
And I'm also threatening g4, g5 in the end there. I'm not even picking up all of those weak pawns. I'm winning pieces in the end.
Yeah, queen takes, rook takes,
And
the
we're
bishop
already
drops.
up a piece.
Yeah, and
No,
just go
we're
g5.
not.
And now we will be
Now we'll
g5.
And g1 is even protected. You can't even try rook g8 because I will just go g takes f6.
Well, I tell you, I mean, Sam will not like his start, but if he does win this game, a lot of the mollified.
Yes, he will feel much
feeling
better, of course.
A lot better about himself.
Meantime, should we go
Yes.
back to the leaders game?
Lots of swings there.
Yeah, Leinier looks to be back in the game, not worse anymore.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
But his
whoa,
clock
what
time
happened?
is still really, really bad.
So king h1, rook takes c7, bishop takes c7. Not queen a8, queen
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 f8.
f8 is also okay, but his next move is very strange. Having played queen f8, why do you go to a8 now?
Kind of wasted a tempo.
Yeah, queen c5 was much, much stronger.
And
Queen c5
much
here, bishop
more
e5, bishop c6.
Bishop e5, defending the knight, of course.
Bishop c6,
And
reintroducing the idea of d5, d4. And white is still struggling quite a lot. Bishop d4, queen c4. The engine really dislikes this for white. It's really, really dangerous.
But we have more.
Instead of that, he's gone queen a8, one move too late.
And then
And
the
now
rooks
white
came
is
up.
actually better. It's not even equal anymore. It's actually white is better because queen
This pawn
h6
lives.
queen h6 is a threat.
G2 is no longer a problem.
Yeah.
That's very, very important. The desirable d5, d4. There's no queen takes g2, checkmate.
Bishop f8, only thing that stops white from actually delivering mate on the king side, because queen h6 is a winning threat. We also locked
Right.
out our own queen on a8 from all the squares it wanted
yes,
to be on.
yes. So bishop f8 basically
Yeah, and now
forced.
bishop d6. And we get rid of the bishop pair, and the king on h8 is very unsafe.
By the way,
This is trouble for black.
Yeah.
I mean, every
Pawn on
French
f6 remains.
every French player has one nightmarish dream that they will be stuck in some ending with a light square bishop,
For the rest of the game.
and
yeah.
it will not be pretty. And there's no saving it either. I mean, that's the nightmare. But if bishop f8, bishop d6,
Well, he has
what a
to play.
strange series of turnarounds.
Very strange, yeah. I really,
Levon and
the
Leinier have.
queen f8 followed by queen a8 is very difficult for me to explain.
And by the way, do you have a decisive format graph for these two players? Because I know that they've played a lot of games with each other. Levon has been a Grand Chess Tour player.
We'll see if we have that, but I was
Okay.
going to say that this is also very good news for Leinier because it's simplifying the position after bishop f8 and bishop d6.
Because of his time.
Will be much easier to play exactly with
And
less
just a
than 2
brief
minutes.
roundup elsewhere, MVL is back to being completely winning against Liem. The game between Nodirbek and Grigoriy Oparin is sharpening up nicely. We'll get there. We're still watching this. This is by far the most important game.
Bishop
Yeah,
f8
bishop f8
played.
found, but there was no real choice.
And we expecting bishop d6.
Quick
And
play.
also bishop to d6. Yeah. Once again?
I have your graph.
All right. Ask and ye shall receive. Okay, tell me about Leinier.
Right, so in Rapid, his winning rate is 18.1%. In Blitz, very nice, 22.2%. And in Classical, also not bad, 14.3%.
Solid. And again, we are
Rapid.
talking about a world champion in Blitz. A former world champion, I mean, Leinier. And,
In comparison to Levon, let's see how that is. Wow.
wow,
Levon's Rapid and
Levon.
Blitz is above 30%. That's fantastic.
My goodness.
Classical is quite similar to Leinier's,
Yeah.
15.9%.
30. Impressive. But bishop d6, and Levon is now thinking, wait a minute. Why do I feel like I'm the one on the back foot?
It's because of that French bishop.
And there's no rooks on the board. Again, if black had a rook on g8, the move d5, d4 would come with alacrity. Nope. Now it doesn't work at all.
So in a couple of moves, where should Leinier's knight be? Because it's not doing anything on c3.
Ideally e5.
Yeah, e5 would be a dream, but even d4 is quite good.
That takes a long
yeah.
time, right?
Yeah, we 1, 2.
That's already an improvement, and then 2 more.
4. It takes 4. So sometimes, usually
g5 could be good,
yeah,
depending
exactly.
on where the queen is, right?
So sometimes you get to go knight e4, knight g5 because of specific tactical reasons. But the problem is we're trading off the dark square bishops, and then you have to, Levon has to ask himself, where's my counterplay? I would love as black to go queen takes a2, right?
Yes.
But wait a minute, you can't go too far because there's a pawn on f6.
Right.
Who's going to defend your king if your queen's out there wandering on a... So it's not like your queen's going to run away. Peter, this is not
This is very
looking
unpleasant,
good
but I want to go back
yeah.
to the World Champions game.
Please.
Because rook takes b2 has been played, and we are now very fast approaching positions where there will be actual solutions which will lead to positions you can no longer mistreat. Bishop f6 is not the only winning move. You can actually
That's strange.
make it in a different order, and the threats in the center are still so strong that the best the computer can suggest is bishop c7, allowing king takes b2 and going gf. But you're still completely lost here after f5, king a2, knight e4. But this is like compared to the position we were showing earlier, this is an improvement. This is completely lost.
This one I would like for white. That knight, but bishop, start with bishop f6. Everybody starts with bishop
But
f6.
it's also simple to play knight g7 and just take the rook on b2, isn't it?
Knight g7, yes,
Yes.
but it allowed the king actually gets out of the center.
So no longer
The king gets to
checkmated.
g8, and then the second rook comes to b8. And interestingly, the only move here that gives white any advantage is knight b1. You probably played, it's not that difficult, but the point is we are now to single solutions. Whereas in many of the previous positions we were looking at, you had a wide choice of very pleasant things. Whereas here, you absolutely have to play knight b1, and it's not even king a1, because king a1, c3, you lost.
Mate is
Because
coming.
bishop takes e3, knight e4, you start looking at this kind of dragon type things.
Yes.
We've all enjoyed these types of diagrams out of Najdorfs. Oh, sorry, out of dragons. So it's specifically king c1. And yes, white is still better quite a bit because, I mean, there's no pawn on g6. We can start playing g4, g5. We have our own play. You probably maybe even still win from here, but you want a cleaner solution. And I think if you look for a cleaner solution, bishop f6, knight d6 is actually it. 6 against 3 minutes for Sam. He still has time to work this out. I think we probably stay with this one at least until his next decision, because this is maybe a very important one.
What would be your choice, Yasser?
Bishop f6 in an instant.
And knight d6, right?
And
It's all
knight
forcing
d6.
easy to calculate, yes.
Yeah, that makes... and the thing for me is I always look at forcing moves first. So the most forcing moves in my understanding is checks. And the second most forcing moves are captures. So I'm looking at where are the captures? Knight takes g7, as you said.
Plus, it's also a check. So
It's
that's
also
why-
a check. So
that's
like
my first move. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like the first thing you look at. Bishop takes f6 is like the next thing, and then knight d6 check. And in my mind, I think that the rook on b2 is actually even, I want to say, a bad piece.
Because it's protecting the king in a way.
Well, in
It's
a
blocking
sense,
the queen a3
yeah,
check, right?
it's
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
stopping queen a3.
I
Thanks
think
to
the only
queen
reason you
d8,
might not play this is you find rook b3 and you get spooked.
True. Rook b3.
But honestly,
if you see knight b1, just
yeah.
one more move.
Yeah,
then
bishop
you're
takes
good.
f6 played. Yeah, I think he'll get there.
He looks confident. You can see
Yeah.
Sam.
As I mentioned, he is very, very good at direct calculating, and he should get there all the way there.
And for those of you who are joining us late, welcome, welcome. We are looking at a game of Sam Shankland, who started day one terribly.
Wait, is he looking for rook g1?
And he is up against the world champion Gukesh, and he is
Rook g1 is even stronger, actually. Rook g1 is, yeah.
rook
'Cause I saw-
e1, rook ge1.
Yeah, I saw him reaching for a rook, and I got spooked there for a second, but it's actually even a cleaner move than knight d6 check.
You're threatening queen d7 mate.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and Sam Shankland, he has come well prepared, caught the world champion in a Villador, and currently has a winning position, and he's played the move rook h1, de1.
Threatening mate in one.
Mate in one.
He's very close to winning this game. And just to update the audience, there was a draw between Wesley and Fabiano Caruana.
I wanted to go to that game for the
We-
longest
we
time.
had
We got caught.
Too many exciting games.
Sam stole our show. We couldn't.
Let's stay with this one because
Exactly.
it can end very quickly.
Yeah, handshake is
Exactly.
not far away here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny this you give yourself room, but only one square. The knight
Knight.
beautifully.
Great job.
Yeah, and you get the old Bobby Fischer back rank mate routine. King on e7, king, and the e7 and g7 square nicely covered by the knight. Checkmate.
How does black even avoid getting mated right now?
Rook b7.
Rook b7.
But then we finally go knight d6 check, and we get the position we wanted to get, but rook b3 is no longer even something we need to consider.
Which means that rook he1, rook g1 to e1 was a great move.
Very
right?
clean solution, yeah.
Very,
Black
very
can play
nice.
queen c7, but yeah, I mean, we just go f5. And
96 on the board. Captured. Playing fast, and now I think Sam's just going to be up piece, but
Queen
he
b6.
played queen b6.
queen b6.
Still wanting
Okay,
some counter.
Trying to play queen b2
one
and-
cheapo left in the position, right?
Rook d7 coming.
The final act of defiance. Can we take
I
on
want to
e6?
take on e6 so badly.
Probably wins, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It should, right? King
Yeah,
F-
because if rook e7, we just go queen c8, queen
Right.
takes h8.
and we're
it's-
not afraid of queen e3
We are
check.
a little bit afraid of queen e3 check there.
Rook We are. There's rook b7.
There's rook
coming.
b7 there, yeah. Maybe we look for something cleaner.
Okay, look for something clear. We were here, just a second. So we understand rook b2, pardon me, queen b2 check is like
The way to
only
throw
source.
much of it away
Knight
would be to
A4.
play knight a4. I wanted
I
to
was
go knight
calculating
a4, but
knight
queen b1,
A4.
queen takes d1, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Ah, that's not what we bargained for.
Yeah.
No, we want something. Okay, one more look. Let's have a quick look at this. Rook takes, pawn takes, queen takes, rook here.
Rook e7.
Can we
Just take the pawn f6.
munch a pawn?
Queen e3 check.
I've defended the knight, so
it's gonna
that's
run to the
actually
corner.
that's actually decent that I've actually got that guy.
So maybe instead of the check, I would play rook f8.
Okay.
Queen g6 is unpleasant, but I'll
Okay.
just cover the rook. f8, yeah.
All right.
There has to be something very simple. I think it's maybe even just simply rook d1, d2 in the current position, Frank.
Okay, in the current position.
Just play rook d2, because we like, if the queen departs from b6, queen d8 check is going to be a bit of a threat in every single position, right?
And black's king is still tethered into the center, right?
He's taking on
He's
e6.
going rook e6, yeah.
And according to the Valbar, it's still winning.
It's correct, yeah. But
It
pretty
feels
much-
right, but what's the is taking the rook? Is that the
I think
Yes,
we
we
just
can
clicked too
actually
early.
allow that line. We take on h8, after queen e3 we go king b2, king a2, and the rook on b7 will be
He's
hanging
done
in
it.
the end, yeah.
Exactly.
He's done it. He's going for the line. There's the
taking the
rook.
rook.
There's no choice. You got to go after the knight now,
Yeah.
right?
If not rook b7, you resign, so
Yeah.
king a2, queen takes e3, queen h7, and
But
By
at
the way,
the
I
end,
think-
don't we lose the d1 rook?
I think we give mate. I don't think it's about winning
Oh,
the
we're
rook.
not
I think
taking
we
the
actually
rook.
just giving
I was
mate.
going to play queen h7 check here and
Yeah.
pick up the rook on b7, but that might not be winning because after queen c2, black takes our rook as well. So
I
we're
think we go
playing
queen
for a
g8.
mate.
Yeah, I think we go queen g8. We're being told by production that rook d2 in the current position is the cleanest solution. I don't know
Allowing
how.
queen c3.
Queen h7, and then we give mate. And he's played.
He's
rook-
played rook to
Nice.
d2.
Nicely done.
Very precise. Now queen f4
Nicely
played.
done.
Where is the mate?
Well, do I need it anymore? I mean,
Yeah, knight is
something
safe
like
now.
knight d1, just or knight b1, just covering. But hold on, I should.
Let's give a check, right?
Yeah,
Queen
right.
h7.
Queen h7 check, queen
It's
f5.
very useful.
No, yeah, I,
I
do
always
have
have
knight
knight
d1.
d1.
I always have knight d1. So check, king.
Shockingly, only 2 moves win in this position because the threat is rook e1, and if knight d1, rook takes d1, and queen f1 mate.
Ooh.
Definitely missed that.
So if I have played h3, this is where.
Yeah, this
Where-
is where
where-
things
Instead
go
of queen
pear-shaped.
h7,
Yeah.
take
Yeah,
one move
pardon
back.
me. If I go h3, this is where I get the cold shower treatment. Ooh, that is so.
So easy to miss that.
Oh, that is so nasty. He's reaching first queen. He's
Yeah,
gotta
but
play
he is.
queen.
Yeah, you never play h3. You always
No,
bring
of course,
queen
of
back
course.
into the game. Yeah.
And so we're expecting queen f5,
Yeah,
which
queen f5 wins,
defends f1, by the way.
Luckily it does, yes. Even if you don't see the mate, it works.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
That was a lot closer than we expected, right? Because
Yes.
it seemed like he should be winning with any move, but it's not any move.
It's
This
not
is
any
winning,
move.
and also queen d8 was winning to meet rook e1 check with king b2.
Yes, and your
Not
rook is
91 at all.
Yeah, your rook is
So
protected.
those were the two winning options, and he found.
But this is
he
the
found
cleanest,
one of them.
yeah.
Yeah, this is very easy now. It's just an extra piece.
Woo! A little
was
heart
fun.
palpitation going on there. Wow, queen f1 mate.
Yeah. And there's now just one pawn for the knight, which is of course not enough. It's also a double pawn. Black king is still very weak. Endgame is lost. Keeping the queens doesn't favor black either.
Yeah.
Sam should convert this very easily.
I think so as well. If you don't mind, I'm going to say Gukesh is losing or lost. I just want to check in on the Leinier.
It's around equal now. He did not.
But it is the queen and knight versus queen and bishop where we think.
Yeah, but the
this
knight is
the
not
good-
where we wanted it, right?
No.
And the queen is now on g6, protecting against all of the threats. This is around equality.
But really, wouldn't you like the potential that white has in this position?
Yeah, I think if you have to pick a side, you pretty much always pick white.
Yeah.
But objectively, the worst is behind Levon here.
Okay,
Would have been
Levon has just played the move h5, which doesn't that just kind of like fix the queen now? Now the queen is tethered like completely.
Maybe
can't
bishop
move.
e2 g4 is something he is perhaps considering in some sort of a
Okay.
future.
Also,
So how
our
do we get our
knight
knight?
cannot maneuver because then queen g4 comes, which is unpleasant.
Massive turnaround. We'll stick with this, but I will just say that Nodirbek was much worse against Grigoriy Oparin and is now winning.
Wow, massive.
Over the course of
turnaround
the
there.
last about 3 or 4 moves, Grigoriy went from being much better to being basically lost by missing a very
If
cute
Should we
you-
check how MVL is? Then?
Yes, if you don't mind, I'm going to just check in on MVL versus Liam Lee. Is
Liam's
clock
down
time?
to his last 50 seconds, while MVL has plenty of time
Well,
and two bishops.
And an extra pawn.
Oh, extra pawn
and
as
an
well.
extra pawn. Yeah, you should be winning this.
This is
as
just
well.
technical conversion, right?
I'm going to go back to the Sam Shankland game.
He's up
Again,
in full.
Gukesh.
Yeah,
Queen
Gukesh is
piece
playing
now.
it out, which I think is very much his right, but you don't save very many of these.
No. King B2.
King
get
b2,
out,
c3, and,
Yeah.
and
Get out of the
rook
pin.
d4 is not a mistake either. Like, it's really a matter of choice what you do here.
Rook D4 is not a mistake. What is that, British understatement?
Yeah.
It looks actually very, very good, very convincing.
Do we protect that pawn too, rook f2?
Absolutely.
Yes, why give it
Absolutely.
up? I mean, I'm sure king c3 is winning too, but
Yeah.
Anything is winning. Yeah.
But,
You have three. Even if you lose one, you still have three. The way you don't lose this position is somehow you run out of pawns.
Right.
But you're never running out of pawns.
No, actually, you just need one or two. But definitely, white's. This is a terrible pawn structure for black. I mean,
It really is.
if the pawn on f6 were on g7 or the h6 pawn were on g5, you could kind of put together something. But because everything is discombobulated,
all spread out and all of the pawns are really
doubled
weak.
and
Yeah.
isolated, it's terrible. Knight c3,
Should we watch
rook f4, coming. Yes, please.
Nodirbek win his? I believe that will be his first win so far.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
on 1 out of 6. Yeah.
Yeah,
My pick for the tournament. He's not had
draw.
a very good day yesterday, but he is going to. I'm pretty sure this is now just very comfortably winning for white.
Wow.
And I can show the sequence of events, which.
Well, Grigoriy only has 10 seconds,
Although, yeah,
so
let's
we'll
just
stay.
watch the conclusion.
knight c4. Okay,
Knight g7 and bishop takes h6, I think.
All,
Yep.
nine-
Just go
all
knight
of the
g7.
takes, all of the captures are winning.
And rook takes f7.
Oh, king g7, bishop h6.
Bishop
next.
Yes.
h6 now,
Rook
yeah,
f7,
probably
he's-
somewhere around here. Grigoriy resigns, yeah.
That was a nasty blow.
And if you don't take and go back, rook f6 is still coming,
Yep.
and then
Yeah, this is bad.
queen g5 would be
Queen
mate.
g5.
This is a massive mischance by Grigoriy because he actually outplayed Nodirbek there in the middle game and had a very pleasant position. Yeah,
King g8.
just rook f6.
Right,
and-
rook f6 on the board. And there's a handshake.
Handshake.
Congrats to Nodirbek for his First win in the tournament.
Absolutely.
Maybe he can start anew now.
Yeah, Grigory's got a feeling like he's leaving too many points on the table.
Oh, yeah.
He
He began by winning a very nice game in round one, and
Exactly.
I believe he lost all three since. But in pretty much every single one, he had chances. He also lost on time in round three.
Against MBL, it was a draw
In a
game.
completely
Yeah.
drawn endgame, yeah.
I'm going to the game of our tournament leader, Levon Aronian. He's up against Leinier. When I had left it, Leinier was going to go underneath 2 minutes. What has he done
only had
since?
20 seconds.
Of course. And he's brought his king to F3, which
Looks
I
good,
kind of
actually.
like it, actually. Yeah,
It's participated.
right.
You can't even put it on F4.
Yeah, I think maybe he actually does want something like king f4, queen g5.
He wants to put
and
everything on
something.
dark squares. King F4, C3, G3.
Exactly.
My record is 11 pieces, I think.
That's
On
impressive.
one color complex.
And I missed a chance to get 12, and it still haunts me.
7 seconds, 6, 5, and he played C3.
C3. Okay, so he's just 2 away from maximizing his position.
So that would be...
But then, once you put everything on dark squares, you gotta also make the moves that stay on the dark squares. That's not that easy.
Yeah,
No, it's
Knight
very
doesn't
difficult,
have those.
yeah. No.
King doesn't have those.
Exactly.
And this is what happened to my missed opportunity. I had a position in a French league. I played actually a very nice game, and in the final position of the game, I have 2 moves which are both clearly winning. And I was sitting there thinking, which move will make him resign immediately and not make any more moves in this game?
Right.
And I chose queen from somewhere to f7 instead of e5. And he instantly resigned, so it served the purpose.
Right.
And only like 4 hours later, I realized queen e5 would have put everything on the dark square. and as you can see, it still is a very fresh memory in my mind. Yeah.
White is very close to achieving the Zouk point. The Zouk point, Robert Zouk, a very strong master from the Seattle area, he had this habit of putting all of his pieces on the best squares he could, and then reaching a point where he didn't know what to do next. Like he had achieved the zenith and he just didn't know how to continue the game.
Well, with the king on F2, after he plays G3, he can go E1, D2, and just...
There we go.
Shuffle.
Obviously, boldly stating the obvious, here is takes, check, and black is very happy to trade off the minor pieces. King F2, on the other hand, still, I mean, white would love to shift the knight to D4 to
some better square, yeah. But it's
Some better
very,
square.
very hamstrung on e3. It really has nowhere to go.
Is it time to play C4?
There's queen c2 check in the end.
Queen C2 check
There's
now.
queen c2 check in the end. We
Apologies.
don't really...
Apologies.
I think we would. I think we very
Otherwise.
much would if we could, but...
Yeah.
How long ago did Levon achieve all his pieces on the white squares? It's been a while. Probably after H5, right?
Yeah.
Played H5, yeah.
Yes, because
He has all 8 on light squares and unlikely to break it, actually. The only move that could break it is something like queen g6, h6, but why would you play that?
Yeah.
If I'm in Levon's shoes, I'm thinking to myself, I know your knight is going to get to a better square. Why don't I put my bishop on the best square?
Very strong.
Yeah.
Not the only good move, but I think clearly the best move, because the bishop on e4 will be a very, very beautiful piece.
And then we can tidy the king a little bit, a little king protection, but also...
Liem is getting close to
Does Leinier-
escaping elsewhere. We'll
Leinier
stick with
has
this. but-
11 seconds, so he made last move with 1 second.
What?
I missed that moment,
Second.
but
I
yes.
must have missed it too. Apologies.
I was watching the board, not the clock.
Who was it yesterday that was...
Nodirbek kept doing that.
like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
He
in one
played a
game.
move with 1 second. Sometimes I think...
I've
I've
seen
asked
Leinier
Leinier
flat
about it.
before.
Yeah. I've asked Leinier about it. We're having dinner and I said, Leinier, you played the move with 1 second. And he said, yeah, I didn't realize it either. Bishop F3,
So
as
he's not
expected.
aware when it happens.
And
Not G3.
Levon,
H2. Well, yeah, G3 would allow queen B1 check.
our perfect leader, through the magic of television, we can re-show you that 1 second moment. Check this out.
2,
And
1,
he does it
yeah.
so easily,
Yeah, he's
like
not even
almost languidly.
Very relaxed.
Very chill. Wow. Okay, bishop e4 on the board. And
And the king has gone back to g1. Luckily for Leinier, even with this very beautiful bishop on e4, black really is struggling for proactive
There's no
ideas.
threats, yeah.
I guess now queen h6 becomes a bit of a topic, and which is why he
King
played
F2.
king
Bishop.
bit
Look
of
at
a
how
draw for
cheeky.
there, yeah.
How cheeky. Bishop F3. Would you like a
Bit
draw?
of a draw offer there from
5
Levon.
seconds. I think White should take it, right?
Yeah.
They might repeat 3 times right now.
Honestly, you're not even better anymore. You might as well on 9 seconds.
Oh, he's not going for it.
No, with
That's
just 1
4,
second, 2. He did it. He did it. That's a
can't lose
draw.
1
I
second.
think that's a draw.
Now they can claim.
But he didn't claim. I'm sorry.
He hasn't yet. He needs to play King H2.
5. Oh.
He changed it. He really believes he's better.
But does Bishop E4 repeat, or is it not that?
No.
It might repeat the position.
No, it went from G4. We haven't
it's
had
on
this.
G4.
Okay, sorry.
We haven't had this yet.
So Bishop
That's
back to
surprising.
E4.
What is his plan, though? How do you improve?
Well, it's not just that. It's just that his ambition to play.
Maybe he wants something like
Just
G4,
second.
H, G4, and King
Well, if
G3,
he
but he
flags
shouldn't.
this-
Queen F4. But now Queen H6.
Queen H6 is very
so
playable, yeah.
clear.
Queen H6
I
is
don't
very
know.
playable, and White probably shouldn't take.
I
But
don't
you're still
know.
fine after Queen E5. But the bigger question is, why does he think he is better, and why does he think he needs to continue?
Right. That, I don't know. Queen H6 invites an ending where the pawn on F6 is suddenly weak. No.
Maybe now they'll repeat.
Wow. Peter, are there any tricks based on the idea of G4
I was looking at that, but I
H5?
don't know if that does anything at all.
I could easily lose the
Yeah.
game,
3
by the
seconds, 2.
way. 2 seconds. He played it with 2 seconds. My goodness.
If I even did that once, I would take the draw so fast.
I know, because you're out of
MVL
absolute
fails
sheer
to beat
fright.
Lequan.
3, 2.
By the way,
Oh my God.
1 second.
1
You did it
second
with
again.
1
No, this
second.
is
I think now
Yeah.
they agree to a draw, yes.
Woo, and Levon kind of is looking like weirdly there.
Let's jump to Gukesh's game. He's the only one still left.
I thought
MVL
Sam
drew his game. He didn't win.
he did not win that. He
he
didn't
was a
even come
pawn
close to
up?
winning that. He
pawn
played
up
it
with
quite
2
badly.
bishops. Okay, but Sam has kept 1 pawn. Very, very
But one
important.
is very, very solidly enough here.
And the king is so far away, it's not even close anymore. Gukesh is going to lose his entirety of the queen side.
H4.
I wouldn't trade. I'd go Rook F5.
I think we trade go knight e4, knight d6, knight c4, knight a5, knight c6. So while the king is coming back, we collect all of them one by one. And,
Yeah.
I don't know.
For me,
With 20 seconds out, keep the rooks on the board.
I'm with you, Nasi. I would just go munching right away. Rook takes a5, rook comes to c5. But I liked what you said there about knight takes c4, e5.
I just like the idea of collecting
Bing,
them
bing,
without
bing,
really,
yeah.
without really sort of releasing the hand.
Boy, I tell you, the hand from the crypt. I mean, we're going to put Sam in a coffin, seal his fate. Not so fast.
Gukesh will feel aggrieved about this. But honestly, it's mostly self-inflicted.
Yeah.
It is. It's from start, from the opening. He got a worse position, and then Sam didn't really give him any chances
Yeah, I
to come
think
back.
But I've got to give Sam credit too. I mean,
course.
that little rook g1 home brewing with g4
Castle
worked.
and long, walking into that bishop a3.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly for him. King b2, a little careful, although I'm greedy. I'm taking.
yeah, very much like how he's postponing taking on c6 to keep the king
I think he
cut
wants to
off.
put,
Yeah.
well, you can't put the king on b4 because then c2 hangs, right?
No, you take and you play rook d6 and the king is still cut off, and then you walk
Yeah,
towards the
that's good.
b4 square with the king, I guess. I mean,
Knight b1,
Yeah.
king c3, knight d2.
the ways to win this position are many.
Numerous.
Many, yes.
Yeah.
I like what Yasser is actually drawing there, yeah.
And he said, okay. But
Yeah.
he followed
moved
your
back,
prescription.
Yeah, he begins
Just
with this.
keeping the king at bay. By the way,
Knight d1 check and
knight
king
d1
c3.
Yeah, very much has my
And somewhere
attention.
there, probably the game finally ends, yeah.
Yeah.
On
He won
95.
knight d5.
And because
But
you,
you don't
you
have-
cannot cross the d file. Very,
Exactly.
very cute. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no, you can't come
King
to the,
c3,
yes.
and that's
Or
game
knight
over.
b6 actually to keep the king cut off. Yeah.
Something to be said for knight b4, just to remind that I'm not losing my c2 pawn.
Something to be said for any move that doesn't drop a rook, frankly.
Exactly.
And now rook c6.
Or
Or knight
Knight
b6.
b6 or
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think we'll see the resignation.
Thank you.
Here it
Bravo, Sam.
yeah. Very energetic handshake there.
Yeah, by the way, you see Sam setting up the pieces. Let's go. Now I feel it. Now I feel it. Well, very eventful round. And not 5-0.
No, only 2 decisive games. Both white wins. Sam and Nodirbek won with the white pieces. So far, this is the most quiet round,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Wow.
We're spoiled
Yeah.
from yesterday. I mean, it'd be hard to repeat yesterday.
But for those of you joining us late, this game, I was confounded between Levon and Leinier because they both showed their theoretical chops. And, then everything went south for both of
things
them.
began going sideways kind of for both.
Right.
Taking turns to
Mishandle the
yeah,
position.
mishandle the position a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, and still very, very. It's very possible we get Levon into the studio, but by the end of the day, I think we should ask him because I'm not sure what
ask
happened.
him. But it all
check the
happened with
standings?
F6. Yeah.
After
Tell
round
us the standing.
4, we
In
still have
the
a
history
sole
books.
leader, but no longer perfect score. Levon Aronian is leading the event with 7 points. Fabi remains in second with 6, and Wesley now in clear third with 5 points.
Because of Gukesh's loss, absolutely. And VL failing to win a position where he's pawn up, that was a big miss. But we reached that show in our time in our broadcast where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and ask them about their specials. Well, here we go. Check out this shirt. Show your support for the players, the city, and the Premier St. Louis chess events while proudly representing the Rapid and Blitz logo. Available online at qboutique.stl.com, or please just come in person if you're in the Central West End to the St. Louis Chess Club.
And as we go to break, Yasser had a chance to sit down and talk with Grandmaster Leinier Dominguez. So take a listen and we'll be back shortly.
What did I say?
We'll see.
Leinier, thank you for joining me for this interview. The Grand Chess Tour is 10 years. It goes by so incredibly fast. You've played quite a number of tour events. What are some stories that have stood out for you about these events?
Yeah, I can't believe it really goes fast. Yeah, great event. I think it's good that we had it and that we still have it because it's an opportunity for top players and for young players to show their best. I myself had quite a number of events.
Right.
Always had a great time. I think I played some good chess, especially around 21, 22. I played the Sinkfield Cup and I was close to win, but and I think winning the Brilliancy Prize in that tournament against Maxime was
great.
Really,
I still remember
you still remember the
the
interview.
Sicilian, White Sicilian, one preparation
right?
too.
Yeah, and a lot of the lines didn't happen in the game, so I wanted to make sure that people knew appreciate what was going on. And I rushed to the commentary hall just to try to give as many sacrifices as possible. And finally, I was able to make my case and convince the judges that I was deserving the prize. But no, that was a nice one. I really won. I mean, I won a couple of games and didn't lose. I played overall really solid, good chess. And yeah, it's always a challenge, but always, it's always good for me. I mean, to be able to play the best in the world, it's a real test of who you are and where you are as a player. So it's always welcome.
I hate to bring up such a mundane aspect, but it's dollars and cents as well. The Grand Chess Tour paid well. It helped professional players be professional players.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's been, of course, in that sense, it has been great for professional players. It's just part of the work that the St. Louis Chess Club mainly and of course Rex and Ginny have done for chess in the U.S., but not only in the U.S. but also for chess in the world. And
exactly.
Gary came up with that idea and they made it a reality. And I think it's been, of course, one of the pillars of the chess calendar in the last 10 years. So it's been probably the main event, if not, yeah. So it would be great if we can go for
For more.
For more, yeah.
The world of chess today has changed dramatically from my time, and the idea of an 18-year-old world champion, Gukesh.
Yes.
My goodness, I mean, I know that chess is a young man's game. I see these budding prodigies from all over the world, not just India, but all over the world. I just saw my friend Peter Svidler, my God, 14-year-old, 14-year-old boy, but he played very well.
Yeah.
So you have to say the 14-year-old played amazing.
I played him in a tournament this year, and he was very. I realized that he's already very strong. And
wow.
He played a few other top players, did well. I mean, he's already very promising.
Your thought about the rise of the youngsters, and in particular Gukesh?
Yeah, I think it's just a sign of the times. I mean, when I was learning to play chess, of course, it was much different.
Yes. The tools we used were...
We had less tools, much less.
Chess informants, man.
Yeah, so if you lived in a good place for chess, you had some advantage, but still, you didn't have all the tools that are available now to kids. And if you were living in a difficult place and you didn't have much access to information, then it was much worse, and your progress would get much more. I mean, it would be much more slow. Yeah. But now everything it's just a click away, and you can have a video call with Gelfand or Kramnik, and all these kind of things are available to everyone. So it's logical that we have this 8-year-olds who can be grandmasters, or I don't know, probably soon a 10-year-old grandmaster or something like that. Yeah, it's happening, and I think it's going to happen more. As for the world champion, yeah, I thought that Gary at 2022 or something like that.
Remarkable, right?
Was already the limit, pushing the limit, but clearly not the case. Already Magnus, I think when he was 18 or something, was probably maybe the best in the world. He didn't win the world championship at that time, but yeah, Gukesh is an unbelievable strong player, and only 18. So of course he has a lot of progress to do still, but already to win the title at 18, it's amazing. I don't know if we'll get 15-year-old world champion at some point. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you.
For me, it was absolutely clear, 100%, not even close. Bobby Fischer, grandmaster at 15. Right. Nobody would ever become younger.
Like the
grandmaster. That was
limit.
Mount Everest. Yeah. Never. Leinier, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Good luck. Good luck at the tournament.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for two thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the prestigious Sinkfield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Store, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back, everyone. We're waiting to start round 5, but before we do, let's take a look at the standings.
Absolutely. Go for it, Nazi. Where do we stand?
After round 4, we still have a sole leader, Levon Aronian, with 7 points. In clear second, it's Fabiano Caruana with 6. And in clear third, Wesley with 5 points. Americans are doing really well so far.
Very, very well. I forgot to ask you during our first part of the show, who's going to win, statistically speaking?
I believe our pie chart told us coming into this event, Fabi was the favorite at 24.8%, Wesley was second with 20%, and MVL third with 17%. The only surprising one is Gukesh at 2%. I would give you
very, very surprising.
At least 10%.
At least, come on. But after the first day, Levon.
Levon became a huge favorite with a perfect score, but actually not a big, wow, Fabi's not that far
behind.
From Levon. Just a 3% difference. And then Wesley in third with 19, and MVL dropped down to 7%. The rest of them, 1% and less.
Wow, I'm really stunned by that. As we get ready for this round 5, I want to say, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the pairings. I'm looking and I'm seeing Levon Aronian versus Wesley. So that's going to be a marquee matchup for us as we take a look at our pairings.
Let's see all the pairings again. Americans facing each other. Actually, all of them are playing each other.
Right, get them out of the way.
Dominguez,
yeah.
Caruana against Shankland, Aronian against Wesley. Then we have Gukesh against MVL. That's also a key matchup. And Le against Nodirbek.
Yeah, well, we've adopted Liem. I mean, come on, he's just down the street at the Webster University as the head coach for that many time champion.
He's been a St. Louis local for a long time.
Yeah, championship of time. And keeping an eye on our GCT Tour standings.
Right, as you can see, from the top 4 players, we have MVL and Wesley playing in this event, and they're trying to increase their standings, move past Alireza and Prague. But also Levon, Fabi, Nodirbek, Gukesh, they also want to grab as many points as possible.
Exactly. And if you're looking at Levon Aronian with 10.5 points, you're going, oh, that's terrible. But if Levon wins clear first,
13.
he's going to have 13. He's going to leapfrog Ali Reza. So by no means are Fabi or Levon out of it. And it'll all come down to the Sinkville Cup, of course. And when you're on that bubble, Peter, how often are you looking at the standings as a professional player?
I find that, in particular, because there's a full new one more event after this.
Yeah.
I think you should sort of keep it as far at the back of your mind as possible.
Right.
You know, more points are better than fewer points.
Right.
So in every single game, you try to do as best as you can.
Right.
And towards like rounds 8 and 9 of the Sinkville Cup, when the situation really crystallizes and you maybe have a much clearer idea of what you need, maybe at that point you start doing some back of a napkin calculation. But right now, you just try to play as well as you
Maybe
can.
some players do that, but I ran into MVL yesterday. He's calculated it all out. He needs 8 points from these 2 events combined to make it to Final Four. He knows exactly how many points.
8
Really?
combined?
Combined,
Ah,
exactly.
no, that is very manageable.
That's what I told him.
That is
Well, he was very happy to
manageable.
hear that you support. Well, he's the mathematician in the family, isn't he?
Yeah, and actually, considering the format, maybe, yes, you can actually have a rough estimate, and maybe not even a rough, a very clear estimate there, because if we can bring that graphic up again for a moment, the GCT standings.
Tour standings?
Yeah, because it's very much a tale of, the haves and the have-nots.
Right.
And the people currently on 10 and 11 points, there's only so much they can get to.
Exactly.
Therefore, for MVL, it does become a very clear calculation. If he gets to 28, the rest of the field they can't all overtake him. Some probably will overtake him, but there's a finite amount of points at stake in the Sinkville Cup and also here. And MVL is actually good with numbers, so I trust him with this.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a very stark situation where there are 3 people above 20.
Right.
And then there is a whole bunch of people on like 11 and below.
Right.
So yeah, the people currently, in particular MVL, and to a certain degree Wesley as well. Wesley with a good tournament here.
Right.
If Wesley, let's say, finishes in the top 3 in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, he's in an absolute pole position to qualify for Brazil because he never does poorly in the Classical.
Exactly.
He is one of the most solid players ever.
Top half, and he's good.
In the history of the GCT. Like, he wins his 1-2 games per tournament and just coasts. In particular, if that's what's required.
Yeah. I'm thinking about this GCT tour, and I'm reminded of the joke. You're walking in the forest and the bear starts chasing you. What do you have to do? I just have to be faster than Peter. I don't have to be faster than the bear.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. So you've got to stay ahead of the chasers. And 8 points.
Very
that
achievable.
Sounds very achievable.
He does have a very shaky start in this event, and also not winning the previous game against Liem when he was much better. Not great, so he needs to pick it up.
By the way, I have a reveal. During the break, I actually saw Levon, and I asked him what happened in his game that he just played against Leinier, and he said, well, I messed it up.
Simple.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, that's
my money. As you were launching into that story, I thought it's about a 50-50 flip whether he will tell you if you forgot the move order or he will just confidently tell you everything was completely under control and your computer is lying to you. Knowing Levon, the second option was also very much on the table. But
No, he fessed up. He just messed it up. But he will be playing Wesley So in the 5th round, and this will actually be a pretty big game for both because of that whole
Important for the
GCQ.
standings as well in this event and in Grandchester overall.
Something just happened to Gukesh. He got handled. But let's pause.
We do have a video from Anastasiya as she caught up with Sam Shankland after his last game. Let's take a look.
Sam, what a game it was against Gukesh. I mean, your short comment, your feelings after it.
Well, I mean, it's a good relief after yesterday when it just looked like I'm going to lose every single game. But Yeah, I mean, to start 0-3 is really tough, but then you come in and demolish the world champion is a pretty good way to turn it around. I'm still not happy with my score at all, but hopefully the next rounds will be better.
What did you try to say to yourself yesterday after what happened? How did you try to recover and gain your confidence back?
I just know that I'm a really top player, and I wasn't a top player yesterday, but that doesn't change who I am today. And I knew that I can bring that just because I played bad yesterday doesn't mean I can't bring my best today. And I'm old enough to not get super emotional about getting punched in the face, I guess.
I see. And what are your expectations for the next two games we have?
Don't know, don't care. Just go and play my best. And if I play my best, I'll have a good result. If I don't play my best, I won't. So I'm just focusing on playing my best.
All the best of luck for you, Sam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is really the mark of a champion, is to be able to put the bad results behind you, reset your mind, and say, I'm here to play the best game I can. And it's easier said than done.
It's also easier in classical tournaments because you have a whole day to recover.
Exactly.
Here, next game starts in 15 minutes.
Let's go. Yeah, and trust me, your next opponent is as dangerous as the guy you just dealt with. And there you go. Handshakes. In fact, why don't we stay with this game for just a moment and see.
Another Sicilian.
Yeah, great rivals in the American Championships, these two, Fabiano and Sam.
This time Fabi's playing the Sicilian from the white side. Let's see, is it going to be
Naidorf, I guess.
Yes.
Of course.
Which line
Fabi
of
has
Naidorf?
played everything under the sun here,
Bishop C4 recently, too. Oh, F4.
Very, very
Bishop
old
C4
school.
was yesterday, right? Against BL, yeah.
Bishop C4, E6, A3, and they got to that position where Bishop takes E6. F2, F4. Peter,
I played this my entire childhood.
Please.
Which means I have no idea what's going on, obviously, but I can spew some very, very outdated
wisdom,
quote unquote knowledge. Yeah, E5 knight BD7 is by far the main line. Now there is actually a kind of an interesting turning point. I'm expecting A4 to be played instantly, but Bishop C4 is not entirely unplayable either. And then the tabia, so to speak, is this position where white normally castles, not really fearing E4, Bishop F4, Queen B6. Because first of all, you can play King H1 in this position. I believe I was mostly playing King H1, but that gambit is also playable for white. And after castles, black has a variety of options. Knight C5 is playable, Queen C7 is playable, E4 is still arguably the main move. Interestingly, Fabi goes for Bishop C4 and not Bishop D3. So castles. And here I think you are sort of supposed to take on F4. In terms of the gambit, it's still playable. Queen B6, Queen B2 is still not that great. But after Knight C5, followed by Bishop E6, all of these positions they always float around equality. It's never really completely nothing for white, as far as I can tell on my screen. I haven't returned to this in, honestly, 30 years.
I was going to say 15, but
no,
you say 30.
I gave up on 6 of 4 in mid-90s.
We do have Queen B6 check and takes on F4, so we might be seeing a gambit.
Yeah, and now you are kind of supposed to take on B2 and drop the queen back to B4. And the positions that result from here, for instance, Bishop A2, I'm not sure if it's the only move, but it's actually quite tricky to play for black because the queen is very misplaced. You constantly need to watch out for some knight jumps. The engine says maybe by far the best move is Queen C5, just sidestepping all of those tactics. And now, weirdly, even a move like H2, H3, black is sort of stuck. Black doesn't really, apart from the idea of knight E5, black doesn't have very much, and the engine suggests H3, knight E5, knight D5 gives white very good compensation. Not very obvious to me, but it does say that. And you could, of course, do things which are more forcing, like if machine says A5, machine says Bishop B3, knight D4. But this is a fun position. Also for Sam, though, I don't think Queen takes B2 has been played yet. Yeah.
It has, and Queen E1 included.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is some sort of old theory, but not very popular theory. Only 5 games on my screen have reached this position.
If you don't mind me asking, we have these variations like the F4 Naidorf, where you have a leader, somebody who's been the champion of the dragon. Who champions F4 in the Naidorf?
I don't think anybody does really.
Did Tal play F4?
Maybe Peter did 30 years ago.
Well, I was
the champion of the
non-entity in
What do they call it?
Yeah.
If it's a Svidler variation,
No, it
you're
really is. It's an Amsterdam variation, apparently.
What? Amsterdam?
Amsterdam variation.
So the whole of Amsterdam is taking credit as the
Absolutely,
champion.
yeah.
And,
continuing to very much enjoy Fabi's approach to chess openings.
He's mixing
in this tournament. Yeah,
everything.
new ideas every day. Probably not ideas, as I mentioned yesterday. Probably not ideas he is planning to repeat, maybe ever.
Right.
But very good things for one game. So queen b4 and queen b6 are playable. Nothing else really is particularly good because your queen is in trouble. You can't really leave it there. Queen b6 plays
from your lips to the chessboard.
Yeah. And now you can continue chasing it. Machine often actually removes the bishop from c4, maybe even proactively, because black is about to attack it with the next queen move. So bishop a2 absolutely is something you could do.
What is white aspiring to achieve? He's a pawn down, but is he going to occupy d5? Is he going to
I think
knight
for instance,
g5?
Interestingly, after queen 7, I thought the idea was e4, e5, but the idea actually is g2, g4 weird.
What?
Because we've now established a situation where if you take, I can play knight d5, queen d8, and perhaps rook g1 or queen g3 first. And there is a lot of pressure against the black position.
Can we switch from always playing h4 in every opening to now g4 in any position?
Seems like
G4 is an abomination.
Seems
like
it.
What? G4?
No, this could. I think if you try to explain to somebody who has never seen this before why white is not completely lost, so to speak, yeah, you're a pawn down. You also gave up. It wasn't the c pawn. It was the b pawn, meaning that your entire queenside is in ruins. Every single endgame will probably be lost if you haven't won anything back, right?
Right.
It's a massive advantage in development. All of your pieces are on good squares, whereas for black, this is out of play. Yes, the knight on d7 is closer to the action, but you still have to find a good square for it. The rook on a8 is out of play. There's a semi-open f-file on which the rook is very, very well placed. I mean, this rook could be on d1 or b1. Probably g1 is a more active square.
By the way,
rook d1 was one of the better moves, yeah.
Rook d1 played.
Yeah, queen c7 by far the best here for black. The difference between rook d1, let's say, and bishop a2 is that because the bishop is hanging, we don't have time to play g4.
Clever.
So we have to play something saner, maybe knight d5, maybe bishop b3. But then black gets time to play knight e5. And once the knight gets to e5 and stays there, the situation for black becomes a lot less panicky because you feel like you've got things relatively under control, right?
Well, let's give that a shot. Queen c7, bishop a2, just picking a square, and knight e5. Excellent. Now, what do we, I mean, the desirable queen g3 runs into
Machine says knight d4. Machine says actually we're still fine, interestingly. Despite seemingly black has having a very solid Sicilian position with no weaknesses, no immediate threats. The engine still feels that the counterplay connected with h3 is just useful to deny the g4 square. Bishop f4, g5 is going to be an annoying move to kind of create some threats. And yeah, it's an interesting new world where you just go for these positions and you don't try to solve them by force very often. You just claim that you have very solid positional, not even positional compensation, it's dynamic compensation, right? Your pieces are better, your pieces are more active. And yeah, we'll see how Fabi approaches it. Queen c7 has been played, not surprisingly.
Yeah, I was going to say, he does have a new second, Arian Tari, right? Grandmaster, so maybe he's encouraging him to try all this new
mixing
openings.
it up, I'm going to go to the game between Levon, Aronian, our tournament leader, and Wesley So. Wesley looking to play solid chess and ease his way into the playoffs. This is the Scotch ending, I like to put it like that, where if you thought this also came from a Petrov, is very...
Levon has 26 minutes on the clock.
all prep.
All prep. But I'm sure Wesley's familiar with the position as well, but not much happening yet, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking that maybe it's nice to play rook a6 to e6 as a way of just getting your pieces into the game.
Yeah.
The other idea is I would like to play bishop to b4. Don't ask me why, but maybe covering e1, tickling the knight. But the bishop on f6, so that's why I'm thinking rook a6. With the ideas of rook e6 and bishop b4, this feels pretty good. Where would you like to guide us?
Well, before we move on, let's check on Wesley's statistics, I believe.
Absolutely, let's do it. One of the most solid players on the tour.
He is indeed. In Rapid, his success rate is 30%, 30.1.
Nice.
In Blitz, 28.3, and in Classical, 14.8. Yeah, Rapid is his...
I think if I were to ask, he
Yesterday.
would say...
Well, yesterday he said in the interview Blitz, because he's world number 4
Right.
with his Blitz rating.
Yes. But he does play a mean game of rapid chess. And
So to sum up, he's great in every format.
actually, yeah, doing it that way.
Let's check Gukesh and MVL.
Both of these gentlemen looking to improve their standing.
Gukesh needs to bounce back after that painful loss in the last round.
Yeah, a kind of a ready with the pawn still on d2.
Didn't Gukesh tell you in the interview red is his favorite
Favorite
opening?
opening. A2, A4. There are certain openings, by the way, like the ready. Sometimes you start playing them as a youngster and you do really, really well. And then they're your lifelong buddy. You know, you don't mix it up like
he's
Fabi,
still
but
very,
you get
very
stuck.
young, so
Right.
and he won the world championship
At
with it,
18. So okay, C7, C5 on the board. Peter, this is an interesting moment. As white, are you interested in playing the move D2, D4, or would you rather just keep your pawn maybe on D3?
It's either D2 or D4. I don't think I'm playing D3 necessarily. Although maybe denying the E4 square for the knight makes some sense.
Right.
But yeah, I was wondering if I should play D4 straight away. Or something very quirky, like I'm pretty sure it's not great, but ideas of maybe playing H3, G4, knight G3, because we do need to find some job for that knight on E2. You can put it on F4. But on F4, you know, it looks nice, but it doesn't really do very much. And if we're not playing in the center, maybe the way to be quote-unquote imaginative and quote-unquote attacking is something connected with H3 and G4. But as I mentioned, it's probably just straight up bad, because black has done nothing wrong to deserve
getting punished.
Yeah, so suddenly being attacked like that.
It's funny, I like using the term brave to describe my style of play, and I hope the historians will note that. And yesterday, Peter was describing his moves as romantic.
Romantic.
Yeah, it's a little romantic to play H3 and G4, and I actually, frankly, I do like H3 and G4, giving this knight a turn in the center. The problem that I have with D2, D4 is I never really want to take on C5.
Right, you don't want to give up.
And I am giving up the E4 square,
Right.
so I'm thinking black should use
But
this
do you have
moment.
enough space with white to make some improvements, like Queen D3, Rook D1, or?
Well, I'm walking into
bishop
bishop
A6.
A6. I could go Queen C2, but then I may be
C8.
walking in on Rook C8. Sometimes, talking about quirky ideas, sometimes you do have these knight F4, bishop H3 ideas, but D2, D4. Peter, you have so much experience with many positions. Do you prefer
Not these
whites?
ones, though. I think
or
I
blacks,
tend to
something?
prefer white a little bit, but the inclusion of A5 and A4, it feels like you know, any eventual capture on C5. If we assume black recaptures with the knight, nothing can ever shake that knight from the C5 square.
Right.
It's always eyeing the B3 square a little
It's
bit.
done.
So I don't know. This feels extremely solid for black to me, but I would very much defer to your expertise, because I think, you know, closed openings. I played some retis in my life, but when I played the reti, I played it in a slightly different fashion. I almost never get these types of positions. I'm not great in them.
Yeah.
But I think black should be fine.
All right. And what about MVLs?
Stats? Let's
Yeah,
have a look.
stats. There you go. Give me some stats.
Well, in Rapid, of all the Grand Chess Tour, he's win, 32.9%. Pretty good. Lost at only 16.2 and draw 50.9. Pretty good.
Pretty impressive win ratio there
For sure.
for
We
French
have
number
one
one.
very interesting opening if we switch to Grigoriy Oparin against Leinier Dominguez. And let's start from the very beginning, because
Sure.
from move 2 and 3, I was already asking questions.
Oh.
now you know why.
You know, Victor Korchnoi was once invited to be a commentator for Gibraltar, And it was something like this occurred, you know, like A3 on move 3. Next game, said Victor. You know, dismissed. A3. Wow. Okay, now this looks like my scholastics life, where you know, you would attack the pawn on F7 and you would follow it up with knight G5. So it's the two knights in reverse. If the pawn were on A2, we would be literally the colors reversed in the two in the.
We're in completely new position after move 5, after knight G4. At least in this database that I have access to, there are no games.
There are no games. Okay, if I were to compare it to the other stuff, I'm thinking you would play B4 here, B5, bishop B2, you would take the dark square bishop, and you'd win back your pawn. But H2, H3, knight F6, okay, now he's played B4, maybe just it was a different move order. And he's gone for it.
Any thoughts on this, Peter?
What's it called?
I'm extremely confused. Yeah, it's a kind of a very strange colors reversed something, but even what exactly? But not exactly, right? Because it's very.
Except I've got A3.
Yeah, we got A3, but also there's a knight on C6. The knight is supposed to be on B8, right? It doesn't really happen exactly like this.
That is a good point.
Yeah, because to explain to our viewers what we're talking about, if we talk specifically about the two knights,
with knight
it is this position,
right?
But in the game, basically black played A6 and white played knight C3, which is a position we don't really know.
No.
And if we actually talk about it, this appears to be very playable. In fact, trying to hang on to this, like, I think everybody plays D6 in this position. I don't think there's a single person in the world who doesn't play D6 in this position.
Right.
The engine suggests just completely abandoning any pretense of hanging on to it and playing something like bishop B7 may have been better.
Okay.
D6, H3, knight F6 before bishop B6, and here what Grigoriy has done, I think, is very logical and also probably what everybody does. But I was very shocked to realize the engine actually suggests we don't even need to attack the pawn on D4 for now. We do this, we go rook E1, then we go bishop B2, and then eventually we pick up on the pawn on D4. But I think it's a very human reaction to just go after it straight away with takes, B5, knight E5, and queen takes D4.
The immediate meal is the most satisfying.
Yeah, queen E7 played.
Yeah.
We're probably, like, having gotten here, we're probably castling queenside. And we haven't done this to suddenly switch to being, you know, cautious and
sane.
I'm expecting bishop B2. Let's say long, short castles. We can absolutely try long castles, and then, you know, we want, let's say knight E7. We want to try something like. Ideally, we would play knight D2, maybe G4, F4, G5. Yes, we would very much like this pawn to be on B3, because like
knight C5, rook A4, hello.
This type of counterplay very much exists. But no, this is fantastic. Like, this is something I've never seen in my entire life. Nothing even remotely like it, and I very much enjoy those types of games and those types of positions.
We're seeing a lot of original play. Thank you, Fabiano, but thank you also, Grigoriy and Leinier. Thank you, Peter. Queen takes D4. You like the two bishops here?
I do like it, yes. Any type of aggressive position, I'm always all for it.
Aggressive. I don't know. This pawn on E4 sure
I like the long castle. It looks...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow, you guys live life on the edge, man. I mean, I'm trying to conservatively, you know, protect the square, you know, worry about my king. I'm going to take
Let's go back to Levon's game, actually, because there have been some updates.
Absolutely.
Some developments.
So when we left it, we were just... Well, let me just catch up. I had just seen the move Queen F3. No rook A6, no C6, knight to G4. So Wesley is looking to solve
F6, right?
The long diagonal immediately.
I think he did that.
Well,
in
I
a
get
bit.
it wrong.
C6, okay.
Okay. And now he solved it.
Do you like Levon's response to bishop
No.
A3?
No.
C4 already is actually quite suspect. Instead of C4, the engine says it was time to actually solve the problem of doing something with your knight on D2. It plays queen D3, followed by knight F3. which I think is very sensible. You need this knight in play. You can't really continue without it. Levon, I think, maybe played for a win for one move too long, in particular with the move bishop a3. Even here, the engine says, we need to actually change the course of the game, and goes h2, h3. I understand why he hasn't, because this very much exists, and the engine suggests this is somehow equal, because I'm guessing the knight is aimed at the b6 square in the next couple of moves, and this is some kind of a messy equality. But now after bishop a3, bishop d4, he is just wars. There is no other way to describe it. This is a horrible piece. This is still a very strong knight, which causes a lot of potential grief. If you play something like king g2, black will just calmly play rook a d8. Your pieces are just on very, very strange squares, and you will not be allowed to place them correctly, because bishop d3 now constantly loses to bishop takes f2 and knight e3, and if you do it straight away after c5, followed perhaps by knight e5, queen h3 has to be...
If I go knight f3?
Yeah, he's gone c takes d5, which is maybe the best option, but now after c takes d5, once again, you would probably, ideally this knight needs to be on f3, so maybe try queen d3, but now this is a problem. You have actually probably just lost the pawn on f2, because you can really no longer go back. All of these tactics suddenly work out for black.
Game over.
Oops.
This is not you still have to find all of these moves for black.
But queen a7 is not a difficult move to find.
No, because otherwise allowing knight f3 will throw away most of what you're playing for.
Yeah,
Machine says you have to play queen f4, pretty much have to play queen f4. Not a very pleasant move to make, because after bishop f5 you will have to go back. But this is best case scenarios now. Wow. And after queen f4, bishop a7 is much stronger than bishop e5, because now you also have to worry about the rook coming in via the e2
now
square.
Can we go knight
but
f3?
maybe we hold.
Please.
Maybe we hold, yeah. So if he finds queen f4, maybe he is still within the margins.
It's on the board. He found
and he realized he needs to start playing very, very precisely. So well played, Lem. But this is not pleasant.
Bishop e5, right?
Yeah, you start by doing this and looking for a stronger move, but knight c4 is a threat now. The bishop on d4 was doing also a very useful job of being in front of the x-ray.
Nice, thank you, Peter. Queen f4 on the board. Shall we go to
that Fabi has a big advantage, so let's check.
Sam. Now again, this is one of the Najdorf F4 Najdorf variations, the so-called Amsterdam variation.
We learned something
I didn't
today.
know. I mean, I just love where the names of these openings come from. But in the last few moves, I must say, I really like what Fabi has achieved. First of all, handsome bishop, right? Bishop on
Very
d5.
handsome, yes.
Yeah, this rook on, we've sacrificed the b pawn. We might as well try to exploit the b file. Queen g3 is coming with a tempo.
He's kind of playing all over the board. He's controlling the center. He's also moving the pieces on the king side. Rook is also working on the queen side.
Right.
It's looking really good for Fabi.
Queen
I don't think we can just move
Knight
the bishop,
c6 in
right?
particular was a mistake. It was already kind of trending towards Fabi, but after b6, black is still very much in the game. But knight c6 kind of disconnected the knight on e5 from the bishop on g4. I'm guessing maybe Sam missed that queen g3 without trading anything on c6 exists, and now he is in deep, deep trouble. The bishop cannot depart because bishop h6 wins a lot of material. The best line is actually, I think, h7, h5, but as is kind of well established, if you have to play h7, h5 in these types of positions, you are probably not a happy bunny.
I was looking at queen d7 instead of h5.
Queen d7 loses to rook b7, queen g4. Maybe he missed that. That is also something you can very easily miss. Rook b7, queen b7, queen g4.
Why
and
is lost?
Well,
because
first of all, you're in this
knight f5 comes in
Knight
with a
f5,
kind of decisive effect.
But a moment ago, there was that bishop h6 and the rook on
Don't
f1.
have bishop f6, right.
looky. I got a cookie. The bishop f6 is bad news. Oh, that's a nice move. Rook takes b7. Ooh, ouch.
And honestly, not a difficult one because
But
you're not really risking anything there at all. h5, h5, white doesn't have anything that wins on the spot. The best two choices appear to be bishop e3 or c3. Just supporting the knight on d4 and keeping your powder dry with h2, h3. But black is completely helpless to stop it eventually. Eventually it will happen and then your position will start falling apart. It's just bad.
And then h5 will appear to be what it is, actually a weakness.
Yes.
Ooh, good news for Fabi fans. Where would you like to
There's
take
one
us?
game we haven't checked yet at all. It's Liem against Nodirbek.
Nodirbek is
Get
an
the
unlucky
sloppy
bunny. He keeps getting ignored by us. We've done a
Yeah.
good job. I think.
But he did win his last game. His
And
first
we
win.
ignored that one too.
No, we watched it.
Oh, good.
I made sure we watched it.
And it almost looks like a Catalan, kind of a Queen's
Mix of
Gambit.
Slav and Catalan, right?
Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted, isolated queen pawn. Usually I'm not used to seeing this pawn on
Right,
G4.
what is pawn doing on G4? But it's looking good, actually.
Okay.
Queen of 8. I was expecting maybe... Oh, he's preparing E5, probably. And queen was in the way. Queen was pinned, so... He wants to play E5 and then open up... Ideally, his knight lands on F3.
E5, knight takes E5, and knight F3.
I want
Only
to
because
say-
I saw that. I was going to play bishop G2. Please,
I want
Peter.
to say a kind of a typical Nodirbek game, and this is both a compliment and not, because this is like a very, very typical position where you get these in this variation of Slav as we were discussing. And actually it appears to be the first line, but very many people here would play with black for something like d takes e4 and then either e5 or in particular c5.
Sorry to interrupt you. We have a game that's over. Levon and Wesley drew their game.
Probably bishop
Bishop
F4, bishop
repeated.
D5 to D4. Yeah.
There wasn't anything much stronger
Going
for
on.
Wesley, but it's interesting that he didn't look very hard.
Achieve. Yeah.
But coming back to the Nodirbek game, a lot of people play this line with black with the intention of playing something like takes, and then b5, c5. Everything in the center disappears. Yes, you are slightly worse because white has more bishops on the board, but normally it's not a lot.
Right.
Whereas Nodirbek just gets the pawn from g6 to g4 very, very quickly, where if we go back to the current position, it's probably a weakness.
Yes.
Honestly, it's probably a target much more than it discombobulates white.
Right.
All those dreams you're describing of getting the knight over to f3 are mainly dreams. You don't often get that. The way to logically follow it up is probably the move e6, e5, where, interestingly, I don't know, it's disappeared off my screen, but I will still mention it because it's so striking. One of the top engine choices was the move h2, h4. Just saying, I would like you to take en passant, but not strong enough for me to play h3. I am supporting my bishop, I'm giving my king some extra squares, and I am hinting that I would like to remove this pawn, but I'm not going to beg. If you want to do it now. Yeah. But for black, taking and playing bishop e5 appears to get the game close to where it's manageable.
Okay.
In terms of best replies to e5, the engine likes bishop f6, knight f6, and queen f5 the most, with the idea of meeting e takes d4 with knight d5. And this is where what we were talking about, the pawn on g4 is coming into play, because positions such as this one, queen h6 appears to hold. Specifically, queen h6 appears to hold. But if you don't do it, you're much worse, because all of your pawns are weak, and the king on g1 is just going to be so much safer than the king on g8, that these types of positions, if they are not solved immediately, and here they appear to be solvable, because I think specifically because you have queen g5 and the rook on c1 is hanging, so you're not losing this one. And perhaps even the queens come off the board. But yeah, he's running strategic risks, but this is how he plays, I think. He always, if there's a choice between trying to play for more or less straightforward equality where he will have no winning chances, and something where he absolutely could lose a game, but it also could become a mess, he pretty much always picks box B, not box A.
Thank you, Peter. What is the stats? Stats. Give me the stats.
His victory rate across all formats.
Wow. Hello, Blitz.
Well, we know his favorite format. It's gotta be Blitz. I mean, he is the world Blitz champion. 45.5%.
Was it Rapid or Blitz that he became?
I thought it was Blitz that he beat Magnussen.
Was it?
We'll have to check, but I thought it was Blitz. Yeah.
He won Warsaw, right? I think.
I don't know where it was. I know he became world champion, but
and he was 18 at the time.
He was super young. It's ridiculous. Nobody had heard of this man. Yeah.
Blitz. I was right. We're here in the US.
Production went like back and forth 3 times before they settled on your pick. I am at the game of Liem and Nodirbek. By the way, queen e2, rook on e8 to c8 is just played, and I don't know if bishop a3 or b4 is a threat. I would like to solve this issue.
Liam did it for you. He played knight a2.
Exactly. And again, I want to go back to what Peter said because I would really like to buttress that thought. I think g4 is clearly more of a liability than it is an asset. And if this knight has to remain tethered, it means the knight on d7, which means like two pieces are really kind of stuck, if you will.
And interestingly, if we go back to a position a move ago, here the engine actually does say h3 is massively strong. It's even stronger in the previous position. The point being that if you take on h3, now that you place the rook on c8, d4, d5 is like a borderline winning threat. If you take on a3 here, you have lost to d4, d5 pretty much because everything starts collapsing.
Wow.
And bishop takes a3, h takes g4 is not very pleasant either because this pawn will be on g5 eventually. And it's going to be much more, much more relevant than the fact that we lost the pawn on the other side of the board. Let's say bishop b4, you're one move away from stabilizing, but that move never comes.
Right.
The rook on c7 is under attack with g4, g5 to come in. Knight a2 throws most of it away. Now black can start offloading pieces. You're still maybe a little bit worse, but once the pieces start coming off the board, I think you're supposed to hold
White was
this.
doing okay. Knight takes c1.
No, you're still a bit better, absolutely. But I will play probably something like rook c4. Finally, the queen has some work. If it gets to c8.
All right.
And I did finally hear the confirmation. Nodirbek won World Rapid Championship in 2021.
I won't mention any names, but what insight. We'll just call it a blind man finding the acorn, the piece of corn. All right, let me just go around the horn because I feel like we haven't trashed everybody yet. Gukesh and MBL.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, right, it would seem so. When we left it, we had just seen... Well, the bishop got fianchettoed on g7, so things have changed.
And then got traded off. But this seems extremely solid again, because white, if the white pawn was on a2, I would be tempted to say that white has some kind of an advantage, because the plan of a3 and b4 would be at least available.
Yeah.
But now that it's not, it feels to me that it will be very difficult for black to be in any kind of serious trouble. You still pick white because the bishop on d2 is just so much better than the bishop on b7.
Quick question. Imagining the rook was on c1, sacrificing the exchange on c5?
Yes.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, as long as we are not blundering queen takes d4 in the end.
Of course.
But if we're not blundering any tactics in response, yes. Because I think we win not only the b6 pawn, but also the a5 pawn. And then, we do it in a heartbeat, but we're not going to be allowed to.
That's the point.
All right, let's go to Fabi's game. That's the only game we have right now that's not balanced, and someone actually has an advantage.
Where are you, Fabi? There you are. Fabi versus Sam. Shankland. When we left it, we thought Fabi was doing incredibly well.
Some did play h5.
H5. We did see h5. We did see c2, c3. Just maintaining the knight on d4 and saying, what are you going to do?
I want to present a puzzle for you, Yasser and Nazi.
What's
Rook
that?
b7, knight takes d4, which has been played. C takes d4, bishop h4.
Bishop h4.
Yeah, it's no longer relevant. Let's get to the game.
We have a big blunder alert.
I think I even maybe know what he missed.
Well,
let's show it.
I'm focusing here. I'm looking at queen b3.
Queen a3 is strongest.
Queen a3.
Well, we want to attack it and win the pawn on d6.
That's a good point.
It's not really that shocking. Queen f6.
Okay.
And if we had time, I wanted to give you like a minute here and to give you like 10 guesses as to what my screen was telling me the best move is.
10 guesses.
Well, because there's 10 guesses, I'm going to start naming ridiculous moves. King g1. I got it.
That's why you get the big bucks. Bravo, Nazi. King G1.
King G1.
What's wrong with you? Blundering
D4. And the reason I was so stricken by it is that black is seemingly threatening queen takes D4, and we're making it into a check. We're making it into a check.
But
we want to protect the rook on F1 to be able to move the bishop somewhere, and then F7 falls. Let's go back to the board, though, because I think the game is not long for this world.
So why is bishop e2?
I think bishop h6.
Bishop f6 and then?
Bishop takes g7. Bishop
Then
takes
we castle
g7, and he
seven.
thinks he has rook c1 mate in the end, but it's not mate.
'Cause Bishop's still
Oh
protected.
no, it's
No,
check.
because rook f7 f1 is a.
So
That's
now we're ready to shake hands. No, says Sam Shankland, I'm ready for your resignation. Check to the
Yeah.
king. I'm sorry, I'm ready for your resignation. Check.
It's very much one of those
to your
call the
king.
ambulance, but not for me type situations.
One of my favorite memes.
Nice. Well, that is a real shock.
That's beautiful.
So who has blundered? So we're going to look at bishop, and of course you cannot play
It's all
g6
forcing. Yeah.
because queen
Yeah.
takes g6.
And
is
even
rather-
stronger in the current position is the move queen g3, g6, which is very spectacular, actually.
just
Just
to
queen g6.
Yeah, bishop.
take my rook if you like.
Yeah, because then bishop h6, I'm assuming, and that
now-
is mate somehow.
After bishop f6, we
Bishop
do
f7,
rook
bishop
f6.
g7, queen h5, I think, right?
Yep. You are
Oh,
right.
Yeah, so we get there.
We get our puzzle rush promotion
and the
tactic.
reason it is stronger than bishop h6 is that if white plays bishop h6 and black realizes what's about to happen, you can still go bishop g4 back. Which you will, I mean, a position you will definitely lose after h3, gh, hg.
Right.
It's completely lost.
Totally. But
the game continues.
Exactly.
Whereas
Queen
queen g6 kind of wins by
G6.
force, yeah.
Uh-oh. And again, you can take the rook, but this move, bishop h6, threatening mate, it's a forced mate. It's
It is,
It's
yeah.
forced mate.
Made in 3. Yeah.
So for Fabi, should he win, this gives him an opportunity to,
Catch up with Levon.
yeah, and share first.
Yes.
A big moment here, queen g6. But it's not the only move, or is it the only move?
No, bishop h6 is also winning, yeah. Actually, the line we gave is very spectacular but wrong.
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, not bg6, no. The one after bishop,
Bishop
h6.
h6?
After bishop f6,
Yeah, bishop h6, bishop f6.
what wins is bishop takes f7. Bishop takes f7 does win on the spot. This doesn't. Bishop g7 takes, rook f7 takes, rook takes f7, and bishop g4, which is what I missed. And if I go after the queen, then rook c1 actually will be made.
And king goes to h7, so we don't
Yeah.
take with the check.
Yeah. And this is now suddenly a bit of a fight
I see.
and completely unnecessary to allow.
But what you're saying is we could play after bishop f6, queen g6.
No, bishop f7 here wins.
Bishop f7.
Bishop f7 wins. We just get there by brute force. King h8,
Why not rook f7?
Then rook
Oh, you
f7.
taken queen g7, yeah.
and then bishop takes h5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Here we just get there by
brute force, I
brute
heard.
force. Yeah.
I heard brute force. Okay, mind over matter. Okay, so winning is, once again, bishop h6.
But apart from those two
queen
moves,
g6.
if Fabi does neither of those two things, he is not even particularly better. Because bishop e2, the idea is not just to kick away the rook from f1, you also want to play bishop c4 and get
to
rid of that
this
really
monster
beautiful bishop on d5. So
Exactly.
yeah, Fabi needs to calculate here. But I'm assuming he will find either one.
Yeah, I'm sure
or
he's
the
going
other.
to play one of those moves.
Yep.
Rook e7, bishop f1, huh? Is that what I'm missing? What am I missing here? I go rook
So
e7?
queen e7, you go bishop h6, but bishop g4 back.
Bishop h6, queen f6.
Oh, wait, queen f6 I take.
No,
Yeah.
c1 is control. c1
No,
is
but
control.
s-
No, but there's always, we keep on missing
There's
bishop
bishop
g4.
G4,
We
that's
keep
what
on
I
missing
said,
bishop
yeah.
g4 exists. Oh, yeah.
Ah, bishop g4, shoot.
Yep.
And in this, take.
That looks interesting.
Well, again,
But bishop f1 might be better, right?
it's just the idea that I look at captures first,
Although
right?
no, after bishop f1, bishop h6 should just checkmate.
That's
Yeah,
right. Bishop takes.
definitely does.
That's a blunder because this is really strong
Yeah.
now, because g6, queen takes g6, and there's no bishop g4. So you have to take on e7. I take on d6.
It's, is h4 anything?
h4.
I don't know. I want to
h4,
include
queen
something.
g6.
Queen g6 is a bit unpleasant.
Bishop h5. No, there's queen takes h5, which wins on the spot. It doesn't work.
Right. Talk about.
There's a
I
lot
feel
to
like a
calculate
magnet,
here.
you know. I'm being, the black pieces are being pulled towards my queen, gravitating towards my queen. I don't know. Maybe rook takes e7 is working.
It's something to calculate. That's the thing. Like in this position, Fabi has so much to calculate.
Queen g6, bishop h6, rook e7.
It's a good thing he still has time on the clock.
What is the time?
9 minutes
9
against
minutes.
10 and a half.
Okay, plenty of
But
time.
he might enter time trouble.
Yeah.
Because this is absolutely critical moment. He might be feeling that I'm winning now. I just have to find the right line.
Exactly.
And
And-
that is correct. He's winning.
Yeah, and he should, right? Because look, black's pieces are all on the 8th rank. Peter, jump in on this one. I mean, calculating time.
Yeah, actually, the shot I was trying to play does work in a different position. Rook e7 throws most of it away, all of it away, frankly, because it's still not worse. But bishop h6, bishop g4 is actually better for black. Attack just runs out.
Okay.
Bishop takes g6 is stronger, but here, yeah, the one good move is queen f6, but it is very good, followed by h4. But it's important to start with queen f6, not to allow the queen to come to g6.
Right.
But yeah, as we
saw the
established,
queen g6.
as we established, both this and this are
the right ways to
basically
go.
winning,
Yeah. I think Fabi plays queen g6 because I think he realizes bishop h6, bishop g4, he's winning, but why can't I start with queen g6? Starting with queen g6 just looks so overwhelming, though, doesn't it?
If it occurs to you, I think you make this move if it occurs to you, and I think it should occur to him.
Yeah, well, you just post up on the...
He's played bishop h6.
Well, one of the two very good moves, but queen g6 just
And now
look
bishop
more
g4 is the only move for Sam, right?
crispy. Yeah.
To not lose
But
right away.
it's interesting because if you only calculate that very beautiful line with discovered checks and everything, and you realize it's not winning as cleanly as all that, maybe you try bishop f6 because bishop takes f7 is something that could maybe escape your attention.
But I thought you were playing queen g...
No, here we're not playing queen g6. For
Remember
some reason.
brute force?
Yeah.
Bishop f7.
Bishop f7, brute force. Yes, brute force.
Yeah, it's
takes
forcing.
f7.
Threatening rook g7, so... And if you take queen g7, should be
that should be
game
enough,
over. Because c1 is still protected, so...
I know.
That's very nice.
That's so very reassuring, right? Yeah. So here we have it, bishop h6, big moment. And with a win, Fabi again will be tying Levon for first. While we're just in a lull, give me another game that is going on where...
It's kind of balanced everywhere.
Grigoriy, I'm just checking out Grigoriy versus Leinier. He hasn't castled long.
Hasn't
He
yet.
hasn't castled either. I guess now he doesn't castle long because the pawn is on a4.
Right.
And it's just going to get immediately picked up by knight c5, rook takes.
Right.
You can no longer really do it.
He's definitely prepping castle short, f4, and hello. We've got the long diagonal blistering down. Time to factor with these two?
It will
Not
be.
yet. Yeah,
But for Leinier, that's pretty successful
impressive. He
clock
has-
management by Leinier.
He has minute more than his opponent.
Who would have guessed? Didn't see that one coming. Gukesh
Maybe he
versus...
got tired of playing with 1 second.
Probably. Gukesh versus MVL. Again,
No big
although
changes.
we do have an isolated queen pawn, this very, very solid knight on c5, as Peter's been mentioning, should be enough to keep the balance.
Bishop is on h3 for now. Just tapping rook c8,
Yes, sir.
I guess.
A question for you.
Please.
Provided it doesn't blunder the pawn on d5 straight away, are you interested in bishop c8, bishop g2, bishop g4?
Yeah, I am.
Because I'm just so annoyed at it being on b7 and doing absolutely nothing.
Exactly. And this guy actually is pretty darn useful. I mean, it means that we don't really ever get a chance to play knight e6. Conversely, with the bishop on g4, somehow even if I blunder the pawn on d5, if I get g5, h4, I'm not feeling that bad.
I feel very drawn to it, but I am very much not a natural like you.
Player, yeah.
Isolani player.
Finally, I'm looking at the game between Liem and Nodirbek. This was the one where, 2 bishops versus 2 knights.
Black should be fine now because, in particular,
He's
if he
stabilized,
manages
yeah.
to establish a knight on d5 supported by the other one, he should be completely fine. Liem did something very unexpected there because I think he had pretty much a free roll after rook takes c1 hasn't been played. If we take a look at the position slightly earlier for a second.
This is where Liem played the move a4.
Yeah, I thought a4 was a very strange choice because you could take on c7 and put the knight back on c3.
Yep.
And start pushing for d4, d5. And Black actually has a kind of an unpleasant defense in front of them because d5 is always going to be a very, very strong threat. And a4 instead allowed exactly the position that we're seeing on the board to appear on the board where the entire queenside disappeared.
So trading queenside pawns helped Black.
Of course.
Definitely.
Of course, yeah.
Definitely.
So Liem went for a kind of a controlled way of playing the position instead of maybe trying for more.
Achieved nothing, and we are expecting
Should
a
we
balanced
go
game.
back to Fabi's game because we do have a move? Sam didn't play bishop g4. He played instead
He played
bishop f6. And now we know there is a bishop f7
Bishop f7 is winning, and queen
force.
g6 is also winning. By the way, I was wrong. Queen g6 is not a mistake. Only those two moves are. Only those two moves are winning, though. Now you absolutely have to make one of them.
You got to make up your mind. Bishop f7, brute force. He's seen it. He's nailed it. Rook takes f7, rook takes f7, followed by queen takes g7. And
I'm assuming Sam plays king h8.
Yep.
And here, bishop takes h5 is cleanest, creating a threat to the g7 pawn, and also just intending to take on e2.
As well, yeah.
As well, yeah. So it's just very, very bad. Gh actually allows pretty much a mating attack with queen g6. So if you want to continue the game, the engine goes rook g8. But I mean, you just lose in any which way.
Right.
Really doesn't matter which move you even make.
Exactly.
If you want to go for style points, you can play bishop g6 with some threats of bishop g7, queen h3. So
ouch,
go for mate.
King h8, as you predicted, on the board.
Yeah.
By the way, double exclamation mark.
Yeah.
I mean,
These
that's
are
a little bit overdoing it.
And this is still winning, but it's maybe slightly less clean because after bishop takes d4, you have to continue thinking. And apparently, the best move in the position is rook f2. This is all slightly
Rook
insane,
F2,
I have to say. Yeah, all of this is.
Hey,
and the next
rook's
best
hanging.
move is rook c1.
No, the next best one to your goal.
No,
Yeah,
this is not chess.
you don't want this.
This
I
is
think
not how we
if you
play.
see bishop takes
Bishop
h5.
h5 on the board.
Yeah, very nicely.
Another to exclaim.
Very nicely done by Fabi. And yeah, he
Look,
should.
he's taking pawns. He's capturing pawns.
Yeah, he should be
don't
in
get-
clover from here.
Yeah.
Very, very comfortably.
You don't get gold medals for capturing pawns with check. Bishop takes g7 is his third pawn. By the way, Sam's kingside just got eviscerated. I mean, at one moment he had, a nice
King
pawn
looked
shield.
so safe, and then what happened?
No, now it got stripped. Bishop takes h5, threatening. Bishop takes g7. Bishop takes h5, threatening. Bishop takes e2, as Peter says. The computer says if you want to play, you have to play rook g8, because if you take, then the queen g...
Bishop e2, I'm sure, is winning, but bishop queen g6 is even stronger. Yeah.
You're just threatening checkmate. Probably we have to play...
Rook c7, yeah.
Ooh.
Then we take, we will throw in queen takes h6 as well. And then finally we will take on e2.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and we are...
3 extra pawns.
Yeah, 53 pawns.
Meanwhile, this is about to be a draw between Liem and Nodirbek. Very peaceful draw.
Very peaceful.
In the end, very peaceful.
In the end, yes. Should we go back and see some final moves? Because this game cannot last very long. Rook c7 was played.
Yeah, now you just take on e2, take on a6 as well if you want. There are many of them on offer.
Wow, you're going to get a gold membership, a platinum membership in the Pawn Grubbers Association there, Peter, because I thought you were going to go like Queen G6, E D5, and for those of you who are just joining us, you're playing catch up to a really nicely played game between Fabiano and Sam Shankland and mainline Najdorf, the Amsterdam variation, which is an early f4. Fabi sacrificed a pawn, got, I want to just say, this dynamic play for it, and has steered the game beautifully to a winning attack.
This was the critical moment when he went bishop f7.
Exactly.
king h8, and then followed up with another beautiful move, bishop h5.
Yeah. And should he win this game, and he looks like he is going to, he will be tied for first with Levon after 5 rounds. For Sam Shankland, this is kind of a bit of a roller coaster day. At least it is a roller coaster day. He defeated Gukesh in round 4, and as he said, demolished the world champion. But this round, he's getting
demolished.
Yeah. You said it, I didn't. I was waiting to pass the buck.
Yeah, it's very much his turn being the lamppost.
Yeah. Being the lamppost. Okay, I hadn't heard that one. As Bobby Fischer said, sometimes you're the teacher and sometimes you're the student.
Yeah.
We're having a very peaceful round. This might be the only decisive result.
Really? After we came in with an 80% win rate today, we didn't know what the gods were going to deliver.
Yeah, Gukesh's position is very drawish against MVL. Leinier's position is quite equal as well, and they're both, very balanced. And no one's in time trouble either, so.
So
Yes,
up
position
to
is actually
Fabi.
quite sharp, despite queens coming off. I don't know if I would describe it as drawish. It might be around equal, but
Yeah. By the way, bishop takes e2.
drawish it is not.
Yeah. Bishop takes e2. Are we going to see the pawn grabbing?
Yeah, of course we are.
Yes.
We want an outside passer.
We do.
Now we can very
very
happily trade
much.
everything. Like we can
We
absolutely
know
trade
every
queens and
ending.
rooks and everything, and we will always have enough because we have an outside passer on the A file.
Absolutely.
I would not trade. I'm still playing for a mate.
But I'm with you on that one too. Playing for mate, very, very good. Queen b6. Okay. Tickle towards this one.
Important not to play queen g6 here, though, because after queen a6, rook takes f6, there's a bit of a trick.
Let's show it. Queen g6 looks very strong. I'm threatening to take on h6. I'm threatening to take on, hello, I'm going to take your rook. Yes, I know you are, but I'm going to take your bishop. Yes, but are you going to take my queen? Oh, dear. I mean, that's the cold shower, right? We had f1 protected once.
The entire game it was very safely protected, but it no longer is. Yeah, Fabi says no. I'm not giving up any material just yet. Just goes queen.
He's
d3.
not even giving
By
up
the
d4
way,
pawn.
yeah,
Not for the
pinning,
time being. Yeah.
pinning and protecting the bishop.
I guess you play king g7. You have to at least introduce a
Let's
threat
play
of
E5,
something taking
right,
on
so-
d4. Yeah. But
Yeah.
The king g7 doesn't really protect the rook, right? Because I've got queen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's playing
Just bishop c4 here.
Yes.
And if you want to take on d4, you have to take with the queen.
Which is.
And then I will just very happily trade everything down, play a5, a6, and
Yep.
that is not going to be a difficult conversion from there.
No, because your bishop will always be stuck here. Your king will always be stuck here.
Fabi
He's
goes
played.
for there's queen d7 check there in the end. d5 is even faster. Yeah,
E5.
good choice. Good choice by Fabi.
What did I just miss? Sorry, he played.
He just
E5?
played e5 instead of bishop c4.
Because if you take twice, queen d7 check actually wins a rook,
Hello.
which is useful.
All right, and then you can always come back to f1 as well.
One moment we were protecting c1 so very magnificently well, and now suddenly it's all about the protection of the f1 square. Very nice. e5, well spotted. That makes it really simple, doesn't it? I mean, ouch.
Yeah, he's going to pick up more material now. Bishop
Bishop
e7.
e7, but I mean, frankly, any move.
It's too many options.
Yeah.
Here I'm, okay, rook f8 is fine. I was also rook b1, you know.
Yeah, rook f8 followed by bishop c4 and somewhere around there.
He's looking for a mate on the white squares.
The thing is, even with the rooks off, the black king is still
Yeah.
horribly, horribly unsafe. So.
Agreed. Yeah.
All white has to do is not blunder first rank mate. And that's it.
My guess is if bishop takes f8 happens, he plays queen d7 check and then queen f5. If we're trying to predict how the game ends, yeah. Well, he took with the king, so it's going to be something different. I guess we go queen f5 check now. Queen f5 check and then bishop c4, because we're actually controlling all the important squares.
Yep.
King g7, bishop c4, and
Oops, sorry. By the way, how did you get yourself off the hook the other day? You were threatened to leave the chess world in ignominy if somebody had played a marvelous sequence in a row. That was very, very scary there.
Very brave.
Very brave, very brave. Bishop c4.
Yeah, queen g6. I don't know why this is being played out.
What?
If you remove the pawn from g2, I think it's still over.
Yeah, Sam said, well done. Well done.
Nice move by Fabian. Now he's joining
very
Levon,
important victory. Very
here in
important
first
victory.
place.
Yeah.
Let's move on to Grigoriy's game of Oparin against Leinier. Maybe he does have an advantage now.
Bishops of opposite color, but I'm seeing a nice little wedge.
I see the Val bar, yeah.
Little wedge here, and very important, the g7 pawn is missing.
But
and there's a backward. There is a backward pawn here too.
What about c6? Let's get rid of that backward pawn.
I was going to say, you get rid
Rook
of
c3 wasn't great though, but the move that the engine suggested making, I think human beings find very difficult to make. Because
I was going to play e5.
Maybe not difficult then.
Yeah, just very, very nicely targeting d6 and c7. By the way, the king is not so comfortable
on
e7 after the move e5. But you're right, rook c3, maybe a little bit of a slippage.
Yeah, and now even rook g8, c6 and c5 are fine, but starting with rook g8 might be even more comfortable, kicking the bishop away to poorer squares and then playing either c6 or c5.
Mm-hmm.
We've also put the rook on a sort of between the bishop on g1 and the rook on a1, so bishop takes b5 kind of
yeah, there is
controlled,
that.
Yeah.
We do have a result.
Yeah.
It's a draw between Gukesh and MVL. I think they found a 3-move repetition.
International arbiter approved draw. They got to have that stamp.
And this is the only game we have left. So far, 3 draws and only 1 decisive game by Fabi.
And if this is how the round ends, considering we have progressions every day, no decisive games at all in the final round of the day, 2, 1, and 0.
Right.
We do not want.
Yeah.
We are not.
We're on a downward slope. Your move rook g8 was favored.
Yeah, and my point was, you can actually play c5 here because if the bishop goes somewhere, bishop takes b5 will actually happen.
All right. It's
so c5 pretty much forces you to take en passant.
Yep.
And then I will take with the bishop. e4 is hanging, a4 is hanging. I should be holding this very comfortably, right?
Agreed.
Yes, the black structure looks incredibly ugly, but we finally have counterplay. Yeah, c5 played by Leinier.
Yeah, some active play finally.
Yeah, you have to take. As mentioned, allowing bishop takes b5 would really be completely unnecessary.
Yeah. And bishop takes b6, and bishop takes e4, rook c7 check. Yes, he's captured en passant.
Yep, they're in this position now.
There is also, if you take on b6, I can also maybe think about playing f7, f5. Just to buttress the bishop on e4 a little bit.
I was about to say, although you don't really want to play f takes
No,
e4.
we're still taking with the bishop. We just want to support it in advance. Yeah.
Rook e3, he's not giving up the e4 pawn.
Also stopping f5 to a large degree.
Right.
But
probably going to say rook a4.
Yeah, if we want to be practical, rook takes a4, I think, is a very safe position for black.
Agreed. Takes a4. Well, that, I mean, again, we couldn't have expected an 80% victory rate to continue after day one, but, you know, a slight letdown. I would have settled easily for 60%. I mean, to just suddenly see everybody become very, very solid again.
They're not trying to be solid.
No.
It just happened.
Yeah. Yeah, they're definitely playing intriguing.
Only at the very end of the tournament, when they know the standings and how many points they need, then they can try to be solid. But this is still the early days.
Yeah. Calculating. Get your calculator out.
Well, Leinier's going down to 1 minute, below 1 minute now. Is he going to try to play with 1 second again?
That was the thing that was so surprising. I mean, you know, I really like ambitious play and all of that good stuff, but sometimes your opponent plays and defends really, really, really well, and you've only got 5 seconds on your clock, You go, I'm not done with you yet. You keep playing on.
Brave decision.
Very brave. Let's see what has happened. We did see the trade on A4. Bishop takes B6. The bishop has come back. We're not threatening F5 yet. So it means if we're ambitious, you got to play G4 and try to use the pawn.
Are we still ambitious here with white? Because
not really, because the pawn on E4 will get attacked very quickly. Rook A8, A4 is a plan. F6, King F7, Rook E8 is a plan. I don't think anybody really is ambitious anymore.
Well,
G4.
What do you call them apples? Not very ambitious? Or? I don't know. I mean, you need quite a number of moves for it to really even to get somewhat serious, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even consider going all the way to H6.
Hey, it's a weak, isolated pawn on H7.
I feel like starting with F6 makes sense just to make sure we never have to worry about E5 at all, and then we go for Rook A8, yeah, or Rook A8 immediately.
Or
But
Rook
no,
A8.
To your point, white can play E5 immediately.
Yeah,
right?
I think white should play E5 immediately. Yeah.
So we do have Rook A8 on the board.
Maybe he wants to go Rook A2 after E5.
Rook
And just cut the king off.
A2 after E5.
So your king doesn't make it to H6.
Why didn't we start with King H2?
Rook A4, Rook takes F4.
Oh, Rook A4 was winning a pawn.
Rook A4 takes F4. Let me just show that to the audience because that one actually, I mean, I was worried about losing E4 and
Forgot about the F pawn.
I forgot about F pawn. And that was really funny. I had somehow in my mind.
Yeah, but there's no skewers, yeah.
Yeah.
I had seen this and no, that doesn't work. Oops.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
after
so
E5?
that was why he played E5.
He still played Rook A4, no Rook A2.
Okay, so I guess we got to play F5.
F5 makes sense.
And then Rook E4, I'm guessing, is the plan.
Nice.
Just to interpose.
Beautiful centralization of the rook and likely forcing a trade of rooks. And then
If he wants to draw, if he wants to keep playing, he can take on E5, go King
there's a
B6.
passer. There's a passer. I mean,
Hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, but we're going to play Rook B. We're going to dislodge that bishop on B6 with Rook B4. So I can see a 3-result game still.
With 30 seconds, sure, anything can happen. Both of the players have only 30 seconds. on the
And
clock.
as we have seen in the previous round, Leinier is not really all about ending the game
Yeah.
prematurely.
By the way,
And-
not for nothing, H5.
H5. Sure,
It's
why not?
kind of
Separate the pawns, right?
weird, you
I will
know?
take it because it's still an extra pawn, but
Right, and then Rook H4 and kind of, or maybe taking on
down
F6.
to 9 seconds now. 8, 7,
Liem-
6.
He has
Oh,
gone Rook E4.
Rook E4.
He is simplifying it.
Yeah,
And now just take on D6, take on E4, and shake hands.
yep,
King F2.
yep.
Yeah, and
Bishops of opposite.
if you try to pretend you have an outside passer on the B file and like go all out trying to push it, I think you're probably playing for a loss because allowing the white king to land somewhere on F6, even at the cost of a bishop.
is
I
not
think
a
those
good
types of positions can only be better for white and not
Exactly.
black. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
Conversely,
thinking.
if you just wanted to make a draw as black, you would put your king on G8 or H5.
Let's trade one more pair of pawns.
Sure.
King E3.
Bishop.
Can you take on G4?
Well, there's
You
bishop
can.
G1 in the end, so do you want that excitement in your life?
Since it's not my
It's
game,
probably still
yes.
fine, yeah. It's probably still fine, honestly.
I was about to,
In
a
my
little bit of
game,
a thrill
not a
seeker, you know. And I see, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Now
mean,
F6 bishop D8 would be problematic, but pretty much anything else is a draw, I would think.
I'm thinking you just put the king back on F8 or
Yeah,
G8.
I would be very interested in King E7, F8, G8, but
And just saying, hey, chill, man.
yeah, but King
So you
E7,
would go
E8
back to
here
E7,
is
okay.
yeah, or just honestly just
just play
staying
King
with the
D5,
bishop on
right?
these squares. Yeah, it's just
And just stay in the center as well.
yeah.
All
and
right, they're just
Grigoriy
gonna
is
trade down to
Grigoriy
just
is not
bishops.
very interested in pretending here.
White's gonna move the bishop, b6.
b6, bishop takes b6, please. No?
No.
So greedy.
Wow.
So
There we
greedy.
No, it's a draw.
The moral victor. I finished the game a piece up, but could not win.
Yes.
Well, he didn't take on b6.
He did.
They shook hands
No.
before
But
that.
before he even got a chance to take the bishop.
Yes.
And that is actually incorrect because there are mating positions with bishops of opposite color on the board.
Yes.
Arbiters should have forced them to go king takes b6.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we are going to take a break after this round 5. We're getting for a big round 6 game coming up. First, if you don't mind, Nazi, tell us the standings.
Let's have a look. After round 5, no longer have sole leader. Now 2 players are tied for first, Levon, Aronian and Fabiano, Caruana with 8 points. Now 2 points behind is Incr third, Wesley.
Peter was explaining that in our points scoring system, we had this kind of synergy. 3 American flags at the top, 2 American flags at the bottom. We're squeezing the world
And one in the
between
middle.
America. Yes, as we getting ready for a break. 10th anniversary of the Grand Chess Tour. It's amazing. Wow.
Well, as we go to break, our production team took a look back at some of the most exciting moments of the Grand Chess Tour over the last 10 years. So take a look and we'll be back.
When you think of the Grand Chess Tour and you think of streaks, one of the most incredible streaks that we'll ever witness, Magnus Carlsen in Zagreb, Croatia for the Rapid and Blitz does the extraordinary. As Magnus said, his competitors are going to have to do something incredible to try to catch him.
A lot can happen. A lot can happen now in Blitz. Both Jan and Fabi will probably need to do something they've never done before.
Believe it or not, Magnus Carlsen came up with a bold statement, but he has all the reason to do so.
Magnus Carlsen, I mean, oh my God, 6 world titles, just unimaginable. And if I am Nepo or Fabiano, I'm definitely looking over my shoulder.
Against Magnus, I haven't played Rapid and Blitz since the World Championship. So that'll be interesting.
Unbelievable. Magnus manages to
Once again,
trick Fabi. King G3, and there you go.
Ooh,
Wow.
Fabi and Nepo are going to have the tournaments of their lives to stop him. By the way, clock times are
Just
huge.
a few seconds.
And there goes the
and just
piece.
grabbed the piece. And
Yeah.
he won. He just
Wow.
outplayed Duda in just last few moves.
I mean, especially in Zagreb, there was a very nice event which Magnus dominated in 2019.
And there goes the flag. Gukesh flagged.
So Magnus winning all 3
3
games.
in a row.
You know, you have to be strong and lucky. That's what Magnus does. So far, seems unstoppable.
Well, usually I like to play against Magnus. How to say? I forgot the right word in English.
Challenging,
But
maybe.
yeah, challenging. Exactly. You know what I meant.
And Magnus has done it again.
And there he. Oh. But it was the clock that was the crucial factor. Miro, how many times did the victory get tossed back and forth in that game?
Well, I've lost count. I know Saric was winning on 2 occasions for sure. So that was really back and forth.
My attitude always is you have to play, move the pieces, and the position has to take care of itself.
Magnus somehow has a hex, a voodoo thing going, and
There we go. Magnus wins 5th game in a row.
4 seconds, and Vichy said, "I've seen enough." Magnus Carlsen has been on a tear. He's won every single game. What is Nepo thinking?
Well, Nepo-
Like, how do I stop this guy, right?
Or maybe he's thinking, how do I survive this game?
Right.
Once you come to a tournament, you try to play well. Not every time you actually can do this, yeah, but at least you got to try.
The threat of rook check.
Oh, there's a checkmate next move, rook f6. Wow.
Rook f6. Mate in 1. Magnus, 6 out of 6.
This year I want to play more solid in Rapid, so I think I could improve the result, but we'll see.
you can play a5, a4, and Ali Reza had enough. And I tell you, that was an incredibly smooth game. Superlatives. We're running out of things to say about Magnus's result. What do you guys think of Magnus Carlsen? Not bad, eh?
Actually, remember that in Warsaw he didn't like to check the standings. Now I see him all the time. He's checking the standings, Maybe it's because he's leading, huh?
That wild card is pretty good, I have to say.
What are the chances Magnus finishes 9 out of 9 today?
Well, if you had said to me before the round started, I would have said 0. Like, no, you just can't win. Not, in modern chess, that's not the way it works. No. But now you start with 7 out of 7. You get on this roll where suddenly it's doable.
I don't really have any, spectacular expectations, just trying to play chess.
Is there a checkmate? Oh, queen f3.
And you're threatening mate on g4.
Wow. 8 out of 8.
Magnus has done the impossible. He's won 8 in a row. And let's remind our viewers that you are watching the Magnus Carlsen show.
Let's go to Croatia. And once again, guys, how lucky you are to witness 8 out of 8 by Magnus Carlsen.
This is history in the making, and I'm pretty sure this might be a record.
And we're back, Konstantin versus
Magnus.
I just want to play my best chess to enjoy all this fantastic event, all these top players.
Magnus.
And now he's winning.
And now he's winning.
Now he's winning. There was a way to avoid being kind of paralyzed, but Lupulevsky couldn't find it, and now he can.
The paralysis is setting in, and he's set up for f3. You have to play rook takes f3.
But then
rook
he
takes
takes
f3, and rook
b2,
b2,
a2,
and he's 9 for 9.
9 out of 9.
And Magnus is exultant.
Magnus, we've said pretty much everything that can be said about this performance. The final thing is to hear it from the man himself. Tell us about your emotions right now.
Yeah, this is just very, very special to me. I've had good days before in terms of score. Like, I've had stretches like in Poland where I had like 10.5 out of 11 or something. But to win every single game on one day, I don't think I've ever done that before, and probably won't do again.
Magnus Carlsen doing the incredible, going 9 out of 9. 9 victories in a row against the world's greatest grandmasters. One word: fabulous.
The 2025 Grand Chess Tour heads to St. Louis for 2 thrilling back-to-back events, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the prestigious Sinquefield Cup. Watch top grandmasters battle in fast-paced time controls and intense classical matches as they fight for points in the race for the GCT title. It's a chess showdown you won't want to miss. Be there to witness the drama unfold live from the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hello, I'm International Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, speaking on behalf of the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame and galleries. Our neighborhood in the Central West End and surrounding areas were hit by devastating tornadoes that scarred our neighborhood and hurt countless families. We, alongside the Grand Chess Tour, and with the support of our co-founders, Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, have launched a $150,000 matching donation campaign to support the St. Louis Community Foundation's Tornado Response Fund. We are asking our chess community to help in this effort. Your donation will provide immediate relief, food, and shelter to the people affected, and aid in rebuilding our historic neighborhood. Please, give what you can and help us in this effort to support and heal our neighbors. Thank you.
Corporate Chess League started in 2018, and we started it because we wanted to get the corporations around St. Louis to get together, casually play chess, and network together. So each corporation has their own team. They bring 4 to 6 people every week, and they play over the board in-person chess.
In our team, for all of us to be here, we don't see each other throughout our week. We work in different departments in different areas. So yeah, I think it's a good thing to hang out with your other peers at the club.
So what myself and my coworkers get out of playing in the Corporate Chess League is camaraderie, getting to hang out with people from work, from different departments, getting to meet people from other companies, learn what they do, and obviously just enjoy the game of chess that we all love.
We have about 10 teams right now. We average 10 to 12 teams every year. So if your corporation is interested, or if you work for a corporation and you're trying to get a team, all you need to do is go to our website, stlouischessclub.org, and all the information is there.
Are you a lady looking to hone your chess skills? Did you play as a girl and want to get back into it? Have you ever wanted to know more about chess but were afraid to ask? Ladies' Night is the perfect opportunity for you to get in the game. It's a special class held every Wednesday night by women, for women, plus St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
The World Chess Hall of Fame Music Series is coming to your neighborhood with the returning Chess Pocket Park concerts. Every month through September, you can enjoy pop-up concerts featuring local musicians at parks across the St. Louis area. And best of all, these shows are completely free and open to the public. Be sure not to miss any of these upcoming performances. And for more information, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hey everybody, what's up? This is Brian Owens, Music Director and Creative Resident for the World Chess Hall of Fame, and I just want to invite you to come out to just a great musical experience. The culture here at World Chess Hall of Fame around our music series has been growing. Audiences can expect an array of genre, everything from pop and soul to R&B and country, and I really love that because it's just indicative of the creative and cultural excellence that we have here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. We want you to come out and experience it with us, and make sure you get your tickets because by next year, may be sold out. So come on down, everybody.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover a masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
If you're new to chess or have just started learning the game, Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club is right for you. Mondays from 5:30 to 8:30, you can learn the basics of the game in a friendly, judgment-free zone from experienced instructors, and get valuable practice going head-to-head with other players who are also starting their chess journeys. It's never too late to learn the game, and now is the perfect time to start. Join us for Beginner's Night at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Make new memories, make new friends, and make something amazing at Crafts and Cocktails, hosted monthly at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy delicious complimentary snacks and fine cocktails and mocktails as you explore your creativity through unique and fun projects. You can craft at your own pace or ask an artistic instructor to help guide you through the process. Need some inspiration? Check out the dazzling art on show in our galleries while you're here. It's a fun and affordable way to get together with friends, meet new people, and nurture your own creativity. Whether you're a beginner or expert, you're welcome at Crafts and Cocktails at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
On September 18th, the World Chess Hall of Fame is going to host its newest exhibit, Reading Between the Lines, Chess and Literature. This exhibition includes fun artworks and artifacts like rare books and beautiful illustrations related to stories that include chess themes. When you visit, you'll get to see how authors from different time periods and across the world have incorporated chess into their storytelling, from Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass to Walter Tevis's The Queen's Gambit. There's going to be a lot of really wonderful artifacts for you to see. We hope to see you at the exhibition opening on September 18th, and you can learn more about this event at worldchesshof.org.
Hi, my name is Brian Woods. I am the music director for classical programming at the World Chess Hall of Fame and Galleries. It is a monthly series that we put on featuring performers from the St. Louis Symphony, from Opera Theater St. Louis, Winter Opera, and some of the finest freelancers we have here in the St. Louis area. Every live performance is completely different. So when you come to a concert here at the World Chess Hall of Fame, you can expect infinite possibilities all within this rubric of music.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
Welcome back, everyone. We already had 5 rounds of Rapid. Let's take a look at the standings after 5 rounds. We have 2 co-leaders and good friends. Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana sharing first with 8 points. Full 2 points behind is Wesley, and then there is a big tie for the 4th.
Gukesh, MVL, Leinier, and tell us about the pairings. I've peeked ahead, so I know what's coming up.
The big matchup will be 2 leaders facing each other. Fabiano Caruana is playing Levon Aronian, and we will focus on that game. But I'll tell you all the pairings. Nodirbek Abdusattorov is playing Gukesh, Wesley against Grigoriy Oparin, Leinier, Dominguez against Liem, and Sam Shankland against MVL.
Wow, Fabi, Levon, a lot can be decided there. But looking down, Wesley versus Grigoriy. If I'm in Wesley's position, thinking with the white pieces,
play for a win for sure.
This would be very, very nice. Peter, jump in. What's caught your eye?
Well, obviously the game to look forward to. We've all said that, of course, the game between the 2 co-leaders, this one between Levon and Fabi, is the game of the day. Another one that was interesting to me is the battle of the new generation, Nodirbek with the white pieces against Gukesh. They're not having the most stellar tournament of their lives so far. Gukesh began today by losing badly to somebody who was on 0 out of 3, which must not have been a very enjoyable experience for him. But still, they are 2 of the most exciting new players around. Gukesh, obviously, the world champion, and Nodirbek is Nodirbek. You know, every game of his is an event because he plays such uncompromising chess. And I think this generation in general, all of them are becoming kind of more ambitious by the second, not just in terms of their approach to chess in general, but also the way they see every position. Very rarely you see them take what in my generation would be called objective decisions. You know, like if there's a way to unbalance the position in some way, shape, or form, they will pretty much always gravitate towards those. And this is also, I think, the reason, having mentioned the loss Gukesh incurred against Sam in the first game of the day today, it was very much him feeling that, you know, he's playing somebody who has a bit of a target painted on his back. So he went for a very, not his repertoire opening, and he also played it sort of a lot more ambitiously with black than maybe you should. And for a change, he met Sam on form. And of course, Sam is a very, very strong player. And having as he himself said to Anastasiya in that interview, the fact that I had a very poor day yesterday doesn't change the fact that I'm a very strong chess player. And he did show it in that game against Gukesh.
Winning very, very nicely. As you see there is a replay.
That is such a great approach. Because after you lose all games, you feel like you're the worst player on the planet.
And you got to remind yourself that you're actually pretty decent. It
was just a bad day.
Exactly. And just to remind everybody, the GCT upcoming schedule, because here it is.
Right after this, we're going to have Sync World Cup in St. Louis, Missouri. And then the top 4 will qualify for Grandchester Finals. And that will be in Sao Paulo, Brazil, from September 28th.
I know, love it. The standings in the GCT, because it's the top 4 that make it to Brazil, and you have to be a tour player, of course.
Right now Alireza is leading, but he's not part of this event, so MVL and Wesley and plenty of other players have chance to overtake him. MVL is looking like the best candidate so far.
Well, you got Fabi and Levon there tied for first, and both of them looking at a potential 13 points, you know.
Both needed.
Both
also,
needing 13 points.
I think, you know, with our years of knowing who MVL is and which things we can trust them about and which we can't, if MVL thinks 28 is the cutoff point, this actually sets a pretty clear target for everybody else. And for everybody else, 28 is far, far away. That probably involves maybe winning one of the two events. Because for people on 11, 28 is 17 points ahead. That is, if you win something, you're pretty much there. You're 13 of the 17 points along the way. But if you don't, you have to finish like third and second, maybe.
Right.
So for the people in our graphic there below the cutoff at 4, they're pretty much all of them bunched up in that very, very short kind of range between 11.5 and 10.5, as you can see, starting from Gukesh and going all the way down to Lev and Fabio on 10.5. It's a very tightly bunched group of players. And for all of them, basically, qualification for Brazil involves 2 very, very successful tournaments. One will not be enough, frankly. You need 2.
Exactly. Nicely stated, absolutely. Top 4. Wow. I made a mistake. I was interviewing MVL, and I said to him, well, congratulations. I mean, you know, you were one of the Grand Chess Tour champions. And he said, no, I never won the Grand Chess Tour. I said,
it's hard to believe,
I have to remind you, you actually did. You won the Grand Chess Tour. You went to London. You beat Magnus Carlsen. And he said, very good. I'm glad you remember that, Yasser, but it was the semifinals. If you beat Magnus in a match, you deserve to be the Grand Chess Tour
That should be enough somehow. But
it wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough.
It was the semifinals that he won against Magnus. I guess he would know that sort of thing, you know. I mean,
he would remember it.
Yeah, you'd think so, right? But yeah, I was trying to...
but it's because he consistently plays so well in Grand Chess Tour, always finishes in like top 3, top 5. We assume that he has won.
He's won at one of these times, and Wesley, of course, is also a GCT Tour champion. It's the 10th year. I hope we enjoyed that little documentary that was put together. Kevin Duggan, he's such a wonderful video photography man. He's been with us from the start. I want to say the whole Grand Chess Tour. Yeah,
so 10 years?
Yeah. Remember Kevin, he brought his family and they all sat on the... Yeah. So he's been around. He's done some really, really nice work for us. And I hope you enjoyed that. Be sure to leave your comments. Looking at Dominguez, Liem, Shankland, MVL, any predictions here for this upcoming round 6?
I'm going to say MVL's going to win.
Okay.
And start his winning streak.
Get that winning streak back.
He needs to do that.
Yeah.
But all eyes will be on Fabi and Levon, right? Because, I mean, whoever wins this could win the whole event of Rapid and Blitz and then go on to take those 13 Grand Chess Tour points and go to Brazil.
Exactly. Yeah, book your flight. I've been to Sao Paulo. I played a match against Henrik Macking there, and I loved the city. So regret.
But we have a special guest in the studio, Anastasiya Karlovich. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you. What a surprise for me.
Yeah, for us
I was
as
around,
well.
but I didn't expect to get to the studio suddenly.
Exactly.
How are you doing here, guys?
Wonderful. How are you doing with the social media? What have you seen so far?
How's the playing hall?
Playing hall is great, and also it's nice to see players walking around. And you know, we're expecting a big storm is coming to St. Louis. So everybody is like watching it, and I think it's calm before the storm. I'm expecting big, clashes in the last round, especially that Fabiano is now facing Levon Aronian.
Right.
And I had this quick chat with Fabi just a few minutes ago, and he's like, okay, big game is happening soon.
Right.
Yes, I think everybody's getting ready.
We enjoyed your interview there with Sam Shankland. You caught him just between.
Yes.
And he was very well spoken. He said, he remembers the fact that he can play chess. After
it's very important, not to give up, not to just simply be destroyed by results and come. I don't know how he did it, but I think it was really important for him. Nevertheless, it didn't work that well in the next game, but this victory, I think, is important for anyone who starts losing. I've been there. Of course, I'm not such a top player as Sam, but we all know how does it feel to lose a few games in a row. Like, you may never survive after that.
And a lot of players are here with their seconds, right? And they're preparing in between the rounds?
Yes, I see also Nodirbek with Rustam Kasimdzhanov, former world champion. I mean, you cannot ask for a better second. We all know that Rustam is such a great player and also such a great coach with so many great results of his students. And also Gukesh is here with his father and Gajewski, his second. So yeah, I mean, everybody who has his different routine, but I can see a few players with their seconds. It's funny to see Fabiano with Grigoriy, who is not his second. So both of them are playing in this tournament right now.
They're rivals now.
It's good to see you in studio. It's like I can touch you. You're not this digital figure in Zagreb or overseas.
It's nice to be here with you guys. Finally,
yes, a connection.
Finally, we have all this connection. Players are here, all commentators are here.
Right.
So yeah, it's great to be in St. Louis once again.
Quick question for you. Are you heading to Brazil for the playoffs?
I hope so. I really hope so.
Well,
I mean, I'm so excited about it. 4 participants, 4 finalists, and who they will be.
Yeah.
Like, let's figure it out soon.
Thank you. All right, we're ready to start the final round. Thank you for everything.
All the best of luck for you guys.
Absolutely. Anastasiya,
go for it.
Let's go. As we get ready for this round 6, the final round of the day, and the biggest match of the day, of course, is coming up.
Playing
Two
each
leaders.
other. We're gonna watch Fabi and Levon. They're good friends. They know each other extremely well. They've played hundreds of games if you count classical, rapid blitz.
Never mind Bug House.
Right. Do you remember the American Cup playoffs?
Yes.
They played for like 7 hours one day.
True, true. And the crazy part is when you think about the games, this is not Queen's Gambit declined, white and black, Kasparov, Karpov, Capablanca. No. They have gone across the entire spectrum.
I'll be switching
of
it
chess
up. Yeah.
openings.
We've so far seen some Sicilians from him with both colors. We
The
saw
moment
him.
I say Queen's Gambit declined.
That was amazing.
Ragozin. Okay, there should be 4. But that was funny. That was funny.
They have played this many times. Actually, I was watching their match during the American Cup, and they were debating this opening back then too.
Exactly.
So who has a novelty here prepared? I wonder.
Peter, jump in on this one. This is the latest and greatest, right?
Yeah, this is very topical, and there are some very quirky positions. I'm trying to remember. I think I have a file on this, not mine though, which is why I'm very shaky on the details.
Right.
But I think there are these really strange positions with the knight kind of stuck on h5. I mean, it's not stuck, it can turn via 4, but it's a very kind of a curious looking position where the black pawn is on h4 and there's a white knight in front of it somehow, or behind it, as the case may be. So that's one way to react to h5. There's also queen b3 apparently, which is slightly more popular in terms of purely numbers of games played than h4. But my feeling is h4 has to be slightly more critical than queen b3, but queen b3 actually has been chosen. Once again, people are choosing to make me into a liar.
And the players are playing very quickly. Knight d7 on the board.
Knight b7 very expected because white were threatening bishop takes f6 and queen takes d5, so connecting the knights this way makes a lot of sense. I'm assuming we're not going to, actually, once again, I was wrong. I was going to say we're not going to allow d takes e5, but looks like we are, because after g5, g4, we are probably...
No, knight takes e5, knight takes e5.
We can't guess any of the moves
and
yet.
they are coming
H3.
rapidly.
This is a new position.
Rook g1, not even hesitation. Were these guys looking at each other?
I was going to say, is there any chance they've analyzed this together, like during the Olympiad or something?
Wow. It's so fast and so unexpected. I don't even know what has happened.
Very, very curious position. The engine suggests kind of pausing with the very forcing moves and playing c7, c6. And interestingly,
c6.
Yeah, interestingly, it seems like white is threatening g takes h3.
Yeah.
But after c6, one of the first ideas it suggests is to play in g2, g4, and not gh at all.
It says g2, g4?
It says g2, g4. I'm guessing trying to win it later with rook g3 takes h3 so that we don't double our pawn, just to win it for free, so to speak. Right. I don't quite know why gh isn't good.
A c6, gh, I thought we were heading...
Yeah, maybe knight e4, d6, and then f7, f6 is the plan.
So this is the first time they're thinking, so Levon was not expecting rook g1?
It is the first line of the engine, which is it's a bit surprising to me because if you blitz all the way up to h3, rook g1 should be one of the moves you consider, because the engine absolutely does suggest it as one of the top options.
And the funny thing for me is, I'm sitting there thinking, isn't White's intention to castle and play c3, c4? So I wasn't thinking in terms of rook g1 myself, but rook g1 came in an instant.
So fast, yes.
And by the way, c6. Only after a 20-second pause?
Are we going to see g4? That's the question. It's such a strange decision.
Yeah, counterintuitive. Why aren't I taking this?
94, yeah, I was correct about that. The idea is 94, and then we want to play f6, and then we want to eventually take, and the knight goes to the, we know d6 is the square for this knight in all of these structures. It's pretty much always is aimed at the square on d6. And yeah, the intention is to eventually maybe kick away the knight from e5. Bishop takes h3 now is a threat now that we've protected b7.
So c7, c6, and that's why the machine is suggesting g4 and a rook g3. Huh.
Well, Fabio's thinking too for the first time.
Thank goodness.
But I'm sure he's seen the g4 idea.
Right.
We'll see.
Probably on his screen as well.
Yeah.
Not even in his mind, but probably on his screen.
Just because the players have paused, let me take a pause as well.
Let's go to Wesley's game against Grigoriy. We have a Sicilian.
A knight or... No, it's a 4 knights.
Well, he transposed into something.
That's a Scheveningen.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. You guys made it sound so fun, I had to say it too.
Jump right in. Bishop b7, queen
g3. This is some very, very old school theory.
Right.
This position has existed forever.
Yes.
It became briefly popular again, I want to say in the 90s maybe, where Alexei Shirov won some very nice games with white here. I had it on the board. I think I had this against Alexander Morozevich once with white. I'm assuming these days everything is around equal, but it's definitely a position that's much easier to play with white, because white will try to give mate. It might not be immediately obvious how, but for white, you are playing basically for mate, whereas for black, defending these types of positions is often much more difficult than attacking in them.
Yeah, and it's somehow
black has to kind of wait.
Yeah, you don't know when you're counterpunching with e5 or whether you're counterpunching with d5.
Bishop d3. Bishop d3. There was some position in which an early bishop d3 would allow knight h5
and g6. Yes,
yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Not even with the idea of playing g6.
Can we try it here?
Yeah.
By the way, rook d7 was played like instantly, so Grigoriy is showing his familiarity with the variation.
Might both be in their prep, but engine didn't love rook d7. I see Valbar went up a little bit.
After bishop d3, yeah, I think this is the position where you go knight h5, or at least it's definitely one of the options. After rook d7, we can play rook a1, and getting rid of that bishop on d4, like nullifying the pressure that it exerts against the black king side is not that easy. And the moves that the engine is suggesting here, like it says bishop d8, which is a move, I'm not entirely sure what you're even trying to achieve. Maybe it's a useful pass, but why is it a useful pass? It's really, really non-obvious to me.
Right.
And often you also have to kind of worry about these types of positions where, you know, if things go wrong for
everything
black
is
here,
targeting
strictly only move g7, g6, and this is maybe why they play bishop d8, to have rook g7 in the end.
Wow.
Because, like in this position, if you can't bring the rook to g7, you lose. But if you can, you win. So it's a rather big difference. But yeah, rook a1 already played, and I really don't know if it's even possible to play bishop d8 unless you remember exactly that the engine says it in this specific position. It's not the only move. You could also play rook fe8, which is still manageable with the intention of meeting e5 with takes, takes, and queen d8. And then if white plays f5, you're just in time to get rid of that very, very important attacker, and also the rook on e8 supports the pawn on e6, which is very relevant here. But yeah, margins are small. If you make a waiting move here, like if you play something like bishop c6, which is sometimes in these positions you want bishop 6, queen b7, a5, b4, you're already running very, very serious risks. Once again, white's play is very often just typical.
Yeah.
And yeah, you could be in trouble here. Let's see what Grigoriy does from this position.
Well, visually, it does have a very nice feeling for white, that all of white's pieces are focused in the center. Everybody's
Looks like white did everything right.
Yeah, and he's getting ready for these e5. Bishop takes e5, followed by f5 attacks, where, as Peter's saying, he's playing for free, and suddenly the margin of error becomes very, very sharp, right? One false step and you're done. I'm going to switch to the game between Nodirbek and world champion Gukesh. Up and down day for Gukesh.
Well, for both of them.
True that as well. Reminding ourselves that actually Gukesh was doing really, really well in previous Rapid and Blitz, and he played poorly in the Blitz.
Right.
That allowed Magnus to pass him by. What is this? This is a London?
London, yes. I was trying to guess the opening. It's London. Whenever it's bishop on f4 and pawns on e3 and there's no pawn on c4,
Right.
you can assume it's the London.
Yeah, this is it. Okay, a7, a5. All right, it's a position.
White probably does play c4 now, though.
C4?
I think it's time, yeah.
I didn't know if I should be aspiring for e4, e5, but you like c4.
In your expert opinion, it's a position?
It's a position. And hey,
You were
e4.
right.
Oh,
And I was wrong.
No, but Nodirbek is one of those really, really, really dynamic players, and that's why I just felt.
And it's a very playable move.
Didn't get my joke. trying to leverage the dynamic move to my own play. But
no, I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad move, but it has a very specific drawback. And I was drawn to it myself even before my screen confirmed
Whoa.
it. You can go knight h5, bishop g5, f6.
Whoa.
And the bishop gets driven to slightly unfortunate squares. If you play bishop h4, I was wondering maybe even g5 is playable, but even sort of more straightforwardly, I get my knight to f4, I get rid of the bishop on d3.
Nice.
And black is doing very, very well. So if not for knight h5, if let's say you play h7, h6, which is playable here, and white gets to play h3 to make sure there are some squares for that bishop to escape, then perhaps you have to do this with black, but you're not very happy doing this, because these types of positions, once again,
Can be
concretely with queen f6 maybe you hold, but if queen f6 didn't exist, you would be much worse, because this bishop is just so much better than this one.
Thank you, Peter. Nasi, how does Gukesh rank his disciplines, his stats?
Let's have a look. Victory rate across all formats.
That's the Rapid I was talking about, that he
Croatia
played so
one,
very
right?
well, yes.
38.9% in Rapid. In Blitz is 27.8, also impressive. In Classical, 7.4.
And again, just to emphasize, this is GCT events only.
He's only been playing for 2 years.
Right, exactly. By the way, he did spot that knight h5, f6, as you were just showing, Peter. So, sharp.
Yeah, comfortable position for black now.
Nice.
Very comfortable.
Let's
and
check.
the problem is I can't. Can I play bishop e3, by the way? Trying to force this.
It looks wrong.
I know, doesn't it? It has.
Doesn't the trap?
It has the feeling like I'm
h5 is hanging.
I'm transgressed a little bit. But
d4 knight takes d4 existed. I think the bigger problem might be bishop takes e3.
Knight takes d4 existed.
Yeah, and then queen takes h5. I don't
oops. So the bigger problem we were
I thought maybe even simply bishop takes e3 and then queen b6. Yeah, I know, but I want to play queen b6 and then knight f4
next. Solving your problem in a nice way.
It is a serious problem, so I would like to solve it as quickly as
quickly.
possible, yeah.
So even on a move like queen e1, you're not taking on b2.
Probably not taking on b2, no.
But
I'm
knight
probably
f4.
playing knight f4.
But I could play maybe knight d4 instead of queen e1.
Yeah, I missed.
Are you still gonna?
Ooh, nice. You've got ideas.
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate knight d4, queen h5, knight c2, and kind of failing. There's rook f2 there. I'm losing my mind. I thought I was winning the knight on d2, but I am just not winning it at all.
Yeah, I do
This
have
loses.
rook f2. Wow. It became very, very tactically sharp. And guess what? We have even a different approach, a third approach by Nodirbek. E4 takes d5.
I think we take with the pawn. I think we take with the pawn
and just a second. I got ideas.
Yeah, takes G4.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, that is very attractive to me as well, because if it works out, it could work out very spectacularly.
Right, but if it fails, equally spectacular.
But I don't quite see. Yeah, I think 95 followed by 94 probably takes most of the sting out of
away.
it.
There's no. I mean, it's like one of those positions where you could sneak in a queen h4 and a g3 and like. Well, let's. I mean, we're here. We're here. Can we just have a look? See.
94 g3. The thing is, I can go h takes g.
Yes,
you take with the knight.
Knight takes.
I go knight takes.
Hold on. Look at this.
Takes
Look at this huge checkmating threat. Knight takes g3. Now, queen h5. What are you doing?
Yeah, I wanted queen h5, but there's bishop f2. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly.
Just play queen e2 for now.
Quiet.
Yeah, I mean, we're up a pawn, aren't we?
Very good.
We
Very
are,
good.
yeah.
The training is working.
It's working,
It's
yes.
great. I don't know what I'm doing. I was just
Nobody
still
knows what
have
they're
it,
doing.
Yeah. It's the end
having
of the
fun
day.
at the end of the day. I got to get in my shots now. And now after bishop h3, illegal.
You scared me for a second.
I'm thinking of Fabi's game against Sam Shankland, where the queen is on g6 and the bishop.
Definitely some similarities there.
It's illegal.
Let's go back though.
Yes.
It's not what happened
It's not
at
what
all.
happened. G7, G6. Oh, pardon me. The bishop's
lot
got
more peaceful
traded
position.
on E3. The bishop's got traded on E3 and G7,
Yeah, white's
G6.
pawn on e3 is
By the way, there
not
was
great.
no queen B6, knight F4 business.
Not yet. Yeah, it's white to move, so white.
Well,
could
no. He
prepare for
played
it.
G6.
Right. That's what
But
I'm saying.
he could have started with queen B6.
He could have.
With the idea of knight F4. He went G6, did Gukesh, and they have this position. Where would you?
Let's check with MVL. He's playing
MVL.
against Sam. It's, I think, one of the few games we have left that we haven't looked at.
Quite a bit worse, MVL is.
The shaky start continues.
Yeah. It sure feels like a very good English reverse dragon for white.
English reverse dragon.
Again, yeah, where you've got this kind of Sicilian where you've gotten to play D2, D4 in a Sicilian on the black side, and everything has kind of gone your way. The only thing
The knight's going to f5.
if I could have everything, my pawns would be on A3, D4. But as you were about to say, knight's going to F5. I've got a nice majority.
He could have already done this on the previous move. I'm trying to work out why rook F1 was necessary. Why didn't we just play knight F5 here? I guess he thinks he can keep it in reserve.
It's no rush.
She was very pleasant, though.
It sure does. I mean, wow. I love these positions.
For white.
For white. This looks very, very good. I'm going to go to...
Let's go to Wesley's game because I
Wesley.
think
Wesley is much,
exciting.
much better. And also, I have a feeling this actually is my game against
Look at
Morozevich.
Wesley, though.
Is there a way to somehow look this up? Because
was-
I think this is my game against Morozevich in one of the Russian championships from the mid-90s.
And you are unfortunately on the black side?
No, I was on the white side.
Oh, very good. No, you
what
wanted
he
to have the fun.
remembers
You wanted to have some fun. This looks like, well, okay, I'm breaking through on E6, so there's really no...
E5 has to be played, right?
E5, but then after bishop E3, the attack actually kind of continues. The bishop lands on H6. The position is
Oh, I
cramped.
would never touch that pawn.
But I'm going to borrow a page from Levon Aronian. I'm going to put my king on H8 and my rook on G8 ASAP.
I think, regrettably, after GF, EF is just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
Queen H6.
Queen H6, King H8.
Let me get in front of the board and come on, guys, best move here.
Best move.
So
it's
that
not
you can,
one of those
no,
bishop
not the right
F6,
side. This side.
rook
Knight.
F5. This.
probably 95, right?
It probably is 95.
Yes. Yeah, Michael Tull smiling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But if I have to play E5, aren't I just like really
You're kind of
getting
busted, yes.
smashed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, 95 is +4. Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, queen h6 is +2.5, also not a bad move, but knight d5 is very beautiful, with the intention of meeting e5 simply. Rook, I mean, I thought it was just this, but rook f5 is more directive. Mate in 16.
Oh, we saw that.
We did?
Mate in 16.
My trusted hostess. You just snap that out, right? Mate in 16. Nah.
And he also announced mate in 16.
Yes, exactly.
You play rook takes a... You remember the famous what's his... Alderman, I think his name was, or somebody. That was one of the very early incidents where somebody in the German Open, he was, I remember who he was playing, but I misremember his name.
Yeah.
He was playing as Kalinichev, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Grandmaster Kalinichev in a random German Open in like 1995 or thereabouts.
Right.
In a position where he's clearly winning, but it's very messy. There's lots of pieces everywhere. He made some move and announced mate in 8.
Yes. It was like, what?
And this was probably a mistake, because at that point he got kind of swiped down. And,
kicked out of the tournament.
And disqualified. Yeah.
Yeah, he overdid it.
A little bit.
Too excited.
He got
Just a
very
little
excited.
bit, yeah.
Bishop E. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have Bishop E3? That's my analysis.
No,
Grigoriy
still
still
thinking,
F5.
yes.
Not a good position.
Doesn't have too many good choices, yeah, but I think E5 has to be played.
Absolutely. You were going to say, I am going to go back to our marquee matchup, which is Fabi versus Levon, the two tournament leaders coming into the round.
G4 did happen.
Wow, they're playing
And
all the best
F4 and-
moves.
Wow.
Queen.
Nobody's castling.
Yeah, not yet.
You know,
probably not
the
ever,
chess
yeah.
coaches around the world are all crying.
Struggling, yes.
You know, guys, you know, we're trying to teach the young children how to play chess, how to bring their pieces into the attack, castle, and nobody's paying attention to our principles. Knight to E4.
Although black might actually have to castle long eventually. You can't, like, white will not have the option, but black having the option might actually avail themselves of it.
Just to say, knight c6, I guess
takes
queen
F4
f4
maybe,
is the issue.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
King is actually weaker. It's hard to tell, right?
can we start with f5 so that we can play knight takes?
F5, F6 is not great. It's not bad, but F5, F6, it starts preferring black.
f5, f6, we start preferring black because of rook g8, rook h6?
No, it's simply rook g8, yeah. It just
I like how
really dislikes it.
H2 is defended with that rook on b2.
Yeah.
But H3
Three
is hanging,
but
now.
okay, the machine really doesn't like it. Jump in, Peter, what?
Well,
does
it's a
the
very
machine
messy
like?
position. F6 is just a threat.
Yeah.
So the two ways of dealing with it, one is bishop d3, to have
So
bishop
we
takes
can-
e4 and queen takes e6 as a response. Yep. Just to illustrate, suddenly this is very vulnerable. Or you can just do it sort of in a physical fashion, just like stopping f6 by
Brute force.
enabling g takes f. And then black castles queenside, you play bishop d3. I wanted to say, in practical terms, I would pick black, but I'm not so sure, because yes, the king is only one and the other one seems to be slightly safer, but it's very difficult to get to it. I can put a rook in front of it if I need to. I can maybe walk towards c1, b1 if I have to later in the game. Machine just says, okay, just like continue making normal moves. White can just try throwing in a4, a5. Black shockingly wants to play c6, c5 somewhere. You normally don't want to soften up the structure in front of your king on b7, but black needs a break somewhere. Because for black, getting to the king on e1, it remains the one big idea. And in that respect, just opening up the c file maybe is useful in those terms.
Peter, is rook h4 any kind of a threat in that position that you had it just at the end? Like a4, go ahead, throw a4 out there, rook h4.
Well, specifically here, a5 appears to be a bigger threat. It just ignores rook takes f4 altogether, goes b5, a6 check, and says, we've
We're in
actually...
trouble.
Yeah, eventually we have rook f1. The point is, after we've made all the progress we want to make on the queen side, we have rook f1, and that's very solid. You aren't actually getting to the f4 pawn. And provoking b6, b5 appears to be something that the engine very much favors for white. But yeah, it's a massively messy position, and they blitzed out the first 15.
And then they stopped.
Yeah, it's now move 19. They both burn through about 10 minutes on the clock. Very understandably, very difficult to play for, I think, both players.
So you have bishop d3 and you have g5. Well, if you gave me the choice, I would go for bishop to d3, developing
I was
a
going
piece.
for g5 because I love my knight on e5. I don't want it to get kicked out.
You might be combining them anyway, regardless. Like if you play bishop d3, for some reason it starts with rook g8 and not long castles. I guess allowing f5 there is not great, so rook g8 stops f5 because we have the x-ray along the g file, and it goes g5 anyway. So
we get the g5.
It's actually difficult for white. It's difficult for white to do entirely without the move g4, g5 here. So
gotcha.
We might see it anyway.
Thank you, Peter, as we got a great game going in this sixth and final
it's amazing.
round of the day.
These two players keep finding openings and variations that they haven't played yet against each other.
Exactly. They challenge each other across the entire spectrum of openings.
They must have tried everything by now. Not running out of ideas yet.
Yeah. Why is this game so important?
Well, they're
first place is on the line.
Sharing first place, and they're 2 points ahead of the rest of the field. So if somebody wins this game, Levon or Fabi, they could potentially win the whole event. That could be the decisive win.
Exactly. One of the statistics that we do keep our eyes on in these Rapid and Blitz, it's very often that the players who come from the Rapids with the lead, they kind of carry that through into the Blitz.
Except in Croatia, right?
Yeah, there are some exceptions. Like for example, Croatia,
Like when Magnus is playing the Blitz.
Well, if you're going to go a 9 out of 9 in the Blitz, you may pass somebody along the way, right? But in any case, this fight for first is a big one. Knight e4, and did you have a feeling who you'd prefer here
in this position?
Yeah, because it's a mess.
It's a complete mess. Yes.
Yeah. I always thought
maybe black just because I can castle.
Yeah, I always thought of the opening as I wanted my fair share of the center, good active squares from my pieces, and a safe king. I feel as white, I may have achieved some, but
not
safe
all.
King, not.
Definitely not all, yeah.
No, definitely not all. Whereas for black, I'm thinking safe king, fair share of the center, not a bad piece, not a bad piece, not a bad piece. So maybe I have a slight preference for black, even though I'm sure the engine is saying...
Round equal, yeah. But it's I think we can pretty safely disregard whatever the engine says here, especially in terms of evaluations, because it's just a very, very non-standard position. Like your bearings are kind of lost. You've never really played anything like it before, most likely.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a position you encounter
at all
every year.
No.
Yeah, navigation is extremely difficult for both white and black here. And then king safety, I think, becomes one of the most important ways to pick a side.
Right. Now, let me just say that I would have probably very, very early errored with this move f4, f5, because in my mind, I thought I was driving the bishop back and I was playing for c4. But Peter
F6,
told me that this move f6 actually throws me
It's still
off.
around equal, but you have to start playing very precisely. It goes fe6, fe5, bishop d3, and says 0-25-ish, but...
Right. We're going to put this game on pause for a moment. I want to go to the game, if you don't mind.
Wesley, my pick.
Let's do it.
He seems to be doing really well in this game.
Yeah, because we thought...
If I was played.
...that black can't mess around playing quiet moves like bishop c6. In fact, it was this move, bishop c6, that Peter said, don't do that.
Yes.
Do we have a knockout blow here?
We can already play knight d5, actually.
Already.
Which the engine likes very much. I thought maybe bishop h6, rook e8, and then some kind of a rook
Exactly.
lift. But knight d5 appears to be very strong with the idea, I'm guessing the point is if you take twice, you've lost material to f6. Bishop f6, rook f6, and queen takes d7 in the end.
Oops.
So this is a kind of a tactical justification for it. And having spotted this idea, I think this is why the engine also suggests playing a3, a4, to make the same idea even stronger, because now also a6 is hanging.
B4.
This is really, really bad for black.
Okay.
After a4, it suggests playing something else, like rook e8 or rook b7. B4 is borderline losing. But my plan was, and I think what I did against, in that game I keep on trying to remember, was some kind of a plan like this, where I want to play rook g3, and then I want to play knight d5, and then I want to go for mate.
Right.
Here, specifically after knight h5, it's a very important move, trying, hoping against hope to get to play bishop g5, which would be a massive improvement. Maybe black is still sort of surviving because we are some tempo short from delivering our decisive blow on the king's side.
Okay.
Because let's say if you play bishop e2, you can play knight f4. You obviously would very happily part with this pawn to get some gorgeous squares for the bishop. It's a very comfortable position for Wesley. Many things are quite strong. As I mentioned, knight d5 is strong. a4 is strong, although if you a4 is a bit inhuman, frankly. a4 is just an attempt to improve knight d5, and this is not like human.
You're also not even looking in that direction, right?
Yeah, and if you do play bishop h6 after rook e8, you can play knight d5 anyway, because this hasn't become any weaker. Yes, the f8 square is available, but then you get mated. So you've lost the same piece.
Right.
And yeah, the engine does something like bishop d5, bd5, rook c7. But now we can...
Goodness, it just feels like we're ready to go.
Yeah, but now it feels like there should be some kind of a mate on the king side.
Of course.
It appears there is not. It appears specifically with rook c7, queen c8 kind of defenses, trying to pin the f5 pawn to the queen on h3. The engine, as usual, provides very, very sturdy defense, and it's very difficult to put it down. Yeah, it's... winning these positions against engines is so much harder than you would suspect.
Right.
But Grigoriy is not an engine. I would not fancy his chances here.
Right. And how does Wesley's, thank you, Peter, how does Wesley's stats stack up?
A lot of stats on Wesley because he's played every Grand Chess Tour since the beginning. And look at that. In Rapid, he has more than 30% success rate. In Blitz, 28.3. In Classical, 14.8.
Yeah. He has played in every year of the GCT, so he is the most veteran all-star player of our Grand Chess Tour.
I think Fabiano only missed one, maybe the first one.
I think Fabi missed one, and maybe MVL missed one.
Yes.
Also.
Those three are the elder statesmen of the tour.
Peter was just showing us a line, and I think this is an example of too much decisive chess that was occurring yesterday. I mean, I suddenly got into the swing of things. Like I said, I mean, this.
If there was no bishop g5.
Exactly. It was like one of these kind of a windmill.
But is it actually winning?
No.
No.
That's
right?
the
you
problem.
You just have a draw, right?
I think it's bishop g5.
Well, we're ignoring bishop g5.
Yeah, I mean.
But you still have a draw with
bishop
bishop
but the question
f6.
is, does king f8 even lose?
Yeah, I don't, even if...
I don't see it. Feels like it should, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure it does.
Right?
We're missing another piece over there.
Exactly, exactly. And now you start to think to yourself, boy, I sure would like to have my knight on d5 and other goodnesses. Right now, it looks very good for Wesley. I'm still going to go back to our marquee matchup, and that, of course, is for first place, Fabi and Levon. Only rook g8, single
They're following
move.
our line, and Fabi's in deep think because he's down to 10 minutes.
He's hesitating over
He
the move
played
g5.
rook f1.
Did not expect that.
Yeah, we were looking
Explain.
at g5, right?
We were looking at g5, yes we were.
He is trying to re-establish the threat of f4, f5, because f5, bishop takes f5 was quite decent.
He's
for black.
defending
Isn't black
f4.
still ready to meet it with f6?
f6? Am I going
f6, bishop takes e4, right? No?
Oh, sorry.
Maybe.
Oh,
Maybe knight c6 also, but I thought the idea was probably bishop takes e4.
In all cases, yes. We've always had bishop e4, and thanks to that
Then take on
pin.
e5.
But actually, line continues, fe5.
The line continues.
Yeah, that's...
And then rook takes g4.
Yeah.
Yes,
Still
white has a very
unclear.
beautiful protected passer in the center, but I have a feeling maybe I'm
The
picking...
king on e1 doesn't look so happy, and black king can still castle.
Yeah, this is not what I've bargained for with rook f1. So once again, f6. Do you think his intention is knight c6?
Knight c6, rook takes g4.
Takes g4.
Bishop takes e4, queen takes c6 is my point.
Yeah.
I can finally take that knight because bishop b5 is no longer available to you.
Yeah. No bishop to b5.
Such a mess.
And who went in the tank deepest?
Fabi did first. Now it's Levon's turn. There's only 3-minute difference between them right now.
So they blitz out all the moves. They get 26 minutes on the clock, and suddenly they're down to 10.
Yes.
That's nice. Fascinating. And I'm really surprised that he did not include the move G4, G5, because that just seemed...
I think he's focused on F5 more than G5. Maybe he doesn't believe that black's F6 is so great. And without F6, if the bishop has to go back, then white is, of course, much better.
Right.
Let's try to point out to our audience why bishop takes G4 is not a move.
Okay.
I think the idea is bishop takes E4, DE, rook G1, and suddenly maybe
You
we're
don't have
winning a full
F5.
piece. Yeah.
And F6.
Thanks to
F6
this.
played by Levon, yeah.
Thanks to
As
this.
expected.
And rook G1.
And you don't have queen C8 either because F7 is hanging.
Queen C8, F7 is hanging. So we have in the game F6 by Levon.
Quickly responded bishop E4 by Fabi.
So F6, bishop E4.
And takes back on E5.
Takes
So we looked at this with F takes E and rook G4.
Yeah. Is there a way to not take on E5 here?
Like F5?
Yeah. Is this a move? I'm worried rook takes
Rook
G4
G4
will
still.
work or something. Yeah, I'm
Bishop
very
F3.
worried. Yeah.
Do you want to sacrifice the exchange?
Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, I'm not sure about any of this. Yeah.
No.
If you were
Takes-
already castled, then this would look good.
Yeah.
I was about to say those exact same words. Yeah. With the king on C8, I'm doing this in a heartbeat. With the king still on E8, I'm maybe slightly less certain, like rook Bf2 and then rook F7, and like it
Right.
becomes a lot less clear to me who's doing what.
But it is so strange to have never moved the king on E1 and still playing for the attack. And we are playing for the attack. Queen A4. Queen
Actually,
A6.
I'm trying to evaluate the position of the queen D6 and failing utterly. Because queen A4, A5, we are out of attacking moves. Just completely out of attacking moves
What
after
about rook
A5.
F6?
Ah, yeah,
Are you
sorry, yeah, we're not.
Maybe
yeah.
you're covering with bishop E6. It's not so
But that's
bad.
not a dream, no.
But then if we were to throw
Start with
something like this.
Oh, rook A7. Yeah, that's much better.
Now.
Yeah, I wanted to go E takes D4.
We do have a move. Fabi took on
Yeah.
E5.
Wow.
Yeah, that was always the likeliest scenario.
We expect rook G4.
Yep. Actually, isn't it forced? Because bishop F5
Yeah, allowing bishop F5
it would be
seem,
deadly.
would seem
Do we
strange.
drop back to F3 or keep it on the
Yes.
same diagonal? Okay.
Makes sense, right?
Oh yeah, the check is unpleasant.
So
G5?
Yes.
Queen E3. Queen E3.
yeah.
Jump over the pawn. That would be nice.
Well,
Can white
because
like do the fake castle with king D2, king C1?
Yep.
I mean, rook is still on B2, but hey.
I mean, running to A1, it takes us lots of turns. But, okay, you kind of scared me a little bit with that whole line with where I ended up doubling on
Yeah,
the...
but now bishop is on E6, protecting important F7 square.
True. But, okay, if I keep my king... Peter said to me that my king, it's not so easy to get to the king on E1.
No, it's pretty safe. Now that we have this pawn on E5 in front of it, which is very well protected, I think it's very safe.
And we do have rook takes G4, we do have bishop F3. The players are catching up to our analysis. And give me an engine evaluation.
I'm assuming it's around equals. I haven't looked in a while, but I'm assuming it's
Probably
around
triple
equals.
zeros.
But it's still a very double-edged because of the king,
Yeah.
the king position.
Actually, after rook G5, now it starts kind of picking white, but specifically only after the move A to A4.
A4.
It really wants to play A4, A5 before black castle long. And it thinks provoking B6, B5 gives you a sniff. It's not much, but it maybe gives you a sniff. Let's say
Of an advantage, yeah.
Queen E7, A5, B5, and perhaps even A6, and then rook Bf2. Maybe at some point start hinting at those endgames with Queen B4. But still, even that.
Why is that pawn preventing C5? Are we because we broke the pawn?
Maybe for some very, very future endgames we want to fix the pawn on A7. I'm not entirely sure.
Wow.
None of this is obvious to me at all.
Okay.
None of this is obvious to me.
By the way, just pause our analysis here because we have a breaking news. Where would you like to take us?
I heard that Sam Shankland made a blunder and he's no longer better.
Yeah, it's a bit unfair to call it a blunder, but it's a massive mistake. Yeah.
Okay, we left it. We didn't
We are
understand why
far
Sam
behind.
didn't jump on the F5
Oh, hang
square.
on. Oh, okay, now it is, yeah. Now it is a blunder.
Okay, so far everything looked natural.
Yeah, and a very, very big mistake came exactly here. Actually, knight d5, even though it looks natural, rook takes d8 followed by h3. The engine was giving white a massive advantage. Just put, yeah, if we go one step back, we take on d8, black takes with the rook. We go h3, we kick it all the way back to c8, I assume.
Yeah.
And I think the engine was also making a very cute little move, knight c3 too. Maybe getting it over to f4. What, like every single white piece is just better than every single black piece. It's incredibly
Except for the
unpleasant
rook,
to
but
play.
yes.
Yeah.
Incredibly unpleasant to play. Instead, he played knight d5, which drops the advantage to about 0.20 from like 1.2. And then I think,
Bishop d4, he missed that, but that's
yeah,
not an
but then his
obvious-
reaction also, he kind of, it threw him so much that he played queen c4, and he is now just much worse because I'm guessing he thought knight f5 saves material, but knight f5, queen g5, you're still going to lose a lot of material here.
Right.
Oh
or queen
dear.
f8 to defend g7, yeah.
It's just the pin. Ouch.
Yeah. I mean, this allows bishop takes f7. I guess queen f8 is stronger because of that.
Does queen e5 also work?
Maybe.
Queen e5.
Even queen
is the
e5,
queen.
because everything is hanging.
It's terrible. It's like, I thought there was one way to defend. There was two ways. No, there's three. I mean, what? Okay, massive mistake by Sam because he
MVL is-
really had a nice position. It's, and once again, where is MVL?
MVL somewhere in the middle. He's currently sharing the fourth place.
Yeah.
Kind of a shaky start for him because we expected, coming in pre-tournament, he was in top 3, the winning chances, right?
Exactly.
In the
Playoff.
pie chart.
Yep.
So he needs this win. He needs to start winning.
Well, he's definitely doing what he needs to do, which is to stay at the top half of the tournament, because as he
It's
said,
all about that final four.
Yeah, that's what it's about, qualifying for the playoffs and the championship.
He's chosen queen e5.
The third possibility, right? Of course, queen e5.
Well, that also probably forces more trades, and when you're up material,
Yep.
gotta trade pieces.
You would like for this to be an endgame.
Yeah.
And Sam has gone from having a massive advantage to fighting for survival and probably actually losing that fight eventually.
Exactly.
In about 3 moves flat.
That's terrible when that happens. Wow. You misplayed your hand. You're in bad shape. What do? Do you take on f7, or do you take on e5 and take on c6? How do you scramble?
Honestly, I would resign. It's just so bad.
The
Going
one
from the
thing I
position
didn't
you
want you
had.
to do, the one I resign, I give it up.
This is a big blunder.
What?
Well, okay, my engine was tricking me.
Okay, well, how
Levon's
so?
long castle got a question mark, so I
Did it?
assumed that was a blunder, but I think the
I'm
question mark is
Jumping back to
bit
Fabi's
too harsh.
game. Well, in fact, they've actually reached the position
Exact
of
position
Aronian
we're looking at.
without a4, a5 business, but just bringing the rook to the.
why would long castle be a bad move?
What
Why did
on
it get a
earth?
question mark?
So, missed opportunity or something? Why? That looks like the most natural move in the position.
Absolutely.
Bishop e2, and we're here. By the way, again, I feel clock times are starting to become
Fabi has
important.
less, yes, 6.5 against 10.5.
Okay. And for those of you who just joined us, first of all, shame on you for joining us late. We are watching a fight for first as the two players, Fabi and Levon, who are clear of the field, duke it out. And we have a very nice Rogozin, very chaotic game. And it's still quite imbalanced.
Still
and we're
playing
still
for
unsure.
3 results.
3 results. Everything. I can
And honestly,
imagine all things happening.
having looked at the evaluations a little bit, I think it's just a glitch.
What?
I don't think those moves are even inaccurate because it's showing long castles as a mistake, and as the viewers can see on our screen, bishop e2 is marked red.
Yeah.
And bishop e2 is not a mistake either. Looking at what the engine
The
says,
engine
maybe
is
it's like
tired.
yeah.
It's been a long round, long day. The engine, hasn't had a good battery recharge since we got here.
Yes, it's Marvin.
Marvin?
Marvin is sad.
So nothing big happened here. They're
Nothing
still playing everything
Okay.
to play for. Let's go back to Wesley's game, because let's see how his attack is going. He decided to attack with the pawns, not with the pieces. We're looking at rook e3, rook g3.
Excuse
he
me.
went g4. He's going with the pawns.
Well, you can't blame him there because it does look attractive as well. G4, King H8. Grigoriy is planning to meet
Yeah, you don't want to go g5 and say goodbye to your bishop on
no,
h6,
you get
right?
it stuck.
Yeah.
But just quickly, imagine I do blunder, g5.
I think knight h5 probably, because after knight g8 f6.
Yes.
What you say goodbye to is actually that knight on g8. not the
Correct.
bishop, Yeah.
Because then at the end of the day, you say, well, how is your knight ever getting out?
No, that
of
knight's
the
never coming out.
of the prison of g8. So, but knight h5, and then
Then our bishop is...
Back to h3. I think Wesley maybe has lost the thread a little bit. Yeah. The engine now says black is completely fine. If he finds rook g8, maybe he's even slightly better. And other moves are also available, which are okay for black. Instead of queen h3, knight g5. If we can just briefly take a look at this.
King h8.
The engine doesn't really agree with the plan of g4 at all. It says going
play
knight
knight
g5 is
d5.
pretty much always the correct approach. And it remained the correct approach here. It's just slightly weaker because we didn't really need the pawn on g4. But it still gives white a decent advantage after something like this because we have so much space. And yes, black gets to maybe stabilize a little bit, but our spatial advantage is such that we should eventually start finding plans to make progress here. The machine, for instance, goes queen e3, threatens g4, g5, provokes g5. And maybe we actually switch to the queen side, or maybe we throw in f5, f6, break the structure open and play on the king side still. And now, after queen h3, what the engine likes the most is this move rook g8, which is sort of hinting at both g6, g5, and maybe even in some positions gf, opening the g file for ourselves.
Right.
And the rook on b7, you know, we might play b5 before at some point, opening like a second front from...
Can I take on g6 on Wesley's behalf?
I think it's rook takes and yeah.
g5, rook f7?
g5, knight g6, knight g8.
Rook f7.
Rook
You're
f7.
still playing without the bishop, I guess.
Yeah, bishop d7, bishop e6, and then I will take on h6. You've actually like did significant damage to your position. It's not obvious. I think it's very easy to miss bishop d7.
Right.
Without bishop d7, I mean, if you don't see it all together, you're worse with black.
Okay.
Starting with this is still fine, but
You must
is
play include bishop d7.
immediately is stronger. Yeah. No, if
bishop
Greg finds rook g8 here, we begin a whole new game.
Ooh, and for
It's
Wesley.
very unclear who's playing for a win anymore.
Right.
He played knight g8 though, which is
Understandable.
understandable,
He just played
but
king
but
h8.
slower and weaker. Yeah. He wants to put the bishop on h4, I guess, or maybe even on g5. Bishop g5 also makes a lot of sense. Getting rid of that bishop, it's a horrible bishop on h7. If you succeed trading it for something, you're obviously a lot happier instantly. So yeah, Wesley got a very, very good position out of the opening and then kind of played shakily. Couldn't really settle on a plan.
Yeah.
I guess at no point did he want to play knight d5, and it was the strongest move pretty much in every single position here. And yeah, we are now entering a whole new phase of the game where black is not really doing all that poorly.
And I'm not allowing knight takes h6. That's one thing I definitely do not want to allow. So the question is, I'm pulling back the bishop, but I probably would put it on e3.
Yeah, white's attack is completely fizzling after bishop g5. We don't even have any pieces over there. Just the queen by itself.
Yeah. Again, I feel like this knight on c3 is really not being a contributor and having...
Missed an opportunity to play knight d5 for a couple of moves.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Again, apologies that I want to stay with, return to our marquee matchup, Fabi versus Levon. We did have a ply or two, bishop e2.
Rook g2 and rook f6, interestingly.
Rook
For the time
f6.
being, completely abandoning the pawn on h2.
Well, give me, I'm ready to slurp the bishop. I mean, play queen e7.
Queen e4 is very awkward.
What do you want to do after queen e7?
Rook e6.
What?
What?
You want
I don't
bishop
know.
f5?
Bishop f5, the illegal. Queen d7.
Yeah, I think keeping the pawn on 6 protected makes a lot of sense because queen e7, I think queen a4 was very awkward.
check doesn't make any sense, but maybe bishop f1 just to tuck. I don't like my queen on b3 anymore. A long time ago, I liked my queen on b3.
Where would you like it, though?
h6.
Yeah, somewhere,
e3.
Somewhere in the center.
Yeah.
H6 takes 3 moves.
Yeah, okay.
Honestly, even e3 takes 3 moves.
Queen b1, queen g6. So yeah, I would like to trade the rooks on f2 so I could go queen b1, queen g6.
Really, really weird question for you, Yasser.
Please.
Is rook takes g2 a threat here?
If I could go king f2
with
king
intention
g1?
of going king f2, king g1.
Yes. Yeah, I think it could be a threat.
Honestly, with the king on e3, the answer would just be yes.
Yeah.
With the queen on b3, it's a bit iffy, right? You're running risks.
Yeah.
But it's not as absurd as it might sound to our viewers because, yeah, like you're probably getting mated, but if you weren't getting mated, it would make very definite strategic sense. But unfortunately, probably queen g7. I thought queen g7.
Yes.
Rook g8, I think I might be okay, but queen g7, king g1, queen g5, I began worrying. Putting it very mildly, I began worrying.
I think it's too late to worry.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah, worry. Details by letter.
But once again, if you imagine the white queen on e3 in this position, we are very happy.
Then
we have an outside passer on the h file. The pawn on g2 is probably gone long term.
I'm trying to think, when we had a game where we have such a position where white's kings never moved.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like,
I don't think we're
deep into the late middle game.
Yeah.
Right?
Move 28.
Yeah, we're deep in the late middle game, and the king has just never moved. And all the pieces are kind of like, you know, circled around it. King b7. So we...
Can he finish the game with king on e1?
Well, we were trying to move it to
Probably
g1.
not.
I'm probably starting with queen b1, but I could also imagine... Okay, imagine I go bishop f1. Let's just take a look, see. What's happening?
Can I go the other rook to g8?
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that you would, like, just maintain something there.
You have no threats so far.
No threats.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to re-centralize my queen. I don't know exactly where's it going. On a good day, h7.
I really want to play c5 and d4 because your king is on e1. Why am I not opening it up?
c5.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait a minute.
If you're moving over to the king side, you know.
I think you're taking liberties. Okay, I got
d4.
Hakasito.
Queen e4, bishop d5.
Queen takes d4. Even simply queen takes d4. I very much kind of agree with the general sentiment of what Nazi is doing, but I have a feeling white has enough control.
Somehow, yeah. The bishop on f1 is actually doing a pretty good job protecting the king. That's like crazy. Okay. Whoa.
He's played queen a3, and that provoked an immediate response of a7, a5. I'm
anything
wondering
on
about
a6.
queen d6.
Queen David 6.
Yeah.
Okay, let's just have a look-see. So the idea...
My point being, if you take twice, I was actually going to go rook g2, king f2.
Finally. We can
You
do
do
it.
have
Now
king
you're
c7.
not threatening...
We're winning the pawn.
I'm threatening bishop g4, which wins on the spot, but unfortunately for me, you do have king c7. And I can't take on g2 just yet because that blunder is over.
But what about rook?
But maybe just h4, h5. Yeah, h4, h5, bishop g6.
Wouldn't rook h6 win the pawn? Instead of h4?
I'm operating under the assumption that pawn never survives, so I'm in no hurry to win it back. Yeah.
He's trying to just say, I didn't blunder a pawn. I'm making a queen. Interesting idea from the current position. Queen d6, clock times again. Sorry, Nazi. These guys are
3
playing.
minutes against 4.
I feel this tension rising in the game. Suddenly, I mean, I think it's going to be who keeps their nerves in this double-edged position. So, but why do I have to rush with queen d6?
You don't.
I don't.
I was just curious whether it works or not.
In that previous line where I took, so you played queen g7 and queen g5.
We have queen c1 now.
There's queen e7 also available now.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But also,
no, king g1, and if he moves queen g5, you're prepared.
And queen c1?
Yeah, queen c1 and then king g1 would just be a dream, because we control most of the squares that we wanted to control, actually.
Exactly. Just saying, there are definitely a number of alternatives to queen d6.
He's played queen
He's
d6?
played your move queen d6. Well, you gotta say that is the most forcing. I mean, I'm going to take the bishop on e6. You have to react.
Yeah, it is a very, very concrete thing, because black cannot really ignore it.
So let's have another look. Take. Again, the bishop is hanging.
I think
so
you probably have to take. Yeah, I don't think you can leave the pawn on d6 survive. Takes,
and
takes,
again,
king c7.
Bishop g4 is a winning threat. King c7.
h4.
Only white can win this, right?
I have a feeling it's still a draw after something like bishop h3, because the king is in a square. The h pawn doesn't win, and if I have to spend time on bishop f3 takes g2, black will create a passer on the queen side, and it probably balances everything out, right?
Is that 100% clear? Because we can use the h pawn as a decoy, right?
I don't know. No, it's still very sharp.
So bishop f3, c5, bishop g2, bishop g2, bishop g2, king g2.
Take on.
Oh no! I'm going to have to take on c5.
Does that help you?
Well,
yeah,
I'm afraid of c4.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I could be losing. Yeah, no. So, sorry.
No, it's very double-edged.
I have to take on c5. I'm assuming you have to recapture the pawn. Takes. Now I'm assuming the king has to come over, right?
I mean...
How can I use my pawn as a decoy? King.
We need to throw in a to a4 somewhere, to fix it as far away as possible. But this looks winning. I mean, maybe it's, I don't know. Needs to calculate, yeah.
d4?
That's a draw, right?
No, d4 is not a draw.
Why?
It's one tempo short, I'm pretty sure. King e2? No. Why are we doing this? King e2?
King e2, king g4, king d3, king...
For sure it's one tempo short, no? King d6, king b6.
I'm right on time.
You go king d8.
D8.
Yeah, of course. E7, d8. Yeah, I don't know why I went e7, d6. I'm losing my mind again.
And it was a tempo, but it just got there. Okay, so, woo.
But it's very touch and go, right?
It is.
It's very iffy for Levon side.
By the way, we have Grigoriy, Wesley, and Grigoriy. We have been looking at the game of Fabi and Levon on our analysis.
Wesley is back to being much better.
So should we switch?
Okay. No, we need to maybe
we need to go with
one.
Wesley, right? Because I think Grigoriy just made a huge blunder.
Yeah, that last move was not good.
Okay, I'm going to switch games. I just want to...
And it did not get punished. Instead of rook g3, h4, h2, h4 was very, very strong.
I don't know if you look for that, for such an opportunity as h2, h4.
Yeah, clearly he wasn't, because it got passed up very quickly.
Rook to g3.
And after rook g3, he's still better, but h4 was kind of winning. And now...
kind of winning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because the idea is after queen takes, rook h3...
We go rook h3 and queen h2, I assume, when we give mate.
Ow. King g7, f6.
Will he have another chance?
Maybe.
Grigoriy played f6.
So
why doesn't h4 work now?
Because h7
we needed
defended.
f6 check in the end there. We needed f6 check. And also h7 is protected.
Black queen is almost trapped on g5.
And importantly, the engine was suggesting, instead of f6, it was saying you have to include gf, and put the queen on f6, and start trading stuff along the g file. You want to play rook bb8, rook g8, trade one, put the second one on g8, and so on. Because strategically, the bishop on d3 is so dead that...
And this is a great bishop.
Yeah. The knight on h6 is not really an oil painting, but it's an improvement.
Wesley's taken on g6, opening up f-file. It was a bit unexpected, but
yeah,
it makes sense.
I did not think that was required. hg black is kind of fine now.
The rook can come to h7, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I like fg.
I got an idea for Wesley. The idea for Wesley is to go king g1.
Rook h7 is there.
Okay, just a second. Let me just check
that's your
this.
plan.
Breaking news, guys.
Yes.
MVL is about to lose that exchange up position. Or very possibly.
How on earth did Sam fight his way to... I'm going to switch.
Yeah, so after queen e5, Sam did play bishop f7 and queen g4. And here, if you just kick away the knight from f5, you go g6 here, because if it gets to h6, it will get captured, or at the very least, you know, your position gets so ruined that...
Yeah.
Like, basically, you can absolutely invest one more pawn in just getting the queens off the board and then starting to collect the queen side.
Right.
Instead, the knight got established on f5. Then white got to play h4, h5, and this suddenly doesn't even look all that bad. But black is, of course, still not worse. And then suddenly, in this position, instead of playing b takes e5 with a roughly equal position, MVL took with the rook. And now the e-pawn is going to be on e7 in 3 moves time.
And the knight on f5 is going to be protecting it all the way to e7. Oh my.
Maybe he thought he's in time with something like this to make a draw, but this is not a draw.
Oh.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Not at all a draw. And yeah, he's gone rook e8, and now after queen e4, let's say king g8, e7 is strong, g4 is strong. You don't win immediately, but you are actually pushing with white. Yeah, you need to find a way through, which doesn't involve you giving up these two for the rook, which probably ends up being a draw in most cases. And this is why you haven't won yet.
Right.
But you are absolutely in full control here with white. Yeah,
absolutely.
Such a massive turnaround.
Oh my goodness. Big games going on between Wesley, Sam, but I've got to go back to our fight for first. I'm going to jump back to
Actually,
Fabi.
before you do that,
yes.
Grigoriy just blundered again. Let's go to Wesley's game. If he finds this one move g5, he found it. He's winning. He is winning now. Look at that move g5.
Yeah, the queen on h6. We were talking about the queen on h6 not having any squares.
No.
Now it really doesn't.
Rook h3 traps the queen. Oh no, Grigoriy's
down to his 6
He's
seconds.
Totally blundered rook h3.
He's resigned.
And he's even resigned. It's that bad. Ouch.
Great finish for Wesley. This game was back and forth.
Big time. Well done, Wesley. I'm going to just take a quick gander. Leinier and Liem. I don't know. Looks like Liem is a pawn. On to the good, but maybe...
Yeah, Leinier's holding a draw, but it's a bit unpleasant.
I'm going to go once again to Fabi and Levon. We did see the queens get traded, but remarkably, rook e8.
Yeah, the pawn survived, and it's still somewhat balanced, but white is kind of pushing the action here.
And a little bit ahead on the clock as well. 30 seconds against 17.
What?
Yeah.
That happened
All
fast.
that thinking, yeah, they caught up with them.
And rook c7, pardon me, rook f7, king c8 was quickly played. Rook e7, you don't have to guess what Fabi has in mind, right? He wants to play rook here. And he wants
I don't know if you like taking,
check.
but I mean, you can take bishop e8, and the pawn on e7 probably falls, but yeah, king d8 is also...
King d8.
Is also fine. Rook f7 he will take then. I think the plan is to provoke rook f7 and take on e7 in that position.
Gotcha.
And if d7, king e8, it will be very difficult to keep the e7 pawn alive.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is why Fabi doesn't even play rook f7, goes back to h7.
What was the inclusion of the move rook e7?
10 seconds for Levon.
Good.
Going down to 6, 5.
5?
3.
Only move rook ggh8.
I think he just, oh my
B5.
God. Just made it with 1 second.
1 second.
But not
rook f7.
Not a good move though, yeah.
Bishop e6.
And now rook a7 or rook b7 are completely winning.
Rook a7, and then we've got these well-known check and d7.
So it's just game over?
Yep.
It is just game over, yeah.
Yep. Rook a7 or rook b7, either square, he's done it. 1 second?
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Does Levon have a couple of checks?
Rook f8 check, king e1,
King e2, e3.
e2, e3.
e2, e3 is fine.
He's done it. Rook check. This will be the spike check. Rook g2, king e3, no more checks.
Yeah, you can go bishop g4, but then after king g2...
He's done that
yeah,
one.
king g2, rook f2, king or king e1, checks are over, and then rook h8 mate comes in, and...
We've got this...
That is kind of a stronger threat.
Big threat of check, bishop blocks, d7. That's Fabi's winning method. King D2.
Even King D2 C1, honestly, just run. Although probably not putting yourself in a situation where Rook G1 mate is a threat.
No. I like your King E3 a lot better. Bishop C8.
But now just D7.
D7. D7, that's
Yep,
it.
that
That's
wins
it.
the material.
No coming back from this one.
I guess he'll give one more check maybe on the second rank.
Yeah, and Levon knows.
He resigned.
Bravo, Fabi.
Big
Wow.
win for Fabi.
Absolutely.
Very important result.
Goes in clear first now after this win.
Yeah. What other games are going on? Let's
see.
jump to Sam, Shankland, and MVL. What a day for Sam Shankland.
His last move is a massive mistake somehow.
No.
MVL saving it now?
Queen F6 creates a threat of G7, G6, which cannot be comfortably stopped. Instead of the move Queen E5, E4, F4 for some reason is +3. Even one final move, yeah, there, Queen C5, Queen H5, all of those moves, Queen E5, Queen F7. F4 creates threat of knight D6. I guess the idea simply is that knight D6 is unstoppable. Because E5 is protected, yeah.
We want to defend our queen so that we can play knight D6.
Another winning move was King H3. Nothing else is winning. 2 moves in this position are winning.
Wow.
Okay, that's not that
Queen
easy then.
No.
H5.
Yeah.
Not Queen F6 and G6, but
And now Queen E5 back is winning. The only move that wins.
Queen E5 and F4 again.
Yeah.
You
sort of correct your mistake.
Completely not
No.
obvious.
Queen A4.
Queen A4.
Queen
So,
D5 check is fine for black now. Rook E7 is a draw, objectively, but Queen D5 followed by King F7 is actually just completely fine for black.
I think what
Can
Sam
he start playing
wants,
for more? MVL
Yeah.
with Queen D5?
Possibly, yeah. You could imagine actually things turning all the way around.
How many times is this going to happen in this game?
Yeah, too many turnarounds, right?
Well, when you have only 20 seconds in this messy position, yeah.
Totally. So the idea is that after check, I don't know, F3, let's just throw it on. King F7, defending the rook, trying to evacuate the knight, by the way.
Queen
and picking
F4
out
maybe,
the
I come
pawn.
back. I want some
Queen
discovery
F4, King
check.
G6.
It's...
But you do have a draw with King H, Knight H4 and
Queen
black-
D5
black
check on the board.
Yeah,
He
no, I think
played that
MVL
in
is now.
How many seconds?
MVL is quite interested now.
They're
Yeah.
both around 20 seconds.
20
20.
seconds each. This is where nerves also are so crucial. King G1, King F7, and there you...
I think MVL is playing for a win now.
Yeah.
Because he could have taken on E7 and made a quick draw.
Absolutely.
Queen F4, but still, this is play for 3 results. So
King
easy to
G8.
blunder.
King G6.
You know how tricky knights are.
Yeah.
In time trouble.
Well, he's going to go knight H4 check, and then back to F5. And I think he's going to hope that...
Are they going to repeat?
No, Queen F8.
I think Sam is playing.
Who's playing for the win?
They both are. What do we do after Queen F8?
Queen G8?
You don't want to give it check?
I wanted to go Queen G8
is
and
nice.
G6.
I was afraid of Queen F5, but I think G6
just
covers it.
Yeah, chill.
I think
And
I'm still going
Sam-
to give you the check.
Sam is like, well, okay, if we go check G6, what's next on your agenda? Because there is Queen G7. I want to take this pawn.
Maybe I go Queen F6 and take the A6 pawn.
Okay, but then life is kind of good for black.
Black's not
suddenly,
risking
right?
anymore, yes.
Exactly.
He's played Queen F3,
Mm.
and MVL responded with G6.
Yeah.
We might still see that position. I think Sam has to take A6 and trade it for E7. Because you can't hold E7 anymore.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's exactly what Sam has done with the move
Queen B7
B7.
got a question mark, and now MVL is winning if he plays Queen E6. Which is kind of an obvious move.
But not Queen F7?
A6 pawn is
it defends
you want to
A6.
preserve everything, yeah.
Yes. And just to update our viewers, Gukesh and Nodirbek have drawn their game.
And boy, we've seen so many swings in this one. Knight F3, King
It's
H6.
unbelievable. MVL is winning again.
I know. King H6 just to stop Knight G5 for a moment. No.
Queen F6 is good.
Queen F6 is good.
Rook takes E7, unstoppable on the next move.
True that.
Things have gone really, really pear-shaped for Sam all of a sudden.
Pear-shaped?
Pear-shaped.
Haven't heard that before. A4. Okay, what's the plan now? How does Black Queen trade? Of course, trade of queens would be great.
I guess you attack f2 in some way.
I think we just go rook f7, so we pin the knight. We're going to go king h6, and we're going to go g5, g4.
There you go. That will attack the king side, right?
Yeah, attack f2. Just
a6 is safe. Black king looks safe.
And
honestly, I think I'm playing g5 here.
Playing for you just g5 directly.
Yeah, playing g5 here. You take with everything. I go rook f5, and I.
Yeah, you eventually eat a5.
Not even very eventually.
Yeah, quickly.
Pretty quickly, yeah.
Yeah. I do believe we want to get a guest in. We're more than welcome to have him join us.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
I want Fabi on my team. You guys can have the engine. Queen check. Yeah.
All right.
Come on, bring him in. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, we want Fabi.
Come on, bring. Fabi's been waiting to join us on set. He didn't want to disturb our analysis, and quite the contrary. I wanted him to disturb our analysis. Welcome aboard, Fabi. What's your quick take about this game that's gone back and forth?
Oh, at the moment he's just up an exchange.
I think he's winning.
Yeah.
He didn't play g5 though.
But it's probably hard to keep full control. Because like rook f7, queen e3. I mean, if the pawn were on h6, I think it would just be game over. But
you have
queen
e7.
Queen through queen d5. Okay, so he goes to e5.
Knight e5.
Yeah, I think it was the only move. He has to keep the knight in the center, and if queen e3, queen d5, he just gets pinned forever. So.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I wanted g5 in that position, because I thought it was just solving everything by force.
Yeah, maybe. g5 instead of rook f7.
No, g5 with the rook on f7 instead of queen f5 or whatever it was that he played.
Sam.
The plan is still to just go with g5, right?
Yeah.
To make progress.
The problem is, like we're looking for an anchor square, but we don't want to lose a5 as well, right?
Okay, after f3, I think it's just over.
Yeah, rook c7 or something, yeah.
Yeah, now the king is completely open on the second rank.
Yeah, lifting the pawn shield, that's definitely not helpful. Rook e7, pretty direct.
But it was probably losing regardless.
Yeah, technically it should be winning with the exchange.
g5 is on the board.
Uh-oh, I've got bad news. g5 takes f4 will open up white's king.
Yeah.
Rook g7.
This should be it, just few moves away from resignation.
And the other, I don't know if you realize this, it was just huge swings that were happening in this game. Like Sam was just winning.
I didn't
10
see
moves ago.
I didn't see anything that happened.
Just winning.
Yeah, he was down in exchange, but his knight was much better than the rook, and he had a pawn on e6. It was beautiful.
Yeah, the pawn was going to e7.
Not much remains of that.
No.
How much things have changed.
h4 sets up rook g3 check. Never mind that the pawn is actually going for coronation.
We have resignation.
Sam is just like, what have I done? There was a knight on f5 and everything was good. Bobby, welcome aboard.
You had a pretty good day. How do you feel, especially after the last win?
Yeah, no, it was a perfect day. I was thinking +1 would be great, and +2, and also beating Levon, who was having a huge tournament. I mean, at some point I was just trying to make a draw in this game. I wasn't really hoping to win, because I felt like I misplayed it. Of course, it's enormously complicated.
Tell us a little bit about your opening. You played Levon a million times. How do you still keep surprising each other?
Because it was mutual, right?
I do know one thing about Levon, which is that when he prepares an opening that he enjoys, he really likes to play it, and he will take up the challenge. So he was ready for my preparation, let's say. He wasn't trying to avoid it. I mean, he's played this line so often recently, in the Grand Chess Tour, also in the recent esports event. So I kind of knew up to rook b1, and b6 I think wasn't supposed to be the most accurate, but maybe it's not bad. I mean, black can castle long, surprisingly. f5, bishop d7, knight f7, bishop f5. is leading to some sort of equal endgame, I think. Okay, he played b6. I tried to figure out what exactly is the issue with the move. It's not entirely clear. I thought rook b2 to eventually defend h2 made sense, and then I kind of regretted not playing f5 here, but maybe I'm not better in any case. F5, f6, I thought knight g6. Like bishop f7, knight h8, queen f4, yeah? Or something like that.
I think you're playing rook g8.
Ah, just rook g8. Yeah.
No, bishop f7, yes. Rook g8 was better.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's chaos. Yeah.
So after rook g8, I don't know if rook f1. The thing is, I thought he could play bishop takes g4 after rook f1.
I know what we were thinking. I think we were thinking that you were going to play g5.
Just to stop f6.
I was just scared I'd just lose this position. Like,
You'd lose this position?
Yeah, he plays. First of all, I don't really stop f6 in many cases.
Sure.
Like, if he castles long, do I play queen a4? Is that the idea, or? Because I was just thinking, if he castles long, what's my next move?
I think the engine, for reasons unknown, was really thinking to play a4, a5, a6.
Also queen a4 in this current position.
Yeah, maybe queen a4.
Because c6 is hanging, so there's no time for a5. Yeah.
Yeah, I just somehow thought that, like, to be honest, I didn't have a very clear idea of the position. Because knight c3, I have queen a6, rook c2, and now it looks a lot clearer, but...
we don't want you to get too bogged down here, but I just wanted to ask you one quick moment right here. When you played the move queen d6, had he traded twice, your intention was? Taking on d6, sorry.
Yeah, take on g2, king f2.
Right.
I mean, it's a draw. King f2, king c7.
Yes, okay.
h4, bishop h3, for example.
Yes, that was our main line.
It's a draw, I think, with basically any move.
Right.
I can also just wait, or I can try to regain the pawn, and in all cases, it's a draw. But I spoke to him briefly after the game. I told him, like, why didn't you, why didn't you do this? And he still thought he was slightly better, which feels
Whoa, he thought he was
overly
slightly
optimistic.
better. Oh my goodness.
Because I really felt after king f1 that I'm, like, tactically borderline winning, and then he found rook g5, which holds on, and then I realized I'm maybe not better. But after king f1, if he doesn't have rook g5, I just didn't see any way to hold the position for him. I mean, tactically, it's extremely dangerous. So, I mean, I was fully pressing here. At least
that was our intention.
From my
belief as well, yeah.
Yeah, from my, like, subjective point of view, I mean, I think b5 was a huge...
That was a blunder.
Yeah,
this last chance of survival, Peter,
he has rook g8, rook f8, yeah, I saw this defense.
Yeah.
And he stops rook f7. But I don't risk, so I wasn't really concerned.
Exactly.
Yeah, he went down all the way to 1 second and played that b5 move.
Yeah,
right?
it's typical. Like, once you get down to your last few seconds, it's just panic. Nobody can play well.
Fabi, day one, 12 out of 15 games were drawn. Was there something in the air on the stage? Yeah, 12 out of the 15 game was decisive. That was amazing. 80%.
Yeah.
What's going on down?
I think everyone's trying to fight, and everyone is like the players who are full participants are trying to have a good result to eventually qualify to the top 4. So everyone's very ambitious. I think that could be a reason.
Exactly. And then this day, things kind of got a little bit more chill. Guys,
Until
calm
the last
down.
round. Last round was pretty decisive. 3 decisive games.
3 decisive games. Yeah. But as you said, 2.5 for you. 2 wins, 1 draw. Great day. One more round of Rapids tomorrow. I know you play Grigoriy in the next round. It's tough to play a second, or you just say, let's fight.
Yeah, it can be. We have played each other often.
Yeah,
in the last few years. Of course, we've worked very closely together. So there's a bit of like opening preparation aspect in play, trying to hide your openings and so on. But yeah, what can you do? And I think it usually ends up that we avoid our preparation from both sides, and it turns into a normal game.
Good.
Happy, are you ready to move on to Blitz, or are you enjoying the Rapid portion?
I'm ready for either one. I'm enjoying the Rapid, but I won't mind going to Blitz.
Right. Fabi, thank you so much for joining us. Be sure to join us tomorrow. Huh?
Thank you.
All right.
Tomorrow.
And we have our standings after day 2 of Rapids.
Right, we again have a sole leader now. It's Fabiano Caruana, who defeated Levon Aronian and is leading the event with 10 points. And sharing second are 2 Americans, Levon Aronian and Wesley. So again, like you pointed out earlier, Yasser, Americans on the top and on the
on
bottom.
the bottom, and we're sandwiching the rest of the world between them. And we have another special guest in studio.
Also had a very good day today.
Having his mint.
My lucky mint.
Please take two. I'm begging you.
On the house, thank you.
I'm begging you. You found the snacks for the commentators.
But you're trying to lose weight, right?
Yes. So you're
you
helping.
should thank me.
Yes, thank you very much.
No, actually,
Wesley.
I mean, the result was very good, obviously. I mean, I faced Fabi and Levon, who are the strongest players in form here.
Yes.
So, I mean, draw is... I mean, I didn't really have anything. Yeah, so draw is good. And in the last game, I was much better, but then I played very badly, like all this G4. I think G4 was a very bad move.
Right.
So
yeah, later
the came in the end.
Yeah, you had some regrets. One of the things that was actually kind of funny about the position is seriously very strongly.
Queen F3 is correct, right?
Yeah.
And after I played Bishop C6, I wasn't sure what to play. I had many attractive moves.
That was your problem, but the engine really wanted you to play Knight D5, and it felt like in the game you were trying to avoid playing Knight D5.
Yeah, I should have played Knight. No, when I played G4, I missed King H8. Like I thought I was mating him. Yeah.
Right.
King H8 was a nice find.
But actually, after playing King H8, I regret not playing Knight D5. But I also had an option. Like instead of G4, I could play FG first, FG HG.
And also
G4, yeah? FG, HG, G4. Maybe this is...
Because now King H8 is no longer good, right?
Yeah, because now... So I wait for him to make a decision whether to take with F-pawn or H-pawn.
Right.
Yeah, I thought like after G4, he had to play Rook F8. Like sack the exchange or something.
Ah, so King H8 really surprised
King
you.
H8 was really... No, because like I thought here, Knight G8, FG, FG...
Yep.
I thought Rook F7 is just mate, but you have Bishop F6. And the Rook is very importantly defended on... I thought it's just mate.
Oops.
Yeah. So then after... Yeah, G4 was very bad. So then here, anything goes. Yeah, like I wasn't sure whether I was better or worse.
Yeah. You actually just missed an opportunity. I think it was here.
I was very happy when I played Knight E2.
H4 here was very good.
Really? Take.
Rook H3.
Queen G5.
And I think Queen H2,
Queen H2,
right?
yeah, and you kind of give mate.
I didn't see Queen H2. Yeah, I just thought Queen H. I didn't see Queen H2. And it's over, yeah?
Over.
So after H4, actually, it's almost over, right?
Give me your mint thing.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, give it to me. I'm a trash collector.
No, sorry, my bad.
No worries, it's good.
So H4, and it's just like white is winning, yeah?
Winning.
Queen has to go away, and then you're just crushing.
Yeah,
I
then
could
you
trap
go.
his knight, yeah? F6, G5.
Right, that was, and then the knight's imprisoned.
You think that's a win? Like if I get F6, G5, yeah?
Yeah. You'll break through on the queen side.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't think Queen H2.
How you?
Very nice, yeah.
I asked Fabi the same question. Day one was amazing. 12 decisive games out of the 15. Things calmed down a little. What was it about day one? Everybody was excited, playing for victory?
Well, yeah, because we're in one of the final legs, right?
Right.
And everyone wants to play in South America. I've never been to South America. I want to go South America. Right?
Really? Well, Brazil beckons, huh?
Yeah, but also, I mean, you got to take Shankland for that. I mean, compared to Croatia, where basically top 9 players plus Ivan Saric, here we got some targets, like Oparin, Shanks.
You're right.
Yeah, so I mean, like the winning score here for Rapid is much higher in Croatia, because in Croatia there are many draws, very hard to win games.
Exactly.
But here, at least. But also, how many points Gukesh has?
Well, funny you should ask. I think
can
we've been
check
showing.
very quickly. Gukesh has 3 out of 6.
Okay, yeah.
So at 50%.
Yeah, I was just very impressed by his 7.5 in Croatia. So I mean.
Yes, he had a great Rapids. Blitz, he got caught.
So I was very curious to see how he'll do. But
indeed,
very.
But you're doing very well, and you're staying ahead. Essentially, MVL has said more or less 26, 28 points is his target. to get into the playoffs. You're
what
doing
playoffs?
great.
Into the Final Four.
Into the Final Four, the
Grandchester
playoffs.
standings points is what Yasser is
He
talking
already did the math?
Yes.
Yes, he's done the math.
He's a mathematician, yeah. That guy is so annoying. Because he calculates every single game. I have to draw, I have to win. Yeah. Like last year, he was also the previous 2 years he was calculating.
That's right.
I mean, in 2020 he finished third, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2020 he finished third.
So yeah, he had it.
So
he's got it all figured out.
Well, I know he's a mathematician, right?
Right.
But
Statistics.
Yeah, he counts it all to the decimal, so it's very annoying. But again, I don't want to jinx it, yeah, because last year I was third until the last day. So.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, everyone wants to be part of the Grandchester, so I'm very glad to be part this year, and we'll see. Like Shankland told me in the opening dinner that he would play Grandchester for free, because that's how much he loves chess.
Right, to play the best in the world.
Yeah.
Wesley, thank you so much for joining us. We're gonna
Congrats on another great day, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see you more on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay, very good. And a quick peek at the pairings coming up for round 7. First round for tomorrow. Nasi, do the honors.
Let's have a look. We have another American matchup. Levon Aronian will be playing Sam Shankland.
Right.
MVL will be playing Nodirbek. Then Grigoriy Oparin will be playing Fabiano Caruana. Gukesh against Leinier Dominguez. And Liem against Wesley.
And we have a very happy MVL in studio, Maxime. That was a roller coaster ride that you were on. What was going on in that last game?
I mean, I'm happy with the result, but
right.
I wouldn't say disgusted with my play, but
okay, we can say that.
Yeah, but basically, I had to think hard to figure out like where I could play so badly. Like in the past 2 days, I think. I don't remember playing so badly in a rapid event.
Yeah, and yet, tell us where things were going well and where things were going wrong.
Already they were not going well because
clear.
I even knew that I shouldn't play bishop d6 when the pawn is still on d2, but still I managed.
your hand
I
managed.
managed to play h6, but then after b3, no.
Bishop to d6. Already it's gone wrong.
Yeah, also knight c6 is actually very weird. I miss knight h4. Like I can play queen e7, c6, and try to pretend that nothing's too serious.
And knight h4 was quite annoying, right? Because then he has knight f5.
Yeah. Then I turned things around quite nicely with... So like after h3, my first intention was bishop d6.
Okay.
But then e4 was troubling me seriously. Okay. Bishop b3 and knight d5.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I mean, there was still take on d5, ed.
Yep.
Knight e5.
Oh dear. Feels dangerous, right?
Yeah, I didn't trust myself. Like bishop e5 and rook d3, for instance, looks. No, bishop e5 there's bishop d1, but there was some line. I mean,
that you looked a little dodgy. Yeah.
So I went bishop c5, and fortunately, like at the end of the line, although I didn't check if it works, but if not for bishop d4 after rook takes d5, I think I'm almost resigning.
Knight d4, I mean, the second best move is just giving up on b7. Yeah. Knight d4 doesn't lose.
Yeah, but
of course,
bishop d4.
Yeah, why do it if you have bishop d4?
Yeah.
Things were actually we were thinking
was a big blunder, right?
Yeah, it was a blunder, but
we were thinking he was going to take on d8.
Yeah, but then
play
I'm
h3.
Worse, but I'm not losing.
Yeah. Okay.
Knight d5, like is basically trying to win by force because queen c3 will be a big.
Now at this point, we just thought you're winning.
Queen e5, I'm actually not happy with.
You're not happy with.
I thought it's clever, but queen f8 maybe.
So we were thinking queen g5 and queen f8.
Queen g5, bishop f7. This I didn't like at all. King f7, knight d6.
So we were thinking queen f8, queen f8. You played queen e5, and then still you.
Yeah,
should
because
be winning,
I thought queen e5 is more clever.
Yeah.
But with the queen on f8, my king doesn't have to go to f7, and here I wanted some things.
I think we were looking at g6.
G6 is very strong here.
Yeah, I thought about it, but like knight h6, king g7.
All we're trying to do is trade queens.
Yeah, queen h4.
And then just goes queen e7 and says you're completely winning.
Yeah. I thought I might, but yeah.
Okay, it's all.
I saw this G6. I should maybe have spent more time.
But then, sorry. But then life got terrible.
Yeah.
Just terrible. Like everything goes wrong. Everything goes wrong.
Yeah, I don't remember what I intended, but like, I know what I intended after when I play rook takes c5, which is a terrible move. Yeah.
Tell me where to go forwards. Or?
Yeah, here after b6, take. e5, I wanted queen d8, but queen e6, d8. Queen d5, e7, and.
Yeah, that is a bit of a problem. Yeah.
The march of the ant. Whoops.
And it's not like his moves are difficult to make. Also.
Actually, true that. Yeah. I think we were looking at g4 suddenly.
Well, yes, but what he did is completely fine. I suspect that he blundered queen takes h5.
But it's still
queen
winning,
e5, queen f7, I saw f4, and therefore I resign.
Yeah.
Because queen f6, you take on h6, you play knight f5, g4, and there is 0
opportunity of saving the game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you can never get the king to f7. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ouch. Ouch.
Yeah.
Fortunately for you, it didn't happen.
Did you start to play for a win? Because white's still not worse,
well,
of course.
Early in the game when I got the exchange up, but then
only then.
But no, after king f7, king g6, like after queen f8 for a moment I was panicking, but then I saw queen g8, and still, if not for queen b7, if queen c6, then he gets the pawn on a6, and it should be a draw. But I thought, well, I can try.
Yeah. But the moment you had queen e6, it all went swimmingly well.
Well, I was still, unsure of my technique, but it was good enough with 10 seconds to. Here g5 would have been very strong. Yeah.
I think we were expecting g5 as well.
Well.
Yeah.
No, but because knight g5, queen f5. Yeah. I thought it's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Important win. You're at +1 now.
Yes.
Going into the last day of Rapid, are you excited to start playing the Blitz?
I will be excited once my brain switch is on.
It still hasn't happened?
Well, from the games, I'm not sure.
Not sure yet.
But I come here with a mission, clear mission to qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm in an ideal position, and my main goal is to lock it before the classical portion, because that's probably
takes the pressure
probably
off.
Requires top 3.
Okay.
So, but
have you been to Brazil, by the way?
No, I've been
before?
to Argentina, but never to Brazil.
Never to Brazil. There's something to look forward. Sao Paulo is a great city. Thank you for joining us, Maxime, as we take a look at our schedule.
Thank you.
Good luck tomorrow as we take a look at our schedule. Our remaining schedule coming up is the last day of Rapids, Nazi.
Right. Tomorrow will be the last day of Rapids. Only 3 rounds to go. After that, on Thursday, we start with Blitz, and we'll have 18 games of Blitz.
Yes.
That's
fast and furious.
A lot of games, and if there's no clear winner, we will have playoffs on Friday.
Wonderful. And our last look at our standings as we get to close shop on day 2.
Right, Fabiano Caruana is now in clear lead with 10 points, and sharing second are 2 players, Levon, Aronian, and Wesley. And MVL is in clear 4th, not far behind.
Yeah. And Peter, final thoughts. That was a great game, that last game between Fabi and Levon.
Yeah, that was a very interesting game. I think would have been very, very good, even as a classical game, and for a rapid game to play a position as complicated as this, as frankly cleanly as this, until the very, very last moment. I think Levon made the one big mistake of the game, 3 moves prior to resignation when he was on 10 seconds, and that can happen to anybody.
Right.
Compared to yesterday, a saner day, a day of relative sanity, but still a very enjoyable tournament so far. Fabi is having a bit of a dream so far. Yes. Each day he does 2 wins and a draw, which is like a fantastic schedule to be on.
Right.
Also, Wesley's kind of stealing my lines here a little bit. I've been waiting for an opportunity to talk about the fact that, due to the fact that in Rapid and Blitz events, there are various numbers of wildcards, and they also vary in who they are.
Right.
We get slightly different events, right? And Wesley correctly said that Croatia was the one event with only 3 wildcards.
Right.
We had 5 in Warsaw and 4 here.
Yeah.
And also one of them was Magnus Carlsen.
It's just a little bit awkward.
So Croatia, frankly, objectively, was a much harder field than the other 2. And the sort of points were harder to achieve and to get by. And this creates this strange dynamic where, by the dint of scheduling, some people are having it slightly easier than others. But we are here, and people have a clear goal in mind. And as MVL said, he wants to settle it by the end of this to have a free roll in a Singfield Cup.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our predictions, are we happy?
You're very happy. I'm pretty happy.
I'm not here.
You're not happy.
Yeah, and Vars.
Vars could have been happier.
Could have been, yes.
It's been a pleasure. This was really great fun. Nasi, Peter, I enjoy it so very much. Hope you like our show. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. Good night from St. Louis, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Thanks for watching, and see you soon.
What?
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.